Support for the Hawks Nest podcast is brought to you by Manscaped, who is the best in men's below the waist, grooming champions of the world. Manscaped offers precision-engineered tools for your family jewels. Manscaped just launched their 4th generation trimmer, the Lawnmower 4.0. You heard that right, the 4.0. Join over 2 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped with this exclusive offer just for you. 20% off and free worldwide shipping with my code NEST, N-E-S-T, at manscaped.com. Ho, 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 all right. It's about that time. It's about that time. Here we go. All right, let's get it, folks. Hello, and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon. Please do come on in. Come on to my place here. I've got a lot of room. Some new recliners in the back. Some massage chairs over there in the corner. Come on. We're going to be here for a while, so come on in. But thank you for coming in and watching the show here on a beautiful, typical fall afternoon here in the Pacific Northwest. It's dark, early, cold, early. The leaves have started to turn. And indeed, the NFL season has turned right along with it as we now sort of move around that pole position here to maybe not the full-on back end of the season, but you certainly start to feel like now as you go into the bye this weekend, you're getting to the back edge of this schedule. I've got a ton to talk about here off the top of the show. So for those of you in the chat, thank you for jumping in the chat and the live stream. Bear with me on the questions you guys might have as I'm going to be kind of bouncing around on a couple different items here. But I will be bouncing over to you guys. You guys know that no matter what, just a couple things we got to talk about here off the top. Let's cover the number. Let's look at the 800-pound gorilla in the room first off here, which is that the trade deadline passed in the NFL. And I forgot, I should say thank you to my sponsor as well, manscaped.com. Please go to manscaped.com and use my code NEST to get yourself 20% off, free shipping worldwide. You're helping the show as you do this. They're our first only sponsor out the gate, so you're helping out a lot by going there. They also happen to be at the front of the line as far as lower Manscaped products go. They're designed for you. It's something you're not taking something designed for your face and putting it on your junk. You're putting something on your junk designed for your junk. It's a good thing. Go help yourself out, help the show, save yourself some money. Win, 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 win. And thank you, manscaped.com, for supporting the show. But let's talk about, shall we, the trade deadline and the lack of movement by our Seattle Seahawks. We were all sitting there. I know you were sitting there. You were at your computer, at work, probably not being productive. I'm not faulting you. You're sitting there and you're hitting that refresh button. You're watching that clock tick down and you're going, come on, Seattle, do something. Ooh, Lordy, do something. Give us something. Come on, baby. And you just, and then the deadline hits and nothing happens. And hard for us Seattle Seahawks fans in that moment, even for a guy like me who was advocating to stand pat. Maybe this was a different type of season where we were truly in a stage of where the Cardinals are, the Rams are. I would be more upset about this. I'm not happy about it, but more unhappy about it for the long-term ramifications of it than I am for the short term and what it means. I'm still not all that convinced that the Seattle Seahawks were going to be able to go out there and make a plethora of moves to improve this team at the trade deadline. Let's go off the top with just a couple that people will point to right off the books. Brandon Cooks did not appear to be available by the Houston Texans. You can toss that one out there. Odell Beckham and the cost and the Browns having to eat the dead money, and this is going to be a common item you hear from me on this with a couple of the guys that I've heard through my chat over the last couple of weeks. This is why I'm touching on them right out the gate. The dead money hit is always the quotient that is the first quotient forgotten about by fans when they're proposing trades, when in actuality it should be the first item on your docket when considering any trade between teams. It is the thing that can hold a lot of things up. It can hold up a team from moving player A to player B because they're not getting not only the draft capital for the player, maybe they're getting that, but they're not getting the draft capital for the bonus money they have to sustain. Hey, wait, to move this guy, we have to eat 7-8% of our cap this year. You need to give us something back for that. You're getting the benefits of that as far as you're only now paying on the base. So it gets hard to make these moves made. Guys like Grady Jarrett, this is the case. Fletcher Cox carries a $25 million dead money hit. Many would want to see that. I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. The Eagles are not going to eat that much dead money. To eat that much dead money, they would then have to restructure or cut other active players on the roster to get the deal done. Not likely to happen, especially when you consider there's a lot of guys they've restructured, like with Fletcher, where they've pushed money down the board, as like the Saints, they were the two teams this offseason in the worst cap space. So they're not going to do that. Likewise, even a guy like Derek Barnett, he's not been a great pass rusher this year, but has been historically okay for the Eagles. He's going to carry an $8 million dead money hit to trade for him. Not going to happen. A lot of people love Jason Kelce. Again, you guys understand this is on the Eagle side of things because we'll get to this other point in a second. But the Eagles, with Jason Kelce, he would eat $14 million of dead money hit to the Eagles if he got moved. So Seattle now has to find a way. Yeah, they can fit him into the cap, but they got to find a way to offload a guy who's 33, 34 years old at the center position. You're bringing on midstream. You're already wondering about how good of impact he can have, understanding he doesn't already know the playbook, and he's going to be trying to ramp up all the way through the rest of the season. So what are you really getting out of a guy who you'll also expect probably going to wear down due to his advanced age? So you throw out the frontline Eagle guys, the Falcon people that would want a guy like Grady Jarrett or Frank Ragnow. Some people, that's too much dead money hit. Not going to happen. And when you really look down the line of it, I again took note of teams. The thing I didn't understand about this year and going into it when I thought we might be in more of a position to be able to take advantage of the trade deadline is I didn't understand the effect of the added game to the end of the season. And what that has seemingly done is put a lot of other teams that would be on the line to probably being more in sell mode to now being in maybe, let's see what happens mode. So this has reduced the amount of teams that are truly willing to give up players that you want. And those teams are absolutely the bottom of the barrel type teams. The pickings are slim here. So you're caught up at that point with not a lot of places to go for them as far as here's your teams. The Jets, the Dolphins, the Jaguars, the Texans, the Broncos, the Giants, the Lions, the Eagles, and I'm leaving off the Bears because they're still in it, and I'm leaving off Atlanta because there's no one that they can really offer. / they're much like in the Eagles situation. They can't offload an asset, eat a big, ripe, fat stack of dead money hit, and then sustain that through on the rest of their year. That means they're going to have to make other moves at that point. It's not just simply a fire sale for them at that point. It's, we got to maintain our active roster here to a certain degree. So those moves just weren't going to get made. And while I'm okay with standing pat now, the place that I'm going to draw a little bit of anger from here, and I'm not going to dwell on it long in this live stream. We're going to go to other things here, but the place that really does cause me to sit here and shake at times is that the Seattle Seahawks have moved through this whole period not utilizing the and now it's being reported $13.3 million they're sitting on the cap. As much cap space as just about anybody in the entire NFL right now, the Seattle Seahawks aren't using. Why? Why? In a year where you think you're a contender, on the heels of a year where you won the division, on a year where you're bringing a Hall of Fame quarterback, albeit probably heading through the end of his prime, still in his prime, why are you not using all of the cap space? I'm okay with that moving now. I don't want to overpay for depressed assets that I'm competing with other teams to get. But what about 4 weeks ago? What about 8 weeks ago? What about 16 weeks ago? What about, I don't know, in the middle of free agency this offseason? Why no moves made then? I've trusted the plan and the process to be that there's some back-end move waiting to happen, that Schneider's going to he's just kind of sitting there in the shadows to get this one guy nobody thought they could get, or a combination of a couple guys no one thought they could get. But now we've arrived at that moment now not happening. Now we've arrived with us not using all of our cap space in a year where, again, I already told you what you were bringing into this year. Division winners, Hall of Fame quarterback, as stacked a roster as you potentially had in 5 years. And you don't use the money. And the only thing one can take away from that, first and foremost, is that you want to roll that money over. You want to help your cap out into the future. The weird part of that doesn't make sense is that you're already established as having a plentiful amount of cap space over the next 2 years. So what are we possibly to take away from that? And I'm going to speak specifically to those out there in my audience. I know there's a few of you out there in there, but I do see occasionally come in the comments who are absolutely ferocious. You will defend Carroll. You will defend this front office. You'll defend this team. You'll talk to me about being, what's the word they like to use? What's their favorite word that they like? Entitled. That's their favorite word. I love that word. I love that that's where they go with the argument. It always does come down to name calling, of course. And you'll notice I don't do that with them. I actually try to establish their position has some validity when it does not. What do you say, though? You, I've seen out there lurking around in my chat, in my comment section. You that I see out there in the online world admonishing any fans who dare speak up. You will stay silent, I think. Yeah? You will shut your mouth and not feel like you are entitled. What do you guys say? Does this feel like this situation as it stands right now, a situation where you've gone for it? You've pushed all them chips to the center of the table. You've understood you're in a make or break it season with your Hall of Fame quarterback. And you decide you did well enough before. You did well enough without, you can do away with like 7, 8, 9% of the salary cap. You don't really need any of that. You're so good in your player movement. You're so good in your drafting. You're so good in your spending. You don't really need that money to make the team better. Again, this is a valid question I'm out there asking to you out there that I've seen, that I've gone back and forth with over the last few weeks. How can you, I can understand where you want to back up and have the back of what the organization and Coach Carroll's done, and I do in a lot of respects too as well. But on this, there is really no excuse. You're looking towards the future in this year, in this moment, where this team lies, with the player you have as your leader, and obviously most valuable player at that, as we can see now him being injured for the first time in his career. I'm not going to dwell on this long. I don't want to make this a negative stream. I've got some positive things to talk about in a second as far as DK Metcalf goes. But this is the debate that is raging amongst Seahawks fans right now. This is what is going back and forth. And the level of backing and the excuse making that is made over and over again, the oversimplification of the state of the team and why the naysayers arrive in the naysaying spot that they have landed in, and that it has not come over the course of a game or two, or once Russell went out, or just this season, or over the last couple of years. That it's a process that's not been building, because building would be building up to something good. It's been falling, rolling down the hill. I'll love to see what the people say in the chat on this. Not dwelling any longer on it. It infuriates me. I will be dwelling on it as we move into this offseason for the potentiality of what I do think it means, because that's the part I've been tap dancing around and not quite landing for you folks, and I'm sure you're doing it in the chat. I'm sure you guys are. But this is absolutely an indication of a move that you are looking to potentially, if not already starting to embrace the process of moving on from Russell. Because Russell falls at a $26 million dead money hit this offseason. You know what would help ease that burden? $13.3 million that you can minus off that. Because the way the salary cap works in the NFL, unused cap space from 1 year gets rolled over into the next. I'm hoping that that's not the case. But if it turns out to be the case, I'm going to be annoyed. Because then this decision should have been either that you parted with Russ last offseason, made your peace with it, get your rebuild going and go, or you get behind him. You don't get this stuck halfway in between mode, which is where we land now a little bit, in my opinion. Thank you for the donations over there, folks. In utero, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you for doing that. I am going to get your donations. Sorry, I just have a couple thoughts here. Usually I'm going a little longer on the opening on these streams. Do bear with me, but I will get over to you guys on the chat. So Ground Knox, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate you, sir. You're awesome for doing so. Love it. Love it. You're also a member as well. We're going to, two other things I want to get to. I've got my other segment I get to, which is 10 things I think about the NFC West, which I'm going to be doing in a second. But first up out the gate, I think there's some forgotten things. I'm going to post a little graphic for you guys. Ooh, he's getting interactive today. Look out. Look out. We're going big time here. That's right. And I'm going to show you a little graph here that it's not even a graph, just it's a comparison. Okay. And I think that this is another spot that I see out there amongst fans, and I've engaged in much debate myself and folks that I'm not going to go on and call them full-on DK haters. That'd be simplifying the argument to paint your opponent in an established position that they probably don't have, and we don't want to do that, right? So what I'm going to actually say is it's just folks that may not be as, let's say, on board with putting DK Metcalf onto a big-time contract extension this offseason. And they will talk about how he's a diva, how he draws all these penalties, how he's caught up in the field and his emotions of the moment. And they get into a lot of different things, but you'll notice that they don't ever really quite circle back around to production. Productivity on the football field. And that's what DK Metcalf has given you in 3 years. I'm posting below right now the first 3 years of the seasons of some very good players. I'm going to add one more on the top that I didn't put into this graph on top of this, just to try to hammer this point home for you folks. And DK Metcalf on his stats for this upcoming year, because he's not gotten through his first 3 years, if you go to ESPN, you can go look at a player's stats and they will project for you out at the current pace that a player is on, what their stats will be put at for the end of the year. So I'm taking DK as if he plays through the end of the season. He's played in every single football game of his NFL career up until this point. If you look at those projected stats, they're reasonable. 78 catches, 1,160 yards, 16 touchdowns. That's what he's on pace for as we currently stand right now. I actually think those numbers are going to go up once Russell Wilson gets back, but that's neither here nor there. Let's keep this fair. So if you put those stats, those projected stats through his first 8 games this year, where he's going to be going forward this year, and then you put that up against some of these greats, Andre Johnson, Randy Moss, Jerry Jones. I'm going to give you Julio Jones's as well. DK is right there / beating these guys kind of across the board as at points. Obviously, Randy Moss is the unicorn, 226 receptions, but DK is going to be 6 receptions behind him at his current pace. Randy Moss is 4,163 yards, and again, folks, this is the unicorn for first opening production for a wide receiver in his first 3 years. 4,163 yards. DK counters him back with 3,363. Will DK have one more game that he gets to play than Randy got to play? Yeah, I'll acknowledge that one extra game. All that being said, he's under 1,000 yards within him. A guy that was on a pace that everybody's like, no one's going to come even near this pace ever again. And while Randy put up an astonishing 43 touchdowns, DK is on pace for 33, which beats Andre Johnson, who was at 12 through 3 seasons. And then you got Jerry Rice as well, 200 catches, which look at that. Jerry Rice through his first 3 years is behind DK Metcalf if he stays at his current rate this season as far as receptions go. And this is a DK Metcalf, by the way, that's not getting utilized a bunch, because the stat that I'm not presenting here to you folks across the board on this stat is targets. Can't find it with Jerry Rice. It goes back too far where you can't locate it. But all the other guys across the board that I'm going to mention in this stat had many more targets, or will end up with many more targets than DK will have to get to the production he's going to get to this season. This stuff should make you start to open your eyes to the rise of the greatness of the player that we're witnessing. Is he going to be a perfect player? Is he going to do all the things you want him to do right? No. But is he on one of those kind of paces, those Hall of Fame opening paces for opening players? And can we all not equally acknowledge that there still seems even more room for ceiling above that? To top in up over that? Julio Jones, by the way, in his first 3 years, 174 catches to DK's projected 219. Julio had 2,737 yards. DK's on pace for 3,363. Julio had 20 touchdowns in his first 3 years. DK's on pace for 33. Is he on a Randy Moss, Jerry Rice pace? No. Is he very far off? Not at all. And if he goes through a boom production state through the back end of this schedule as we have Russell return, as we are going to need the games, as we got no time to fiddle and mess about with a running game at that point, we are going to have to win. There's not a lot to get excited about this year, but there are certain spots you should be. DK Metcalf is one of them. And hopefully I can start to bring some of you out there, some of you naysayers out there, maybe I can bring you aboard with this particular point. Last thing here before I get over to the chat, I do want to just acknowledge really quickly a couple of super chats. Washington Fish Quest, thank you for the $2. Says Movember plans, Grizzly Adams by Turkey Day. That's what I was thinking too, Washington Fish Quest. It is Movember. I think the time's going to have to come where we go unshaven all the way through the rest of the month. It's going to get hard for me to pull it off. I'm not full on committing to it. It's a soft commitment at this point. It's like a 5-star recruit's a commitment to a big time college, right? In December. Like it's yeah, I wrote it on a piece of paper and I faxed that paper, but it's, I might fax a few other papers before it's said and done. Shannon Hicks, thank you for the $5 donation, says sitting on our cap space money will help us pay for next year's void contracts. Well, thank you, Shannon, for the $5 donation. And you are correct. Some of this could be just to offset a little bit of the void contracts we have in place next offseason, because we do have a lot of guys we signed to contracts this year that we put voided money into next year where you're not actually going to have the guy on the roster, i.e. a guy like Gerald Everett or Ethan Posick or Dwayne Brown or Quandre Diggs for that matter. You're not going to have those guys yet. You have some dead money being eaten in there. And it's not a total of $13 million in dead money in voidable deals. It's like about, I think, $6 or $7 million, Shannon. But the one question I'd have for that is then why establish those voidable deals at that point? At that point, why not just do it a different way? Because the voidable deals pointed to you making other aggressive moves downstream. They didn't point to you sort of, we'll save money today to then just pay on that money back later. If you're saying of saving on the money today, it's to utilize it for something else today, not to just keep it in the coffers to then save it, to then pass it on later. It's not like they can go stick it in some interest-bearing account or something through the interim. It's like it's unused. So I think you're right. Some of this could be towards that, though I do think a little bit of it's going towards potentially something else. I'm just saying. TJ says, all right. What's up, TJ? I hope Rodgers is out for the game. Good point on this one out the part. We've got a little bit of stuff to talk about I'm not going to call it luck, but things breaking in the Seahawks' favor here as we move forward on a certain couple of things we are going to need to break in our favor if we've got hopes to want to get to the playoffs. Jameis Winston going down to an ACL and hurting a little bit of the Saints' chances there as far as getting to their playoff positioning. And then on top of it, we learned today Michael Thomas is going to go back down to another ankle injury. He looks like he's out for the season. So the receiver ranks are not going to get any deeper anytime soon. They also lost, by the way, I believe their left guard to the IR as well. So they're starting to sustain some injuries. Now you've got Aaron Rodgers going out with the vid protocols, and that means that he is most likely going to miss the Seattle Seahawks game, which I can't help but think is probably going to, if there was any question of Russell Wilson coming back or not at this point, that's got to push it over at this point, because now it looks like a certain loss no matter who plays, to where if you put Russell Wilson in there, it's sort of anybody's game in that respect. Cody Miller says, hopefully we would have made a trade, but anyways, Aaron Rodgers, with COVID, so Jordan Love, QB1, start against the Chiefs, could throw for 400 yards out there against a terrible defense. Luke Sims says Rodgers got COVID. Yep, he does. And that would be nice. It looks like he's going to be out for the game. So we'll get the Jordan Love experience, Cody. The Packers front office is going to either be made to look ridiculous over the course of the next couple of weeks with Jordan Love in there, or they're going to be looking like prophets if he comes in there and does it. But we're going to get one or the other. It's going to be an exciting way that this plays out. It does look like they're leaning back towards Rodgers now, but you know that they still, if they see Jordan Love light it up out there, they could easily be swayed back into the other realm of, all right, let's just move on from him and let's get some draft picks and go with Jordan. B. Russ says, how is Russ already throwing? The guy's a Wolverine. He literally has Wolverine blood. That's my explanation for it. Well, Badger blood, at least, because he was a Wisconsin Badger. But part of the rite of passage when you come to Wisconsin as a captain of the football team is they tie you up around your eyes with a velvet rope. I don't know why. They take you downstairs. You go down multiple flights of stairs, okay? You're brought into a room and there's some, I don't know if it's a radioactive badger. I'm not saying it's like Spider-Man, but it's a little bit like Spider-Man. And you're just sort of put on your knees at that point, and your hand is brought out, and the badger just knows what to do. It just comes up and then they pull you away. Obviously, it's on his non-throwing hand at that point. So I know a lot of you are saying, like, wait, was this the finger that got malleted? No, it's not. But you come back up out of the dungeon. You're a little bit faster. You're a little bit stronger. But we all know badgers, Wolverine, whatever, they all have a healing ability. Okay, we have to acknowledge that. And he's got that advanced healing state. That's one of the reasons he's remained on a football field. If you look across the board at Badgers players, they all tend to be very, very, when they get to the NFL, for some reason, they just don't get injured. It's crazy. Or when they do, they always come back from the injury, always suspiciously fast. You know what I mean? Suspiciously fast. Devin Schultz, could Vernon Hargreaves be an option for the Seahawks since he was released? Vernon Hargreaves was done a couple of years ago when the Tampa Bay Buccaneers secondary was awful, and then they still released him on top of it. I don't think that he's gotten any better since that time. He's got some size limitations. He excited me a little bit coming out of college, but he's never really been able to tap into that as a player getting into the pros. So unfortunately, just... By the way, Wash Visquez, Shannon Hicks, and Ground Knox, thank you for your donations. You guys are, again, if I didn't acknowledge you enough, just thank you so much. In Utero says there's no way the Browns release Beckham. I think it's highly unlikely that they release Beckham. You wait till the offseason and maybe you can flip him at least for something maybe. But then at the same point in time, is there going to be a team that wants to take on his contract in any way, shape, or form? What has he shown you on the football field with the Browns that makes you want to take on even that base amount of salary you would have to pay him? And say nothing if he starts squawking about wanting to be paid again, which I don't think he would, but let's face it, the guy's, it's not outlandish to think he wouldn't want to maybe do something like that. So I don't think it's likely that they do release Beckham, but I think that there still is a chance that they may. I mean, it has not gone over well, his father in releasing that Instagram video showing Beckham get open and Baker not throwing him the football. So it seems to have ruffled a few feathers out there. Memes, the float boat. What do the Seahawks have to do in order to make the playoffs? The key would be going 7-2 down the stretch. Meme the float. If you do that, you go 10-7 at that point. Let me go a little more. I think you're probably wanting a little more detail within that, of course, though. Let's say nothing of this Packer game. If Rodgers plays, it's most likely. I still think it's on the road. It's going to be a tough game. We don't know what we're getting in Jordan Love, but let's just say let's say the Packers game is going as if Rodgers was playing, for instance. Well, then you would need to obviously go 6-1 down the stretch. You've got some easy opponents to beat up on, so there's some easy wins in there. But then that also means that you're going to probably need to take 2 of 3 of the 3 remaining games. I would say 3 of 4 of your remaining NFC West games, and that would be the hardest part to get done. You'd have to, beat the Cardinals twice and the Niners, or the Niners, the Rams, and the Cardinals once. But you got to get 3 of 4 at that point. You do that, you get to 10-7. You probably do get to the playoffs. In light of the fact right now that the Saints are dealing with the injuries they're dealing with, especially at the quarterback position, the Vikings seem to be going a little bit backwards in their play. They also just lost they just lost their most key important piece on defense. Danielle Hunter has gone down to a torn pectoral muscle. So he is gone for the season. That is a big blow to that defense. He is the guy that makes their pass rush run a lot like Chandler Jones does with the Cardinals when he didn't have J.J. Watt there. That's going to hurt them going forward here over the rest of the season. So Seattle need a little bit of lady luck on our side with that to break in our direction for those things to go right, but that would be the pathway. This is the way. Dustin Carrion says, sign Deshaun Wood Jackson. I would do it. The cost is not going to be high at this point. I would let him get through waivers and then sign him to like a veteran minimum deal if he's open to it. But he would be a big play threat. He would add to your receiving core. You don't know where Dwayne Eskridge is going to be at going forward through this year. He probably will be a little bit hesitant because I think he wants playing time at this point. And right out the gate, you're going to be telling him, well, you're going to be third string, and then maybe there's going to be situations you're eyeing for that because we're going to need blockers at times. You're not going to want to do that a lot. So there's going to be some things that hold it up for what he wants to get out of this situation as it currently stands. But look, if the cost isn't big, if he doesn't have a lot of suitors out there that are looking for him, We don't have a lot of other ways to upgrade the team at this point. And as I have been saying for weeks, beggars, what? Can't be choosers. That's right. All right. TJ Wilburn says, "What happened to your face, bro? Damn, baby face." I know, man. I'm growing it back now. You got to let the face breathe between beards, man. If you keep the beard on for too long, moss grows in there. You get like wildlife sets in and starts nesting. So you got to clear the gates out, right? Clear the pipes out a little bit, and then it's back to square one scratch. Life in sports talk. Can Rodgers get suspended for lying about his vid shot? I would think he could, but we're in territory of we've not been here yet ever. So to make the prediction of what way it would break is hard to say, especially when you take into account it's one of those face of the NFL types, and we all know that they're not going to want to go hard at those guys, so they're going to be more often than not looking the other way, like, we didn't see it. No, we didn't know he didn't. I mean, he's going to probably get it now. I mean, we're not. It's out there in Green Bay. We just, I'm sure everything's fine. We're just not going to really, I doubt that he has to go through that. But there is the pros. You got the protocols. So you got to, I think that's a 2-week process that you have to minimum go through if you are unvitted. And Rodgers, of course, got everybody fooled with the, I'm immunized. I can't even say the word. I don't know how he did. But that's how he kind of threw everybody off. But I don't know. Brian Roberts, hit the like button and subscribe, please. Thank you, Brian, for reminding me of that. I always forget. Please do hit that like button and do subscribe. What are you waiting for? Come on. Subscribe. Come aboard. We're on the train here to 10,000. Hop on. Be one of those early adopters. But thank you for reminding me, Brian, and appreciate you, man. In utero, the Seahawks appear poised to make massive waves this offseason. It's going to be waves. It's going to be waves is a good way of putting it. So waves, you have the up, and then we got to come down in between, and then we're back up. So it's going to be a little bit of that at this place in the positioning of where they're making themselves sit as far as what's due to happen. It'll be a lot of action. There's going to be a lot of movement across the board. I don't know if all fans are going to love all the movement we're going to be due to see. Some will. Some will like it, but it's going to be a little while. Buckle up. Paul Third, Wilson's pin came out a week earlier than predicted. I think he'll be back for the 49ers now. I definitely think he's going to get back as quick as he can, Paul. I think he comes back next week. If I'm making my prediction, I think he goes out there and plays in the Green Bay game. He's just a weird, Paul. Wilson's a weird, unique guy like that. And maybe they're able to pin him down and hold him down from it. But boy, the coaching staff will also at that point get a little bit more aggressive with getting him back in there as well, as if this game turns into more of a winnable game of Jordan Love and not Aaron Rodgers. I mean, that's going to probably impact, we got to be realistic. That's got to impact some of the decision making to some degree, unless the finger is just, again, in that state of it just ain't right. But when he's already throwing now, Paul, I mean, he's already throwing. We're talking 10 days still from now, right? So, I don't know. We'll see, man. We'll see. Go Hawks 2022. What do you think of a 2 and 3rd? What do you think of a 2 and a 3rd for a 32-year-old linebacker? I guess I should probably talk about that. I know they wanted him, but really that's a ton. Sorry, I'm having a sneeze moment here. A Super Bowl run worth it? I'd say so, but well, let's get into that. The one part I forgot to do is this is my little segment I do weekly. It's called 10 Things I Think About the NFC West. This is just to give us a quick chance to look at the rest of the division. Also look at how we stack in the division. So there's Seahawks points in here as well. But it's 10 items that I sort of just grab and say, okay, here's a couple of things from this last week that jump out that we want to kind of be aware of. I did this list originally thinking that it would be because we'd be in the thick of it and right up there with the rest of these guys. We'd want to know thy enemy, as Shakespeare would say. But instead now it's just more of we're looking at the rest of the division. We're sort of looking up going, yeah, look at how good they are. They look good. Yeah, they look, that's a good, they're adding things. That team's helping themselves. So here we go. Number one, and this is in regards to your question as well, Go Hawks 2022. That's why I'm diving into this. And this is the Los Angeles Rams trade for Von Miller, a 2nd and 3rd round pick. I know some of you are going to ask me in this, so let's jump into this move really quick. Number one, the Rams have no fear about the drafting process and not having picks. They have drafted really well in the better, deeper parts of the draft. When you do that, You really get the benefits of being able to play it loose and free with the top end of the draft. They are taking this to an extreme. While I did like Von Miller, you would have been really hard to get me even to be a yes guy on a third rounder. I mean, at this point in time, you're getting a half season of play. We really didn't need the benefit that the Rams did of having the Broncos pay all of his salary, which is part of what drove up the price a little bit. But a second and third rounder for a guy who's going to be most likely gone after the season, / you're going to have to pay him to a big contract, which you won't have the money to do, so he will be gone this offseason, is a lot to play, especially for a guy that's getting older and who's had some major injuries recently, specifically lower leg injuries, which are the type of injuries that can come around again and again and again once they start. That's a big risk by the Rams. I like the aggressiveness on their part of it. They've made their team better. Leonard Floyd, Aaron Donald, Von Miller, that's a deadly on its own front four. You don't need anything else around it. The linebackers can almost suck, and that doesn't matter. That's dominating. That's devastating. That's going to help them out if those guys can all stay healthy and go. Who do you double? Aaron Donald, a lot of the ways in watching how other teams play Aaron Donald, not named Seahawks, is that they double team him quite a bit. Now those teams are not going to be able to do that as much. Maybe the upshot for Seattle is that they don't have to adjust their strategy. They just get to dip back into how they play the Rams when they normally play the Rams, I guess, because of that. But on their part, it seemed like a little bit much to give for a guy you're getting a half season of. But it does make them better. He does improve that pass rush. It gives them some depth against injury. If Leonard Floyd went down and all you had was Aaron Donald, that was going to get dicey for the Rams. They avoid that. I've talked about that with the Cardinals and with the Rams, is that they're really good teams, excellent teams, / some of the best in the NFL. But they also are top heavy. And if they lose 2 to 3 quotients of what makes them as good as they are, they will fall far down very quickly. So they're very reliant on keeping those frontline guys healthy, as much as most teams, but even more, I think, than your average good team out there can sustain. So, I like it all right for them. I would not have wanted to come anywhere near it. Number 2, the Rams and Cardinals load up on skill position players understanding the modern NFL. The Hawks and the 49ers, not so much. In these recent moves we've seen with the Cardinals and Rams, we've seen them add to the skill positions. The Cardinals this offseason, after already having a Christian Kirk in the second round, after already giving up the draft capital that they had, I think a second rounder for DeAndre Hopkins, Danny Isabella in recent years in the 5th round. They go out, they sign A.J. Green. They then spend a second rounder on Rondale Moore in this draft, just loading up on guys on the outside, which is the new NFL model. Not just getting one guy, not just getting 2 guys, just getting a straight ton of guys, as many as you can possibly add, as many as you can stack. And now we see the Rams doing likewise, right? Cooper Kupp's already there. You got Robert Woods there, Tyler Higbee. Van Jefferson is really coming on as a football player. They have to release Deshaun Jackson because he can't even get out there and get any snaps. And you kind of cross view this up against the 49ers and Seahawks. And while the Seahawks and 49ers haven't exactly ignored their skill positions, George Kittle's there, right? Seattle's okay at the tight end. They've spent some money on Gerald Everett. And DK Metcalf and Tyler are great. And Deebo Samuel's good. And they're just not getting production out of Brandon Ayuk. The thing that both the Niners and the Seahawks have done in both of those positions, in my opinion, is gone for the bare minimum approach. Get it upper level, but to a bare minimum upper level. Don't try to push beyond that. Don't try to get it super explosive or build a ton of depth for possible injury. Thank God Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf have been able to stay on the football field. But it's a thing that jumps out as we reach this point of season and seeing how much better the Rams and Cardinals kind of are right now at this point than the Seahawks and the 49ers, who themselves are doing okay. It's not like we are bad football teams, but that there's a little bit maybe of a common denominator differentiator here when you're watching the way we attack versus the way these other two teams attack. Number 3, Deebo Samuel is on pace to have the most yards receiving in 49er history in a season. Think about that one for a second. Yes, he'll get one more game, but considering Mr. Rice's many great years, that would be an amazing accomplishment, especially when you consider he's got Jimmy Garoppolo throwing him the football. But the kid's actually on pace to better, not in touchdowns, but just in receiving yards. Even Jerry Rice, probably break his receptions record for the 49ers as well, and he's kind of doing it under the radar. Number 4, Geno and the Seahawks defense keeps Seattle's season alive. I talk enough negatively on this channel, but I want to stay positive as I did coming off that win. You got a chance now. While we can look at towards the offseason, we can see this $13 million and see so much of even our coaching staff looking towards this offseason, there still is the here and now. And in the here and now, Geno Smith went out there and played the best football game of his NFL career, and the Seahawks defense turned it up as they needed them to turn it up. The question with them now is, can you sustain this when we go up against legit offenses? That's really where the key is going to come from their standpoint. Of course, in Geno's case, can you go on the road and beat now Jordan Love if Russell Wilson can't come back? And that's a lot bigger of an easier task for Geno to pull off now than it was when he was looking down the barrel of Aaron Rodgers about a week ago. Number 5. Take away little from the Cards' first loss of the season to the Green Bay Packers. They have the easiest remaining schedule of the entire NFC West moving forward. If the Cardinals don't have a huge amount of injuries they go through, they've got basically a yellow brick road set up in front of them to go out there and win the division through the rest of this season. It's a much tougher task for even the Rams to get through and get there. Say nothing of the factor that the Cardinals have already beaten the Rams once and very well could end up with a tiebreaker in that situation. So, look, it was a primetime game, it seemed like a primetime game, but they played really well against the Pack. They got beat just there at the end. I wouldn't take a whole lot away from it from the standpoint of they're down a notch. They're not one of the contenders out there in the NFC. Say nothing of the NFC West. Number 6, Elijah Mitchell is having the typical Kyle Shanahan season for running backs. Low carries, high yard per carry average at 5.3. This is the Matt Breida year from a year ago. This is the Raheem Mostert year from 2 years ago, the Breida year, and then the Raheem Mostert a year ago. He'll have a back that's uber productive, a huge amount of yards every time they touch the ball, but he doesn't give them a lot of touches. It probably infuriates those people that are fantasy owners of these guys. But Elijah's doing a great job with what he's being given to do, especially considering he's like their third, fourth running back that they had in the plans in this offseason for actually ending up with having to give him any kind of carries. Number 7, Jalen Ramsey traded for the Rams from the Jaguars has been a complete and utter victory for the Rams. You look back now at the players drafted by the Jaguars, and I'm going to give you guys those players. The Jaguars were able to get Clavon Chason out of LSU last year in the first round. Then this year they went and took Travis Etienne in the first round. And then they got an edge rusher, Jordan Smith, in the 4th round. That was the draft capital given up for, which, by the way, one of those picks I think is still coming due this year. That 4th rounder, I think, comes due this year, I believe. But they've obviously, Jalen Ramsey's fit in perfectly with that defense. He's not a big interception guy necessarily. He's not going to take away the ball like Xavier Howard does, but he can lock guys down. He can travel. He's a great tackler. He brings an edge to your defense. That trade in retrospect has looked fantastically for the Rams. And most importantly, as it bends forward to how Seattle looks at it, the Rams have utilized him properly. He came from the Jacksonville Jaguars, who at that time were basically playing the Seattle Seahawks style of defense. And Ramsey was doing a lot of off coverage, sound familiar? A lot of zone, sound familiar? And he wanted to come and play some man. He wanted to lock guys up. He came to the Rams. They put him in the right position to succeed, and they have gotten the most out of that player and out of that trade because of it. The Seattle Seahawks should tear a page out of that particular book. Number 9, Matt Stafford has overtaken Kyler Murray for the MVP frontrunner. I know this doesn't mean a whole lot to most people at this point, including myself, but it's worth noting. He's on pace for more yards, more touchdown passes, better average per attempt, and a better overall rating than Kyler currently sits. Kyler Murray has had an outstanding year. He has taken that next step, that next point, up the next rung of the ladder in his on his ascent now. But that just shows you how good a season Matt Stafford's having across the board. Again, just a place that it's my weekly spot to eat some crow on this. I promised many of the Rams fans that I would if this went down this way, and I've got to eat some crow. Matt Stafford has played awesome football for that team. Number 10, last point on this, I'll get back to the chat on this, is both Seahawks and 49ers need to strongly look at their corner situation this offseason and perhaps one of the safety spots. It's going to be interesting to see how the Seattle Seahawks play this going into this offseason because it's going to be two different teams, both looking at basically 3 of 4 positions in the secondary, yet looking at them for different reasons. We know that the 49ers wanted to play more man coverage this year. Do they continue to want to sustain that? That, of course, does affect then who your safety is going to be looking at, because I think Jarquez Tartt's just not really the guy that they're really wanting to get out there opposite Jimmy Ward. And likewise with Seattle, Quandre Diggs is having a fantastic season. Nobody seemingly has taken away the ball in the secondary more than him over the last couple of years since coming over from Detroit. Yet, as well, Seattle's yet to pay him a contract extension. And that's with sitting on $13.3 million as they do right now. Probably means that they're going to allow him to move on, which means they're going to need a free safety, especially when you consider you can't count on Marquise Blair at this point to remain healthy. As well as they've got to decide what they're going to do at the corner position. And this bends back to what you are as a defense moving forward. If you're going to remain in the zone-heavy concept, if you're going to go more blitz-heavy to get more out of Jamal Adams, if it's going to change from 4-3 to 3-4, if it just all remains the same, it will be driven beyond that. But I think you've got some good part. You got a good player in Trey Brown so far. He's played really well for you. But Seattle would be much more smarter than not taking the approach they took this offseason of just getting by at the position, but trying to find a little bit more value there, be it in the draft or actually spending some money if that's what's required. All right, those are my 10 things on the NFC West. I hope you guys appreciate that segment. Just a part that I like to do, just keep our eye on the NFC West. You know, eye on the ball, folks. Can't just get lost in our own team. Law Red. Oh, let me get we got a couple of donations in here. Sorry. Joey Mendez. Thank you for the $2 donation, Joey. You were awesome. Says, Pete's ego is just big enough to part with Russ. Joey, it looks that way to me right now. I don't say this with any happiness. I hope I am completely wrong on this. But there's a part of this with this $13 million that to me just looks forward to, as Shannon said, there's a little bit of it that might be to the void money. But the void money to me was, again, you did that with the thought process you're going to load up this year. That's why you void those contracts. Otherwise, you just put that money into this season. You know, if you're going to pay Gerald Everett a 1-year, $6 million deal and put a $1 million voidable year, well, then you're going to use that $1 million that you created in space this given season, and they haven't done that. I don't know. And the only reason I can look to as to why is, again, you're wanting to, you had the money in case something came up and maybe your team was great and you thought they were good enough to do it, but you were really holding with a first priority to roll the money over into next offseason. And thank you, Joey, for the donation. I appreciate it. Paul, third, thank you for coming in with a $10 donation, sir. I salute you and appreciate you, brother, as always. Says, Brando, those receivers would easily eclipse DK if they were in this era with the pass interference rules. Compare DK to the highest paid wide receivers before they were paid. I don't think he reset the market. I don't think he resets the market. I don't know that he's going to be in a position to be able to reset the market, Paul, for while Seattle is due to pay him after his third season. In a lot of ways, they have 3 years of club control under him. And so this is a little bit of the rules that get applied. You know, if a player wants to hold steady at that, they can sort of do the franchise tag. I don't think they're going to do it. I think they're going to pay him. Compare the current highest paid receivers before they were paid. I don't think he resets the market. I don't know, man. I guess I tried to grab a couple comparisons of guys that, you know, were going to get paid after their 3 years and the production they put up. You know, Julio after his 3 years was getting paid after the production he paid up. I mean, all these guys kind of were. So, and paid top of the market at that time. I think he's paid $27.5, $28 million this offseason. Maybe those players would have been better in this era. Maybe. A little bit of what I'm countering with you on that, though, is that, as I was saying before, Paul, all those guys that I looked at have way more targets than what DK is projected to end up with after 3 seasons. In many cases, many of these guys are going to have upwards of 60, 75, 80 more targets than DK does through his first 3 seasons. That also makes a difference, right? If DK's having the ball thrown to him less, if DK's operating in more of a run-first offense, which the 49ers and Jerry Rice were not in a run-first offense, which DK Metcalf has been stuck within in his first 3 years, that also impacts productivity. So I counter your PI with pure targets and then also offensive scheme. But I do appreciate your $10 donation. Charles Riley with a $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate you as well and salute you, sir. He says, I hope Russell Wilson knows what he's doing medically and doesn't end up with his hand being cut off because he was trained by conspiracy theorists. He's of no value to the team or future trades if compromised. Very well said, Charles. Very well said. And we do know athletes have that kind of, you know, they're tough. They're naturally able to withstand a lot of pain. And sometimes you withstand pain, even stuff you shouldn't be withstanding. That you should be more listening to your body and going, wait, this is telling me something here. And we've had folks here in the chat who've mentioned about having similar finger injuries and how long it took to get that finger feeling even somewhat decent. And even with all the medical advances, when you get to the place and point that you've got a pin being put into your finger, to think that you come back on the heels of that 3-4 weeks, well, basically 4 weeks, you return one simple month, you're back, not basically 2 weeks on the heels of having the pin removed. That does seem like a tall task, and I hope he is taking care of himself, Charles. He's enough of a guy, I think, at the end of the day, that thinking about his legacy and the long-term approach of what he wants to accomplish, he'll understand that. But with that said as well, this is also the guy that's missing a game for the very first time in his career right now. That means he's played a lot of football at times on injuries that probably many people would have told him to maybe you should not be playing on those because you're gonna injure yourself worse or cause long-term damage. And that didn't stop Russ then. It didn't stop him from playing on a high ankle sprain before. Washington Visquez, thank you for the $2 donation. Thank you so much. It says, like the top 10, would also favor Letterman style. I'm thinking of something with that. I got to put a little bit of, I got to put a little flash and dance to it here a bit. So yeah, I'll do something like that with you, Fish Quest. Maybe we'll do a little of a title set as I'm rolling through them. So I'm glad you like them, man. I want to keep doing that. It's all about, I kind of want to keep with this show, expanding into little different segments and things we can to keep it kind of changed up for you guys. So I hope you guys do like that, and I'm glad you do, man. But thank you for the $2 donation, Charles, Paul. You guys are awesome. Joey, Shannon, appreciate y'all. Grand Knox, Wash Fish Quest. You guys are awesome. Brian Koski, that's effing way cool. I just had a Metallica clip commercial enter. The Sandman, laughing out loud, Metallica rocks. They do rock. I love Metallica. Pete Mulkey, is there a way we can get rid of Pete and keep John and Russell? There's a way, Kyle. I mean, there's a part of me that has hoped that he would look at the situation and understand that do you want the end of your legacy to be that you pushed a Hall of Fame quarterback out the door so that you could rebuild things again in your image? And all that will come with that if that fails or falls flat on its face because of you making that decision, all that will mean in retrospect of looking at this era. And maybe he doesn't care about that. Maybe that just doesn't matter. Maybe it's all about the here and now and what's going forward and what the future lies. And in his optimistic mindset, it's all good that will be the next turn will be nothing but good, nothing but great. I have a hard time sitting on that point, but look again, Kyle, I can't deny it. When you look at that amount of money that they're sitting on this year, there's no time in the Russell Wilson era of the last 10 years that they've been sitting on $13 million of cap space at this time of year. Just think about that for a second, folks. This has never happened, ever. And then think about this part. The cap was reduced this year to $182 million, right? So the cap's never been as low. It's been without any of that typical growth, / it's even retracted, and you're sitting on more cap space than you ever had in a 10-year era. Tell me you shouldn't take away something from that. Tell me that there shouldn't be something that's to be read into there. It is because I think it's hard to trade. I think it's hard to find trade partners because not many teams are giving up on the seasons yet. Yeah, exactly my point too, Atheist. My only issue is that I come back on this is it's really not about the trade deadline and not moving on the trade deadline. That's understandable for the reasons you just mentioned. It's more for me about why weren't you in on this 8 weeks ago? Why weren't you in on this 12 weeks ago? Why weren't you in on this 16 weeks ago? I mean, it's their job to understand that that's the landscape that they're going to be approaching when it comes to that trade deadline. Did it just catch the front office unaware that they thought there'd be a whole army of dudes out there that they could just grab at that point? I mean, you do need to kind of have insider knowledge on that as a general manager to know where this is running. And if that's the case, then you use the cap money earlier at that point, understanding that there's not going to be that depressed value to go plunk. Ground Knox, sorry, been MIA for a bit. No worries, Ground Knox. I appreciate you whenever you get in here. At this point, standing pat on a trade deadline, I think is the right choice, but looking back, off-season choices, head-scratching. Perfectly put. That's exactly as I'm saying on it. Just it leads more back to the off-season, and okay, I get why now you're not moving anywhere. I get why now the landscape is what it is, but it's your job as a general manager to anticipate that landscape. That's your job, to know that you're going to come to this trade deadline. There's not going to be a lot of people out there. You'll have been making calls to other general managers. You'll be checking in. You'll say, what do you see this going? How do you see this at? So you'll have that kind of information we don't have. We guess about it. We don't know it for sure. They would have it. And then you would make the appropriate judgment from there based off of that information that other people aren't privy to. But they seem to have taken that decision at that time 6 weeks ago and said, you know what? or whatever, 10 weeks ago and said, yeah, we're here at the end of the training camp, and it looks like as we look to the trade deadline, there might not be as many teams in seller mode, and we're sitting on this cap space. We're probably right to use it now. It's probably not going to be as good a player to get at this point. So let's go find what we can get at this point. Yeah, I'm doing the show. They don't want to hear you yelling at them. That doesn't make anybody happy. Memes that float my boat. What do the Seahawks have to do in order to make the playoffs? It'd be great if they win in Green Bay next week. I've been operating a little bit like that's already a loss memes. So you basically got to go 6-1 down the end of the stretch, down the end run, down through the end. Really within that though is, again, you got to win 3 of 4 games within the NFC West. Because you're going to beat Chicago, you're going to beat Detroit, you're going to beat the Houston Texans. So it really more comes down to within your own division taking care of business at that point. Brian Koski, I remember about 3 weeks ago, you had an Xmas advertisement before your clip. Laughing out loud, times change. It's early November. Did I have an Xmas advertisement? They putting Christmas ads on my stuff? Well, I'm a very festive guy. I do have that sweater. I got the victory sweater. Hopefully I'll be wearing that after Green Bay. But that's awesome. Well, hey, there's worse stuff that could be advertised ahead of your videos, I guess. GoHawks 983 says, feel like Pink Floyd comfortably numb, cannot root for a team in my DNA since 86, but losses since expected not so crushing, resigned and anxious to where this goes. I think many fans are kind of at that point, Ground Knox. I mean, there's a wide variance of opinion on this, of course. But there is a segment of fans at this point that are, I think that who have followed the team really closely over recent seasons, have seen the same thing kind of play out again and again. And that whether or not you disagree with that as a different fan or not, and I don't disagree with it, but you come to a state of getting resigned a little bit to understanding the way that the year is going to play out when you start to see the same beats, the same way that it goes. And we're hopeful it doesn't. But again, your hope has to be based a little bit on knowledge that you're going to see a change or a difference. And we haven't seen that yet. And now the team doesn't make a move and they're sitting on this cap space. And you have the anvil of Russell Wilson and his future hanging over the team now through the back end of the schedule. It's an understandable state to be in, man. I get it. You're not alone. You're not alone. A lot of people are getting, I think, and it's not even nervous is the right word, just trepidation maybe. Kevin DeClerc, Seahawks front office probably waiting on a new head coach before spending on new pieces. Could be that, Kevin. Very well. A very good point on your part. And if you allow me just to piggyback on that, I would say that another consideration on this is that there has been rumors that the Seattle Seahawks might be sold soon. And if a team is going to be sold soon and you look at the books, the money on the books, and you acknowledge that over the next 2 years you don't have a lot of money on the books, okay, you're going to have to get down if you're going to be that loud. If you don't have a lot of money on the books, then that's going to be, I mean, you would think to billionaires it wouldn't matter, but this is something that somebody proposed online. It sounded good to me. That maybe they're keeping their money low on what they have invested and what's in the cost to make it more of an appreciative asset to somebody out there looking to buy. I'm not sure on that, but that's another possibility, I guess. So if it is that they are looking to do it with the new head coach, Kevin, and maybe this is a little reason why I need to be a little patient to see where this really does truly go. But if they're doing it to wait on a new head coach to keep Russell Wilson here, but to get him the new head coach and to get him all those assets and get him all that firepower we've long wanted, not necessarily in receivers or running backs, but even in just offensive linemen, then that would be okay with me at that point. I would be fine if that's the decision. If it's anything but pushing towards trying to better absorb Russell Wilson's dead money if you trade Russell Wilson. If it's any other reason but that, Kevin, I'm probably okay with it. And I'm still okay with standing pat. But if it's any other reason but that, I'm all right. That reason I'm going to be a little annoyed with. Empower Code says, wow, your face looks so ... different. I'll bring the beard back and try not to traumatize you guys with the fresh face too much. LAR Red says, lots of room on the Rams train. I can't do that, LA. I'll cover you guys, but I can't do it. I can't do it. And in utero, thank you for becoming a member on the channel, man. You were awesome for doing that. Awesome. Standard Champion says, people using Watt being out for the year is a big told you so for us not making that kind of move earlier. But I'd pay that contract if it meant we'd have the Cardinals 7-1 record right now. Laughing out loud. Good. I love the point on you, where you're coming from on that, Standard Champion. And I mean, the Watt contract was one. I mean, it was a little bit at the time like the Von Miller. You're gonna have to get down. There's too much loudness going on here. Like the Von Miller deal, it was a little bit at the time struck me as like, $15 million per year for Watt on a year where the salary cap's going down to $180. Geez, I mean, are you guys sure? I mean, they could basically only make that move because they have a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal. But to your point, I would like to have seen them make some kind of move like that. Let me give you one that's like what you're saying. I like if they had made the Watt move and you got to 7-1 at this point, I'm with you. I mean, that the move would have paid off for us. That would have been. I don't know that he's the reason himself they've gotten to 7-1. It's been more of Kyler's play and that offense really exploding. But their defense has been very good too, and Watt's had a couple of games that he has within that time frame kind of taken over at times, defensively speaking. But if it wasn't Watt, this is one of the reasons I was in on a guy like Julio Jones, who I didn't think was going to give you 17 games of a full season. But if he gave you 12, 13 games of really upper-level play and another added addition, another added weapon to that offense, especially if it had been on the heels of you going after Creed Humphrey, let's say, instead of the draft, instead of a D. Eskridge, that wouldn't have been bad either. You've got to give up on this. You're going to have to wait till I'm done with the show. They do like to see you. Everyone say hi to Pumpkin. Yeah? I know. Just give me a little bit of time. Give me a little time. She's a little needy right now, folks. Sorry. Darren Bales, I told you in the preseason the Rams would knock and the Hawks would get rocked. You said you can't see it. Do you see it now? I do see it now. You'll notice, Darren, I'm sure you've been listening in. I just did a top 10 NFC West list, and as I've been eating weekly crow on this, as I promised, I'm chewing on the black feathers. I'm swallowing them down, my guy. So I'm keeping my promise, which was that if I was wrong, I would eat my crow. And indeed, the Rams are legitimate. So 100%, man. You were right. I was wrong. In Utero, I'm excited to read and watch all the content from members. I love your show. Oh, thank you, In Utero. Yeah, please do check out the last two articles I've been really proud about. I just did the Bobby Wagner, where Bobby Wagner ranks all time. I put a kind of an article together of where I'm sort of positing him on that all-time list of middle linebackers. And then, of course, my off-season plan, man. That was like a 3,000-worder. So when you strap in for that one, you want to get yourself a cup of coffee because that one's going to be a little bit long. But I love writing the articles, so I'm going to be doing this in the future a bunch. But welcome to the membership. We won't brand you too hard. I'm kidding. TJ, I noticed Pete likes to half-ass it, either trade Russ or help him, like you said. 23 subtract 13 is only $10 million on the dead cap for Russ. Ugh, Pete. It's actually $26 million of dead money hit, TJ. So it's 13 minus 26. So no, I think, did you get that right? No, so it's $13 million of dead money that you still sustain moving on from Russell Wilson at this point in time with the money you roll over that you're sitting on. But yeah, that's the thing that I don't like. Look, if where the front office stood was this last offseason, they were done with Russell Wilson. But yet they looked at it, they went, that $39 million dead money hit, though, is going to hurt too much. And then next year, we're not going to be able to field a competitive team at that point. And we have got no pathway to getting our future quarterback at that point. Go back to Russ and just tell him to kick rocks for a year. And if it still is bad and he still wants out a year from now, then with $26 million of dead money, all right, then we'll hit it then. We'll do it then. I'll roll some money over from this year's deal, and it'll make it at least that point to where we can swallow it. That to me is the BS way of going about it. You're either out last offseason on Russell Wilson and the Russell Wilson experience, right? You tell Russell you're now a solo act, or you go get him a better band and put the right guys around him with the instruments and whatnot, right? Go get him his upper level drummer. Get him one of those studio guitarists that know every riff. Don't just get by for a season until you can get on to better days. That's I don't know. I don't feel like that's the always competitive mantra of Carroll seems to fall on deaf ears with that. You're almost going against your own philosophy in that kind of approach. Joseph Smiley, How about we have a good team? The only game we didn't show up for was the Vikings game. We could easily be 7-1 or 6-2. Check out our DVOA. Plus, this is Shane's first year. I will definitely acknowledge for you, Joseph, 100% on this, that you've had a fairly tough schedule to begin things, and one of the tougher schedules out there in the league, one could say. I'll say that the schedule continues to get tough through the back half of your schedule. So that tough aspect of things, not going away anywhere. You might be a little hard pressed with me on selling me that they showed up for the Titans game. They pretty much didn't show up defensively, and they showed up offensively for about a quarter and a half. But I do like DVOA. I'm a proponent of DVOA, Joseph. So it's something that I would bear in as a general metric. The thing that comes down to, as far as I guess the proof that we'll see on this, is it's a little bit of the symptom of what we saw last year, Joseph, in that a lot of people, and you might yourself point to this, is look at last year, the back half of how we did better through last year's schedule at the back end. But if you look at the back end of the schedule and the teams that you actually did better against, quote unquote, defensively at that time, a lot of backup quarterbacks, Dwayne Haskins, right? A lot of your defense wasn't really getting challenged. Likewise, when you look over the course of the last 3 games, the Saints, the Steelers, and the Jaguars probably have they definitely all have back 15 offenses, and they probably are in the deep 20s as far as every one of their offenses go. So your defense hasn't been tested in the same way it's going to be tested as we move forward through the rest of this year. We'll see how Green Bay does with Aaron Rodgers, but if Aaron Rodgers is there, he'll test him. You got the Cardinals twice, they'll test him. The Rams, they'll test him. There's some easy games in there as well, and I am predicting here, Joseph, 10 wins. You can get to probably 10 wins, or right around in there. So I am predicting some wins on this upcoming schedule. But that's the part where, for us to know if this defense is legitimate or not, they've got to really be up against, to me, a little bit more of a stronger test. I know they were good in the first half of the Rams game, but again, when you have a half of football where you're completely in avalanche mode as far as defense goes, it almost doesn't matter what you do in that first half. You don't have to be dominant throughout a football game, but to get to a phase where basically you can stop nothing either in the run game or in the air, you give up both the big play and the short play. That's where I think it becomes a spot of how can I forecast this team to go out and have a lot of success this season, or to make a lot of hay in the playoffs, especially considering of how good an NFC we're going up against with the teams that are out there. But I'm not out on this season. So like I said, I've still got hope, Joseph. Flight with the cameras on, 16 touchdowns. Damn. Yeah, he's on track to get it done this year, man. He's got a little bit less yards this year than he did last year. Maybe he ends up with a few less receptions, but he's on pace for more touchdowns. In Utero says, Washington Fist Quest, thanks. B-Ross, DK is balling, but OBJ was also balling in his first 3 years. 4,000 yards and 35 touchdowns. Not saying DK is going to fall off, but you never know what direction someone's career is headed. Well put. Let's take a look here real quick. And, definitely DK could end up in that stance where he is, and I'm just double checking where, you're right. He had a phenomenal first 3 years of his career, no doubt about it. I do think it's a little bit of the unusual with a guy like Odell, where you look at, historically speaking, when a receiver usually comes into the league and they're very productive out the gate, the flash in the pan stuff of they go 3 years where they're bursting on the scene, 4 years where they're bursting on the scene, and then just completely fall on their face is the unusual case of things. And I do think a little bit of this, again, is the acknowledgement within this that DK doesn't get targeted as much as these other guys. Let me look at Odell real quick on his stats, because the thing that I would wonder about is how many targets was he getting? I know the Giants were playing from behind in a lot of those football games in that first 3 years of his career. So, yeah, he got 130 targets in his first season, 158 targets in his second season, and he got up all the way up to 170 targets in his third season. And to give you kind of to kind of just illustrate this up against DK. So DK in his first season has right on the button 100 targets, right? Second season, he's up to 129, which, okay, we're getting better, but right now he's had 56 touches right now. So basically this year he's on pace for about even with the extra football game, 119 touches this year. Again, cross that up against what Beckham had, who was at 130, 158, then up to 170. And all the guys up on the list that would be ahead of him all had more targets. And that's not DK's fault necessarily. But the sustained success part comes down to me on this. The guys that tend to be able to go beyond and keep being dominant and big-time players for into that decade of phase of where you've got to get to be a Hall of Fame football player are usually the athletic freaks, right? And if you look at Odell Beckham, a sub-6-foot player who was very polished as a route runner coming out, he was essentially at his best version coming out of LSU in that rookie year. You are being ridiculous. My goodness. So it was only going to kind of go downhill with him, especially when he started to sustain a couple of major injuries. Could DK sustain some lower leg injuries and fall in that same kind of path? He could. But the thing I would say is a big difference between DK and Odell, and this is the part that I think people kind of do forget about it with DK just a little bit, is DK's got an outstanding work ethic. He wants to be great. He's shown every sign of being a hard worker, of doing everything it would take. Can we say that about Odell for sure? That we always knew Odell was in from day one, that he seemed like or that, again, he was a guy that struck you as more of like, I like being a football player more than I actually love playing football. And I think there is a little bit of a difference between those two guys in mentality, and that's what I think is going to allow DK to really sustain. Brian says, what other company does that without being fired in the spot? Company policy can suck at times. Oh, sorry. Brian, what were you saying, Brian? Oh, Brian was talking about Aaron Rodgers not being fired. Yeah, they're not going to fire him on the spot for lying about that. He'll get away with it, I'm guessing. So, Kevin DeClerc says DK Metcalf and Derrick Henry on the same team is what Aaron Donald and Von Miller looks like on the offensive side. Well said, Kevin. I'd agree with you on that. Probably very similar. Atheist 4 because DK was the lowest drafted non-specialist to make a Pro Bowl from the 2019 draft class. Interesting note. Very interesting. LAR Red says DK is me, not we. Will create problems in locker rooms and be gone soon. I don't know why. Again, it's a narrative I'm trying to attack and understand and get. I understand people have these moments they see on a sideline or something, and it sits in their brain in this one moment. But we've heard nothing about him being a problem in the locker room. He's had no issues with the law. He has absolutely towed the line from day one. He's out there practicing every day. He's played in every single football game. He absolutely blocks ferociously for a wide receiver. He does what he can wherever he can to get an edge. He plays with an absolute edge. I just the naysayers on him are going to more and more here over the course of this year and the next, I believe, fall away as it becomes more and more undeniable. Jason, I think Carroll thinks he can win with this roster if they could only stay healthy and on the field. Now no Russell Wilson, no Eskridge, sorry, Jason, I know it gets cut off with the character count. I think that's absolutely what they think to a degree. I think they're going to take a run and a shot at it. I certainly think Carroll could have looked around the league at that $13 million and said, we could make this roster better with this money. We can offload a 4th or 5th or 6th rounder and get a couple of guys that are better, but they chose not to do it. Life in Sports and Talk with Jake says, pay that man. Pay that man. That's right. Pay him the money, and I pay it happily. Still a very young player, too, by the way. Brian says, I back Russell Wilson all the way. He's way cool. I do, too. Empower Code. DK is way too egotistical and short-tempered. If all you're looking at is production, you're failing to see the bigger narrative. Soon his behavior will start to affect his production. And again, I'm sorry. I know I can't control the character count on YouTube, so I know it cut you guys off at the 200 character limit. I wish it didn't, but it's that way. You're not alone in this in this opinion, Empower Code, and that's you're the folks I'm trying to talk to and sell over to the other side of this. I'm not just looking at production. I just spoke about his ability as a blocker. I just spoke about the fact that he plays with an edge, which is something that you very rarely see with wide receivers. They tend to be very finesse. They tend to not want to hit. He'll get in there and get dirty. I can appreciate that, especially for a team now and into the future that's probably going to want to run the football. So there's definitely, it's not a big main element of an attraction to what I like in his game, but we're trying to mention other things in his game that I do like. Does he have some stuff from a mental standpoint, a maturity standpoint that we see on the football field that's troubling at times, and that has caused some issues? Yeah, it's popped up, but him going up and jumping on the goalpost this last week is not something that's going to prevent me from paying him money. When he's getting these few targets, and what a lot of people got caught up on last year, like LA Red there, who's got he'll create problems. LA looks at that last year's game in the playoffs with the Rams in Seattle, and he sees DKO yelling over on the sideline, and then he sees Seattle try to force DK a bubble screen, and they go, oh, look, see, this is how he's causing problems. Meanwhile, it's Freddie Sway not laying down the right block. I don't know. Again, it's probably just the place where I disagree on. So I guess in Power Code, you're looking to then trade him, because you got to come up with a decision on what you're doing this offseason with him, which is you're going to have to either decide to pay him or trade him. And so for you folks out there who believe he's an egotistical nightmare, then you're looking to move him at that point for a first and a third. You're probably not getting 2 first-round picks. And I don't know. To me, it's like when you don't have a team that's already got a lot of upper-level talents, and then you have a young, great upper-level talent who's been nothing but productive for you on the football field, who's been nothing but available for you every single game of his career so far, and people do nothing but knock him out at the knees. I just don't quite get it myself. I don't. Is he the perfect player? I've acknowledged, no, he's not the perfect player. But for all he brings to the table, to throw all that away for the little bit of detriment he brings, I can't quite get there myself. Jace, imagine if you didn't spend 1 year carried over to the cap you could use next year. I'd love to see a team. Imagine if you didn't spend 1 year. Oh, if you didn't spend 1 year and carried over the cap you could use next year. I'd love to see a team pay the minimum amount of cap for 5 years than like $400 million to spend. I do think that there's certain things that make that harder, Jace. You do have a floor you have to pay on under the CBA. So every team has got to pay a minimum amount of salary every year. You couldn't just pay $25 million, for instance, as a salary. You have to get to a certain minimum point. But you could keep rolling over quite a bit of money if you really wanted to do that. So you could be, at least in the general nature of what you're talking about doing, you could accomplish that if you wanted. Washington Fish Quest says, some does carry over though, correct? I'm cap ignorant. All of it carries over, Washington Fish Quest. So $13.3 million that we're sitting on right now will roll into next year's cap. Next year's cap is due to be, I believe, $208.8 million. So it'd be $208.8 million plus 13.3. Randy Renner says, the show. I always love people who hate the show, but then I always see a comment. I love having you in here, Randy, so I'm sorry you disagree with me, my guy, but I appreciate you checking it out nonetheless. Ethan Tech World, I almost threw up when I saw Miller being traded to the Rams. Good news is, since the Seahawks refused to double-team Aaron Donald, they may continue to not need to because now they have Miller to block. That was just my point, man. You stole the words out of my mouth, my guys. Hey, I mean, at least Seattle doesn't have to change their blocking scheme. They didn't like to double Aaron Donald now before. They don't have to now, so they can just keep everything as it is. It is going to be a nightmare to block. Von Miller's not the player he once was. He's not quite as quick, not quite as bendy, but he's got about 4.5, 5 sacks on the year so far. Still a very, very good rusher in this league, and it's going to make them all look. We know when you're putting next to Aaron Donald, you're going to get better. You're going to have a lot of opportunities out there because he draws a lot of attention on those offensive lines. Cole Ward, thank you for subscribing, Cole. You are awesome, my brother. Appreciate it. Pretty Boy Vaughn says, what do you think of OBJ to the Seahawks? I wouldn't have made the trade for him if he gets released and you can bring him in at a low-end deal. I mean, I'm open to doing it. It makes the team better, I think, in this year. Certainly don't want to give him a multi-year deal. Certainly don't want to give him big money. So he's got to be more in a prove-it stage if that's where we're landing at it with it. But at that point, if he's released, it doesn't cost us any draft capital to bring him in. We're sitting on as much cap space as any team out there that's a contending team that would be vying for his services. So on a 1-year, $2 million deal for the remaining part of the season to see what you can get from him, I'd be open to it. But again, I also have to acknowledge, because I know there are people will be going crazy in the chat, he hasn't looked quite as explosive recently. Maybe it's just playing with Baker. Makes everybody go a little slower. But he does not look quite the same player as what he was with the Giants. Faribaugh, is it weird that with each week going by, I get the sense that Russ might actually be staying in Seattle? I mean, if you've got, I love that you have that general feeling, and I hope you're right. So if you're, if you're tapping into some psychic inclination, that's great. I'm reading mainly just what I see on kind of objectively from the outside in on some of the stuff that's, I think is pretty striking. But with that said, it's also, I think, a fluid situation, and there's no certainties here. I don't know for sure that Russ is going. I don't know for sure that this money is going to be used to swallow Russell and swallow Russell's dead money in a trade. We have no idea at this point. So it's part of why we got to hold off the fervor of freaking out about anything one way or another with this and wait to see how this kind of all plays out. But I do reserve the right at that point in time, if we end up at this off season and, Seattle Seahawks trade Russell Wilson to the New York Giants and and we got Sam Darnold at quarterback next season, and I'm going to be mad at that point. At that point, my reservation and patience will go bye-bye. Pretty Boy Vaughn says, if OBJ gets released, I think we should get in DK and then OBJ on the outside, lock it in the slot. I think it makes your receiving rank better. I think OBJ is better than Freddie Swain. And if it's going to make you better from that standpoint, we certainly can't count on D. Eskridge. Come in with a toe, and he's got the concussions. He already was an injury-prone player coming out of college. So, yeah, it's I'm open to it, and I can't think he's going to cost a lot right now where his reputation's at. But, I don't know if the Browns are going to necessarily be at that sunken cost point yet where they're going to be willing to release him. In utero, I just read the Browns have zero guaranteed money owed to Beckham, so maybe they do release him. Well, maybe. I mean, look, when you're having him be basically a healthy scratch and sitting out, and you look at the division they're playing in right now, which is one where every team is kind of in that division, including the Cincinnati Bengals. Maybe there's something to be said for that they're like, look, he doesn't make us better right now. They got Jarvis Landry back at this point. Maybe they just call it a day with that. It could be going down on it's too early to tell, but that trajectory absolutely could be where we're looking with this. And I think Seattle would have to look at him, again, you could still roll a good amount of money and sign to Odell Beckham after this offseason. So it wouldn't still preclude you from rolling the money over, but then you'd at least be able to improve your receiving core. And I know many out there would say, but I want the offensive line, but I want corners, but I do too. I want all those other things you guys want, but you got to grab what is available right now. And that would be the thing available that could help this team out. Atheist 4 because says Wilson is tough, but I think now's a good time to come back after the Packers game. I think he's going to get to drive a lot of the decision-making on it. I think if Wilson tells the coaching staff, I want to play, he's going to be able to play. I don't know if the medical staff's going to be able to necessarily overrule him. I think Wilson has enough of a cash with the organization to be able to say, look, I know my body. You guys know I care about my body more in the long term than anybody else. I want to play. Let me play. They're going to let him play. Joey Mendez says Russ returned from an MCL injury in college in record time also. Dude is a freak. I'm telling you, it's that Badger radioactive bite, man. I'm on to something with this. I'm telling you, man. In utero, if we have DK and Odell, they both will need binkies. It would be fitting. Matt Brown says Odell's a head case. He is indeed a head case. And look, I'm not. This is one of the reasons why I'm not giving him a lot of money. I'm not giving him a multi-year deal. But as you guys know, I have certain pillars that will draw me to a player who might be a problem player, a player people are very reticent to want to go after because they're like, oh, he's this, he's that, he's going to blow up the locker room, this or that. And I always counter with them. There's kind of a couple of set things where if they meet all of these marks, then me and I as an organization are going to go ahead and jump into those waters. Number one, do I not have to give up any draft capital to get him? Is Odell, do I have to give up if he's released? No, I don't. So there's no cost involved there. Am I going to have to pay him multiple years? Nope. If he get released, he's going to get a 1-year deal until the offseason. Nobody's throwing multiple year money at Odell at this point. Okay. Is he going to cost a lot of money? Nope. You're getting him probably darn near at a veteran minimum deal if you bring him in. Am I having to put multiple years or can I get rid of him at any given time? No, it'll be a 1-year deal. So you can release him at any given time if he turns into a head case or a problem. You meet those 4 pillars of a problem child for me in the NFL, I will wrap my arms around you and give you a try. Because there's no downside to it. It's all upside, minimal risk, minimal cost. And that would be the Odell Beckham situation if you were to bring him in. But I do agree with those folks who do say he is a head case. I can't deny it. And again, a guy that is the poster child for, I love being a football player more than I actually love playing football. Paul Third says, I don't think him being able to throw means he's completely healed. No, Paul, and I don't think he's going to be completely healed. It's about really Russell Wilson's mentality and what he's able to drive in this situation. And he's got the control here, I think, to be able to overrule certain parts of this front office and the medical staff if they're trying to say something where he says, look, I'm fine. I'm ready to go. Let's go. I'm good. Let's go. Ethan Tech World, the Chiefs traded for Melvin Ingram, I think, which was for some useless pick a few years from now. So apparently getting an offer like that isn't good enough to get Collier or even Penny off the team. Well, as I predicted to you guys, and I said that LJ Collier and Rashad Penny have no value in the open market. So all of the rumors you guys were hearing about them being out there and dangled and could be had, and that was all Seattle trying to generate interest for those two guys. And nobody would literally take on Collier. That shows you where his value is on. I mean, he could have been had for a 7th rounder. Nobody's offering even a 7th rounder for him because he has no value in the league. And Penny, likewise at this point. But they put two guys on the market that nobody wanted. Darren Bale says, well, the Goff money comes off the books, so never say never. Well, you never know. I know there's some other things coming into your guys' cap situation next offseason, though, that's going to make it hard. You've got some other decisions. The Donald contract kicks into pretty much high gear. You still have Whitworth situation that you got to figure out. There's still a couple of other things that are going to make it not necessarily as easy just to sign him at that point. But, maybe you can restructure. Look, maybe they can pull off some wizardry. I know it's possible in the NFL. All it takes is the balls. Food Gamer, Saints lost their starting quarterback and wide receiver. Vikings lost after the Cowboy game where they lost to a backup quarterback and lost their edge rusher, being Danielle Hunter. Very good point. Panthers and Falcons are not looking good. I think we have a good chance. I think we do have a chance. It's looking like a better chance for those reasons that you mentioned. The Vikings having the injury they did to their most important defensive player. You've got to acknowledge that. The Saints suffering the losses that they kind of have suffered here. I mean, nothing of your quarterback, nothing of your wide receiver, maybe one of your best offensive linemen. That's gonna sting. That's gonna sting a little bit. Not to mean that they're not a good team still, but just that's gotta at least help our chances a little bit. And I don't think the Panthers or Falcons were ever legitimate, necessarily contenders. So we've got them out the gate. It's really for us. We got to get the Vikings and the Saints out of our way. Those are the two teams that we got to put the reticule on. Matt Brown says Vaughn had health issues this season. Bet it ends up like the Watt trade. Definitely a lot to give up for a guy that you're not getting a lot from, who's had already that Watt injury trajectory that he's been on, where it's just those injuries start piling up post 30. It's maybe one of the reasons you don't want to give a lot of money to those guys post 30. And they keep adding up. They keep compounding a little bit. And that seemingly has been a little bit of the case with Vaughn here over the last few years. He suffered a pretty major injury last season that missed the whole season as well. I wonder where really his explosiveness is versus what it was prior, or if he's now become more of a technician rather than the twitchy get-off freak that he once was. In utero, a record number of undrafted free agents with a draftable grade will be signed this coming draft due to the last year of COVID. Brandon, I think this is John's bread and butter. What do you think? I agree with you on that in utero. The only thing is that they've got to remove, I think, the restriction on how many undrafted free agents you can sign. Because I think this year it came into play where they were gonna put a kibosh on how many you could get. So it's got to be more towards the quality over the quantity approach that you, I think, would like to see applied to your point on this in utero. It'll be very interesting to see how this draft works through its pre-draft process to the draft and all that, being that many people are calling this a really weak draft, but yet you know that there's going to be about double the amount of players who are going to declare for this draft than declared last year. So there will be the volume of players available there, and the number of diamonds in the rough. There'll be a lot of diamonds out in that rough. So to your point on that, there'll be the guys to grab, but you've got to be kind of more targeting in on guys rather than using the sawed-off shotgun barrel approach to things. Andrew Tobias, are the football gods helping the Seahawks? Murray's ankle, Aaron's unvaxxed. It's starting to steer that way a little bit looking, isn't it, Andrew? I mean, we're relatively okay on the injury situation for the most part. But yeah, the upcoming opponents, there was one other one I think too I saw on top of this that I'm forgetting at the moment, about our week after that game. There'll be somebody else out. So there is some things that have kind of looking better for us on those deals. We needed the Vikings and the Saints to have that thing go like it did. But yeah, you got Murray's ankle. That would be the week after the Cardinals if he's still going then. You got no J.J. Watt in that game now. We already get relieved of that. You also, by the way, for that Cardinal game, DeAndre Hopkins, I know, is still dealing with that hamstring, and those things don't tend to get better in 2 weeks. So even if you got a DeAndre Hopkins out there, maybe you don't have him at full strength at that point either. I'm not celebrating their injury situation. I'm just, replying to Andrew's acknowledgement of what it is. What's going on. Drunk Squidward says, why not sign Deshaun Jackson? Because you're going to get Odell Beckham the week after. No, I'm kidding. Why not? I don't think he'll cost a lot, Drunk. The only thing that could be the thing that holds it up is that Deshaun wants to leave the Rams because he's not getting enough touches. To come to the Seattle Seahawks where he's instantly behind two guys at the front end, and then he's got Eskridge coming back, taking the fly sweep snaps and all that stuff on the other end of things. How much snaps does that leave for Deshaun Jackson at that point, especially on a very run-heavy centric football team like us? I don't think he'll be drawn to want to sign with us. He'll probably want to go to more of a pass-heavy attack type thing. Though he does play on the West Coast and all that, but more of like a Chargers team would seem like the team that he'd be drawn to for me. He's from California. That's the one just off the top of my head that makes a lot of sense. Though again, they got Mike Williams and that other dude there too. So he might have to wait behind there, but I think he'd at least be the third wide receiver on their crew. Ethan's Tech World clarifying, I think Penny is good, but even more so Collier, who I remember you saying could get to 15 sacks this season, is just a waste of a roster spot. 15 sacks. Yeah, right. I'd say that. I think I had my projections for LJ this year at 0.5 sacks, and that was just to troll him on my prediction game. But yeah, Benny still might be a guy that can end up giving you some snaps at the tailback position. Your running back position's light as it is right now. We don't know if we're getting Carson back, so he's at least got some chance to be a little bit of use for your team. I don't know what he's got, but he'll at least get carries, whereas I don't even want to give Collier snaps at this point. No more snaps, inactive, rest of the year, release him post June 1st, save $1 million on next year's salary cap, and call it a day. Nugasa, a win against the worst team in the past 30 years means nothing. Jacksonville Jaguars, the worst team in the last 30 years? I don't know. I feel like there's been some worse teams. You know what I mean? I feel like even just Trevor Lawrence's presence there alone. But no, I don't think Nugasa anybody's taking anything away from this win as a draw of certainty. Charles Riley, thank you for the $5 donation. You are awesome, Charles. I appreciate it. Multiple donos today. Thank you, sir. He says, Wilson's medical staff will make the choice. Both are certified trainers at Gold's Gym. One also has a remote license that expands to Venice Beach. I see what you did there, Charles. Yeah, I'm guessing his staff will actually at the end of the day. It's like, I've got my doctors say yes. My doctors overrule your doctors. And look, if the Seattle Seahawks are already in the process of thinking about moving on from Russ as it is, then maybe they won't care about taking him out there and breaking him long term, But I think he's going to be out there for the Packers game. If I was a betting man, I'd be like, he's going to try to push for that Packer game. Maybe they're able to strap him into the locker room, get a bunch of zip ties and all that. But he's going to try to force his way out there. You know it. Hold on, folks. I'm going to get some more coffee. I will be right back with you. So bear with me just 60 seconds. Thank you for bearing with me, folks. Wash Fish Quest. When I think of Collier and Penny, it makes me mad. Makes me not mad at the Adams trade. If we have a top 15 pick and don't trade down, who is to say we don't blow it? Sorry, don't mean to be negative Nelly. No, I don't think it's a negative Nelly, Washington Fish Quest. And that was one of the reasons that I didn't advocate for the Jamal Adams trade, but I at least said, hey, it's fine with me that they made this move because I'm looking at the recent history of how they pick in the first round, and I understand that it's not their place that they make their money in the draft, and there's people we can unpack what that means for a lot of other people where they go, well, you're just accepting you're bad at the draft. That's not the way to fix it. But to me, it's more simple than that, of course, because we get into how the tiers of the draft work, and we're picking a guy at number 26 versus picking a guy at number 47. There's not really a big difference of talent potential there over most drafts. I think that'll definitely be the case again in this particular draft. This one looks like it could even be just a top 10 situation, and you're looking at beyond, from 11 to 56, them being pretty close. But I'm not, it's not the worst thing for me that we made that trade from that standpoint. The bigger problem for me with the Adams trade beyond the draft capital given up is the utilization of him in the correct fashion. It's like Jimmy Graham. If you're going to make that kind of trade, you've got to absolutely buy into the process of using them right, putting them in the best position to succeed. Otherwise, you don't make the trade. Seattle's made the trade, and at times put Jamal Adams in the right spots. At times put him in the spot to get the most out of him. But other times you'll end in spots where he's 40% of the time in single high safety, where you go, that's not utilizing him correctly. That's not the right spot for him. So it's process with that, I guess. And Jamal's story's not finished here in Seattle. That book is still being written. In Utero says, I'm glad this upcoming draft doesn't have a lot of no-brainer picks. It's going to be probably a little more wild, a little more not as set in on guys being slotted in their spots, but a little bit more of a variance of opinion on them, I'd say. Washington Visquest is out of academic curiosity. I'd like to see John draft a year without Pete. Me too, Washington Visquest. It's part of what makes it hard to judge the job John's done as far as drafting goes, because we don't truly know what is John Schneider's pick and what is Pete Carroll's pick. Kevin DeClerc says, do the Seahawks improve without Pete Carroll? Well, that's based on more than just Coach Carroll leaving, right, Kevin? Because it's also based upon what's happening with John Schneider. Who is the coach that you're hiring to bring in here? Because if you go get an also-ran head coach, if you go pick up a coach who's essentially... Sorry, the cats are having a thing here. If you go pick up a coach who's essentially unimaginative and is not going to push the organization forward properly, well, you might not be better. So some of it is based on who you hire instead. And then, of course, the third factor of this, Kevin, is where is Russell Wilson in this? Is he stay with the new coach? Does he go with the new coach? Does he have a say in who the who the coach will be? I think there's a lot of stuff here that it's hard to make it as simple as they would just improve or wouldn't improve if Coach Carroll leaves. I would tend to think this. They have a lot more better potential to improve moving forward with Coach Carroll leaving versus Coach Carroll remaining. I think, Kevin, we've seen the top end of what Coach Carroll can provide in the here and now, and that top end is going to remain into the future versus the potentiality of somebody else. Somebody else might be worse, but I think somebody else has a lot more potential to be better because we just kind of, to me, Carroll's moved into more of a known quantity range of things at this point. Brian, drunk driving in a badass Corvette doing 156 miles an hour with a loaded gun. What could go wrong? Yeah, boy, Henry Ruggs, man. He is going to pay, I imagine, a pretty stiff price, and every detail you get out of this situation is just worse than the next, and you just go, why? You're in the middle of, you just go, why? What, all that you had, now you got to go to just, sometimes the decision-making at times, you just sit there and shake your head and go, God, just goodness. I mean, his career's done. He's going to prison probably for at least, 10, 15 years minimum. Filthy. What's up, Filthy? Charles Riley with another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. You're awesome. He says, I think Jamal Adams' book should be written 40 years after his retirement by his disciples. That way it'll be accurate. Well, how about people that knew his disciples? see what you did there. I see what you did there, man. Thank you for the $5 donations. You're awesome. Well, what, freaking $20 in donations today. So thank you for all that, Charles. You are awesome, brother. I appreciate you. I do. Keldon, Pete has become old Don Shula. Lets his great quarterback drag him around and add little value. A great comparison, Keldon. I love the comparison. I really do. I think that's that's well placed. I like it. I really do. Yeah. Very, very similar. A guy who comes off Don Shula with this no-name defense in the 70s and then is given this Hall of Fame quarterback. And wow, Keldon, I'm going to steal that one. So I'm letting you know that. I'm adding that to my my Bill Belichick, Tom Brady comparison as another coach who didn't do that thing, who didn't essentially, I mean, they did build a passing offense around Marino, so they did let him throw, but didn't do a lot else with the rest of your football team. Didn't give him a good, consistent running game. By the time you gave him a good defense, he was so deep into his career at that point, it didn't matter. And he came in right at the end of the no-name defense time. Dan Marino did, like just as the end of their guys were kind of rounding out of there. But I love it, man. A very good comparison. Nagasa says maybe they know the squad is absolutely trash. No need for spending money. I mean, it's pretty ballsy on their part to acknowledge, again, with the potential of you pushing your Hall of Fame quarterback out the door. You got to feel pretty that certainly you're not sitting on a hot seat, right? When you sit there and go, we'll just keep the $13 million and we'll figure it out in the off season. You certainly have no owner over the top of you going, what are you doing right now? What's going on? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? It definitely more adds into that narrative out there that has been Coach Carroll since Paul Allen has passed on, essentially is sitting in this vacuum of power as the leader of this organization in every way, shape, and form. Hawks are the Ace says, I heard Rodgers could be back by Saturday before game day. Man, that'd be interesting if he can be. Because I think when you didn't have the shot, it made a whole nother amount of like approach that you had to go through, where it wasn't just a matter of you had to have two negative tests, but like there was more to it. But again, the NFL is going to want to get him out there. That's one that they tend to be easy on the faces of their sport. So I'm sure he'll probably be back by our game one way or another, even if I'd like it to maybe have us not have to play him. Tim DB11 says, Philadelphia radio talking trading for top 3 picks in 2022 draft for Russell Wilson. In college prospects in 2022, is college prospects in 2022 draft worth it? Frankly, Tim DB11, not in my opinion, because when we're talking about if the Eagles are giving us a top 3 pick, trading top 3 picks their top 3 picks in 2022 draft. So yeah, I think the Eagles, I believe, have like 3 first-round picks in this draft. When you're really talking about any of those picks, even one that might be up there high, a top 5 status, top 6 status, all the issue and the problem come into play of who's the quarterback you're picking. And when I look at this particular draft, I don't have a lot of guys that get me excited for drafting my quarterback of the future in this draft. I think you're talking yourself into it this year. This just seems to be a little bit of a weaker class. It's a class with a lot of guys, Tim, but not any guys that to me really separate themselves like we've seen in recent years. Even guys that have had that Justin Herbert talent. I'm not even going to go to Mahomes, but a Deshaun Watson level of talent coming out. Josh Allen, who I know there were questions of, but there was just this big guy, could run, could throw. I mean, there were, not that they're perfect, but just some of these guys are slight. They can't make every throw. The ball comes out a little wobbly at their hand. I got to get more sold on these quarterbacks, Tim. But if I guess the prospect was we're going to draft the best players in this draft and not target the quarterback, and we'll get by with some quarterback for a year and then retarget it again next draft, there I think are going to be some better quarterbacks coming out, I think, a year from now than this one. And so that if that's the case, then I guess that's not the worst of places to go. And frankly, the picks Philadelphia can throw at us for Russell Wilson would be the best haul that you could go out there and get. I don't think anybody's got that kind of ammunition like they do, especially with the immediate returns of draft picks that you're going to get for him. Blunky TV says, ever since the Giants beat you guys last year with Colt McCoy, I've been subscribed. Thank you, Blunky. You're awesome, brother. I'm a Giants fan, but I enjoy tuning in. Well, I appreciate you, man. We get some folks in from different franchises who will check out the channel, and I love it, man. I love we get all people in here from everywhere. So, Blinky, part of what I tell some of our Seahawks fan base in here is part of the growth of this channel is going to be we're going to get some folks in from other teams asking about other teams from time to time, and I don't mind that. I love having you in here. It's we take all of them in here. We take all fans in here. We just love the NFL and we love our Hawks, but especially when people are usually really respectful and all that. So thanks for subscribing last year, Bunky. You guys might be, I still think you guys are the front runners to trade for Russell even above the Eagles, because I think that's where Russell's going to most want to go, above Philadelphia. Cole Ward says traded Travis Kelce and Swift for Christian McCaffrey, Chase, and Brandon Cooks. Full fantasy thoughts. Kelce and Swift for CMC. Well, you got the better of that one. I mean, that's, Brandon Cooks is being utilized at a huge degree by the Texans. Jamar Chase was my favorite player of last year's draft, and that's proven out pretty well. I was looking stupid there for a while on that one when he was having problems with, the fact that the football didn't have stripes on it like college and stuff, but he's doing great now. But then you throw in Christian McCaffrey on top of that as well. That seems like you just flogged somebody. You took him to the town square and gave him the whip. So I like it. I like that move, Cole. The Food Gamer, this upcoming draft, I'm going to be pushing so much for this front office to build that offensive line. So aggressive that our first 3 picks are offensive linemen. In this order: center, left tackle, and right tackle. I'm fine with that, Food Gamer. I don't care who the quarterback is. I don't care where the direction is of this team going forward. I'm a very big, like you, proponent of moving on where you build a good offensive line. And you can do it in a variety of different fashions, but building a good young offensive line that's cheap is obviously the most advantageous. And the one that you can do, it just requires you to put the assets into it. The Cowboys, for 3 straight years, put a first-round pick in their offensive line. Look what the Chiefs did this offseason in re-putting together their whole offensive line, but putting out the draft capital to get it done, right? Here's a first-round pick for Orlando Brown. We'll take Creed Humphrey here in the second round. Well, that's what it requires, is a commitment. And they've just got to commit to building it, and it will be built. But they haven't put that full commitment quite yet to it in that way we would like to see them do. I think there's a lot of benefit to it. You look around a lot of the great teams around the NFL right now. Buffalo, Baltimore, Dallas, Green Bay, Tampa Bay. These are all teams that have built an upper-level offensive line, almost first and foremost in many cases. There's a lesson to be learned there, I think. DB11 says, I miss Brandon Hawkeye PI. On to something? I'll bring him back at some point. When there's a case to crack, the mustache will come back. I just came up with that. When there's a case to crack, the mustache will come back. There was way too many people talking about me. There was too many pedo references and porn references from folks in my comment section after that one. I had to shave it, Tim. I love the stash myself, but I think it was traumatizing too many folks. Cowboys are number 1 at the Hawks Nest. Hello, Brandon. How are you? I'm doing awesome. Vegas was a marathon. Wow. Everyone is so generous with their chemicals. Laughing out loud. My eyes fuzzy still, but great show. Great shave. Thank you. Ah, nice. Well, I'm glad to hear you had some fun in Vegas, man. That's always, I got to get back to, I'm going to go to Vegas here at some point in the next year or so. It's been a while. It's about time to go out, let the hair down a little bit and go have some fun out there with some boys. But nice to hear you did good. Came out okay. What stays in Vegas remains in Vegas. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So I hope we had some good times out there. But good to see you in the chat. Cowboys are number 1. You got to be feeling good, man. Your team is looking really good right now. They are cooking. Ryan Collum, your cats are nuts. My cat is nuts. You know what's happening is that they've started to have this Pavlovian thing too. When they see that I'm setting up for the show, the mic's getting put in place, they start getting nervous. They're like, it's gonna be 5 hours of no petting, and I don't even pet them that much in between. They start getting all worried, and then the show goes live now. More and more, they're trying to just, I don't know if they're, pretty soon they're gonna be hitting the off button on the stream. End stream. I know it's coming. Emmett21 says my cat is always like that. Yeah, mine is usually when they sense that when I'm gonna go. If I'm packing up for a trip or I start a stream, that's when they start losing their stuff. I got my one cat right now. She's just staring at me, just yellow eyes, just looking me right down the barrel above the camera here on the stream. Murder eyes. In utero, just think if we had traded Russ to the Raiders last offseason, laughing out loud. Yeah, I don't even know if it came close. Cause I don't know if the Raiders would have been, but that would have been interesting, wouldn't it, with the way the Raiders season's played out. But yeah, could have been a lot of different ways this went. Watch Miss Quest. If Wilson gets back for Green Bay, I want Rodgers playing. Sure, it's literally our most difficult matchup at Lambeau, but could you imagine if we pulled it off? It'd be a win drunk the rest of the season. Hey, it'd be great. I mean, if you can beat Rodgers in Lambeau, if the defense can go show out in Lambeau, if Russell comes back miraculously from his victory, I mean, there's a lot of good there that you'd positively be rooting for and cheering for, no doubt about it. I'm going to take a win with where we are in the season, Washington Fish Quest. If there's an advantage we can get, if one great player cannot play against a really tough matchup for us, I'm not hoping for it, but if it happens, I'm going to take it and not hope for the inverse, because we need every advantage we can get to get this thing into the playoffs. Say nothing of trying to make any sort of hay in the playoffs. But the good news is that even if he doesn't play in this, for your standpoint, this Washington Fish Quest, you might end up having to play him again back in Lambeau later on. So even if you don't have them at full strength now, you may get them later on at full strength. TJ says, I think it makes more sense to move Russ this year because don't get a quarterback in the draft. We suck next year. Get our first pick up in the top 5 and then get our quarterback. That'd be the way I'd prefer it to go, TJ, if they do move Russ this offseason, is that they don't just suddenly get desperate, because, of course, desperation obviously leads in football to you reaching for moves rather than just grabbing the best player available, the right guy to select at the right time, or signing the right guy to sign for your team. Waiting for the right moment to get the right quarterback is the best way to go. And when you have a talent-deficient class like this quarterback class is, with a lot of question marks behind it, it's pretty smart to make sure you go pick the guy at the right spot. And I think next year's draft class of QBs are going to be so much better than this year's. Charles Riley with the $5 donation. Another donation from Charles. Thank you, Charles. You're awesome, brother. He says, at Keldon, I'm raising my red solo cup to Keldon's comparison of Carroll to Shula. Nice work. Very well said, Charles. And I agree, man. Keldon killed it on that comparison. That was awesome. I mean, Don Shula Carroll is very apropos. Very apropos, and one I hadn't really ever considered like that, which you absolutely should, because it's just there's a lot of similarities down the line. No name defense, Legion of Boom. Build your defense in the running game. Suddenly get the Hall of Fame quarterback halfway into your tenure as a coach. It's interesting. A hardcore cream pie. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you, hardcore cream pie, for subscribing. Megan Gock Roger is celebrating 2 months. Greetings, friends. Greetings, Megan. Thank you for your 2 months of membership, for being a member. And I appreciate you, Charles, all those donos. Nagasa says, no chance for a deep playoff run since 2017, so it doesn't matter if we got into the playoffs. For what? Yeah, I agree with you, Nagasa. It's not likely if you get in the playoffs, you're going to go out there and win in this playoffs. You're going to be relying on an incredible amount of luck to get through at that point, and then having to go win on the road in some very tough places to win on the road in the playoffs. But this, again, goes back to my initial potential issue or want or not understanding is that if you're not in on this season, then be out on this season, move Russ. If you're in on Russ, in on this season, in on still holding Russ here into the long term, then do everything you can to make that successful. You pick one lane or the other. You don't drive down the middle of the lanes taking up both. Keldon says, someone just compared Baker Mayfield to Russell Wilson. DK and Odell, laughing out loud. Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. Baker Mayfield was selected number 1 overall because of Russell Wilson, but they're nowhere near the same. No. Not even close. Baker will never come close to Russell's upside. Brian Kowski, my bad. About 1 hour ago, you passed on my remark about Mr. Rodgers not being inoculated and Rodgers missing a classic matchup with Pat Mahomes this week. I'm sure Rodgers will play week 10. Sorry I missed the comment on that, Brian. I'm trying to catch everybody. Sometimes stuff slips through on that. Yeah, that would have been a cool matchup this week with Mahomes, though. Kansas City's definitely scuffling right now, trying to find their way, and Mahomes is really scuffling within that. Sucks that he's not in there, but now I guess we get him fresh and healthy and all that for our week matchup in Lambeau, and he likes to beat the doors off our Seahawks. So It's going to be a tough matchup. Cowboys are number 1. The freak of nature, most impressive ever catch Odell had in Dallas. I was embarrassed and proud all at once. That was an insane catch, man. I think they had pass interference on that penalty too, didn't they? Cowboys are number 1. They got, who was it that was on that play? Wasn't it Brandon Carr on that play in coverage or something? But it was a hell of a catch, man. Man made a career off basically. He had a great production to start the first 3 years of his career, but that catch really vaulted him into a stardom spot, almost prematurely past where you'd be for who he was. But hey, can't hate on him, man. It was an amazing catch. What is it? Why can't you just be quiet and let me pet you quietly? Don't you like quiet pets? Cons YT, we can't get rid of Russ. Getting rid of Russ and keeping Carroll will do nothing for our organization. We need to go at least 1 year with Russ and no Carroll. Cons YT, I agree with you. I'm not, and everything that what I say is that I've been one of those people for years kind of on this so much because I want Russell to stay. That's why I harp on it, and probably harp on it pretty too much on this channel a little bit, because I see something coming down the track that I don't want to see coming down the track. And I don't see enough people almost acknowledging it or understanding what is coming, which is the reality of potentially Russ gone, Carroll's still here into the foreseeable future. And I don't think that that's going to sit really well with many Seahawks fans. And maybe it takes some a little bit longer than others to see how it plays out. But it's not going to, in my opinion, play out in a good direction if it goes that way. I hope it doesn't. I don't want to see it go this way, but part of what I do here is looking at, analyzing the situation for what's going on and where I see it heading towards. And when you're holding on to $13 million of cap space, Cons, in a year that was a make or break it year with Russell coming on the heels of submitting a 4-list teams that he'd be willing to be traded to this offseason, that is a statement by the front office in itself. Tim, DB11, I think best general managers know this year, a garbage talent year for NFL draft picks. The 13 plus million could go a long way with free agency, DK next year. We own 2023. We own Russell Wilson until 2023. Russell Wilson loves football too much. However, we do own Russell Wilson's rights, technically speaking, for a couple of years. That part is true. The thing that I've countered on a few folks that have mentioned this, Tim, or that who also then sort of go on top of that and say, and we could do a couple of years of franchise tags. Do we really think, Tim, at this point, this front office is really going to hold Russell Wilson over the barrel? If Russell Wilson comes to this front office, if Russell Wilson publicly says this in the media, that I want to be traded, that I don't want to be here anymore, after all he's done, not only for your franchise, but for the city, I don't think that there's any way that I can see a reality that they're going to hold him over that barrel and say, we got you for 1 more year under contract. And you know what? Then maybe we'll use the franchise if that's what we want to do. Especially coming on the heels, Tim, of understanding that this last offseason, there were some very serious discussions had between probably Schneider, Carroll, and Russell Wilson, or if not just Carroll and Wilson. And those discussions had to be around, this is where I stand right now. I'm on the edge of wanting to leave. You need to do some more to support me. I need to see more from you. And Coach Carroll going, okay, we'll do what we can. And then him getting the opposite of that once this season arrived. Does that draw him away from the team or move him closer to the team? And I'm saying it's probably pulling him more away from the team. But Tim, if he comes to the front office and says, I want out, I've had enough, I'm fed up, I don't think that they hold him like that. I don't think that they do that to him. And I think that a lot of it's based upon last season's discussions, because I think they came damn close last offseason to moving him. Closer than many of you out there really understand how close it truly came. They didn't do it, but they came close. And if they were close last offseason, with it going from $39 million dead money hit to $26 million dead money hit, they're only going to get that much more closer, in my opinion, especially having the chance to roll the money over this year that they couldn't last year. I'm going to have to drop you because you're being too loud. You're going to annoy people on the stream. I know you like to yell at me when you're being loved. Just like every woman that I've... I'm kidding. Oh, yeah, that's a horrible joke. Andrew Tobias, Tyler Lockett entered the league with no fanfare. He played special teams. He broke his leg. Looked bad. He earned his way through hard work. He did. He did. He got better and better as a wide receiver through his first few years. He's been very productive. I think, Andrew, he's going to silently sort of place himself up into like a second all-time sort of status when it's all said and done here as a Seahawks receiver in history. He'll bypass Brian Blades, bypass Joey Galloway, and I think he's going to put himself up into that number 2 slot. So it's and to do it kind of quietly a little bit, I think. But he's been a great player. Well, watching this question, I'd say a big difference between OBJ and DK, though, is DK is a giant mountain of a man. Only erosion or bad hands can stop him. That's right. Only when the glaciers melt, right? Washington Fish Quest. Yeah, I think there's just the difference from just on physical freak talent side standpoints of things. I mean, if you look at OBJ, I think coming out of the combine ran like a 4. Let me see what Odell ran. Because he did go to the combine. I know he went to the combine. So Odell at the combine ran a 4.43. Didn't DK run like a 4.38? They both, DK outbenched him. I think he outverted him, out-broad jumped him. Yeah, Odell got him beat on the 3-cone, but that's about it. So it's just DK's more of a freakish player in that respect. But I think he outsustains what OBJ did. So Seahawks O says, if Rodgers and Murray don't play and the Hawks get the 7th seed, do you think they could beat any of the division winners? Green Bay, Dallas, Tampa. It seems like the divisions are pretty much set. It does kind of feel like that. I agree with you on that, man. I think that when it comes to going into Green Bay and Lambeau in the winter, I'm never going to feel good about having a good chance in that game. I just say nothing of going in November, going in January when it's, -5 with the wind chill. That's a tough one. Dallas is a team that I've got a lot of respect for what they're doing and what they've made move-wise that have worked out so well. Can't deny it. And they're a team that surprised me as any team that's been good in the NFC. They've been the most surprising team to me that I did not expect would be as good as they did. And certainly in that division, they should have been a team that's going to vie to win it, but being the division so bad. But they've been beyond that good. I think you would have a chance against Dallas. They don't have, I think, the home field advantage that Green Bay does. I think Tampa Bay depends a lot upon where their health situation is, but I think that Tom Brady would probably slice and dice up this particular defense in Tampa Bay. You'd have a chance in all those games because you got Russell Wilson magic and you have a team with a lot of talent. It's just that you'll have gotten to that game without the talent showing the kind of productivity that match the talent on the football necessarily. Outside of us going on a big magical run, Seahawks. And I guess here's my last caveat to you on that is that teams just got to get hot at the right time of year. And if you get into the playoffs, even if it's your wild card team, but you are the hottest team in football, that in itself is a pathway to getting an NFL championship. That is. There's not a lot of teams that do it this way, but there is a certain couple that we've seen even recent years that have gone along this path to go get the championship. So it's a more rockier road, bumpier path. It ain't the straightforward first round bye, home field advantage to the playoffs type thing, that makes it all nice and easy peasy. But it is a pathway that can be done, especially when you have a Hall of Fame quarterback. That is the thing that can allow you to beat anyone, anywhere, in any stadium. Collins, YT, DK has a false narrative on him. People think that his on-field fire is the same off the field. He's a great dude and is showing his passion and will to win on the field. Thank you, Collins. I don't know why people, I agree. I think folks get sort of, he rubs some people the wrong way, I guess, is the best way I can put it. But to me, we don't get a lot of special talents coming through Seattle. We don't get a lot of guys that start out. He's had the best start to his career. It's sort of surprising to me. I'm sort of having to defend him as much as I kind of am. In Utero says, I love DK's Mario Brothers celebration. Yeah, me too, man. I did too. I watched this quest with the DK stuff. If Doug and Sherm could have such success in this roster and be leaders in our locker room, so can DK easily. Agreed. And he is still really a young guy. Just turned, I think, 25 years old. I mean, he's not an old player in this league. He's 3 years into very young in his career still. Absolutely could become that leader. And again, off the field, he's been perfect. I don't think there's anybody that can knock anything with him in that respect, but just some folks have their things with him on it, I guess. Brian Koski, I've never been selfish, but I remember Richard Pryor asking about Jim Brown in the huddle, saying, just give me the ball. Just give me the ball. I could do a little bit of a Jim Brown. There's a classic, by the way, bit that you can find of Richard Pryor. There's two classic bits Richard Pryor does on Jim Brown. One's the one about Jim Brown trying to get him to put down the crack pipe. The other one is about Jim Brown, and I think it's the one you're talking about with the bit where he's talking about just given how bad Jim Brown was on the field, and he's like talking a story about Jim Brown about to get in a fight with another guy, and Richard's there, and Jim's like says something like, "Why don't you and the guy, they're all their friends around are holding the guy back to keep him back from Jim hurting him, and the guy's like doing the old like, don't let go of me, don't let go of me," because Jim's like, "Why don't you guys let him go and maybe he can better articulate himself." It's a great bit. I'm butchering it completely, but if you get a chance, go check out that Richard Pryor bit. It is hilarious. Aiden Simmons, thoughts on Deshaun Jackson or Odell? Sorry, I just joined and don't know what we were talking about. I'll give you some quick thoughts on this, Aiden. We covered it a little bit already, but Deshaun Jackson, I'm okay with it. Won't cost you a lot. I don't think it's likely to happen because Deshaun's being released because he's not getting enough targets. He's not going to come to a team that's so run heavy, that doesn't pass very much as it is, already then looking at being fourth on the depth chart, which is basically the problem that's driving him out of the Rams organization. With Odell, you could apply a little bit of that to him if he does become a free agent and they release him. Really, it comes down to with that, what is the cost going to be to get him? But I would be probably more okay with looking at Odell because I think the cost will be not a lot, and I don't think he's going to be as insistent as I think where Deshaun might be on wanting to get some touches and get some playing time. Khan says, if we let go of DK, it will be the worst decision we ever made. He's only going to go up. I agree, man. 100%. 100%. Robert Taylor. How you doing, Robert? I feel like the DK only cares about not getting targets if the entire offense is failing. You don't see him throwing a fit if Tyler's popping off, do you? I don't, Robert, and I don't think he's a guy. Another thing too, Robert's a place where I back him up on it. Where there was times DK's last year where, Russell just would ignore him through whole football games, and then when Russell would finally throw to him, good things would happen. And it's a guy that I've maintained, Robert, over and over. We should be finding 8 to 12 targets a football game for DK Metcalf. You should be finding that within your offense every week. They don't do that. They're not inventive enough to get that done. And certainly he's starting to draw more double coverage. But no, I don't. This is one of the reasons, too, Robert, I don't think he's into this diva set that people place him into. I think that he wants to win. I think if I'm a player that's as talented as he is, that's been as productive as I've been, and I go through multiple football games where my quarterback's just not targeting me, meanwhile, a lot of that time I'm breaking wide open, you might see me on the sideline popping off. You might see my head going like, what the hell's going on? Give me the ball. Just throw it to me. Does that make you selfish at that point? Especially when, again, to your point, Robert, to your point, the offense is failing. It's failing. You're succeeding and getting and winning, and you're out. But the offense in totality just fails. I agree with you, man. I think people just got a little twisted on DK on the mental side of how bad it is really, and putting in perspective of things up against his production of how good he's been on the football field, how consistent he's been, how available he's been, how on his way to dominance he is. Crazy YT, rookie year in playoffs, he holds the record. All he wants to do is win, and he is in the right thinking that they need to give him the ball to win. Agreed. Washi Visquez says, yeah, like one of our rare good draft picks. That was an A-plus pick. Number 64, woo, the very last pick of the second round, DK Metcalf. Tremendous value. And props to our front office to target him there. We need to get back up into the second round and get this guy. Cons YT should get at least 8 targets a game. That's where I'm at. 8 to 12 targets a game. Just find a way to manufacture some touches in there for him. He's that kind of talent to do that. Andrew Tobias, why would you trade a young Julio Jones or Megatron? Keep DK. I agree, man. I'm with you, Andrew. This is why I was trying to show this point, show this data to people to go, look, just put this in perspective. I know we can kind of get lost in the forest despite the trees. I know you can see some bad moments that stand out to your mind on the sidelines, or there's a bad penalty that comes up. But wash all that away for a second and just concentrate on the productivity on the football field. And not just statistically speaking, But when you give him a chance, what he gets done with it. He doesn't need a high volume of targets to give you, a lot of catches, to give you a lot of yards, to give you a lot of touchdowns. He's been clutch for you. As was just mentioned above, he set a playoff record his rookie year when you needed him to produce. He produced in that Eagle game, including the sealer at the end of the game to go up and high point a ball to win it. You got the Viking game where Russ basically goes, yeah, I'm going to ignore all the rest of my receivers and just do this 90-yard drive where I go up the field. I'll run one ball up myself, use my legs, and I'll just throw 3 balls to DK, including the game winner on 4th down. I don't know why people short sell him like they do, but I'm going to stay in his camp over here, Andrew. I'm going to stay over in this spot because I got his back on this. We don't get a lot of great wide receivers that come through here. Steve Largent, Joey Galloway had flashes of it. Brian Blades was solid. Doug Baldwin was solid. Tyler Lockett has been solid. This guy could be great. He's on his way to being great. Colin says people just want to find anyone to bash a player. I guess that might be what it is. I don't know. Anthony Bain, Russell to Denver is an option. Denver's going to try in the offseason, which would be good for both teams. Russell goes to an elite team. Anthony Bain, it's a possibility. The only thing I would wonder with this is to remember Russell Wilson does have a no-trade clause in his contract. Does he want to go to a defensive-minded head coach first and foremost? Now, certainly we probably can acknowledge that coach is going to be on the hot seat this offseason, so it's no guarantee that they return with the same coach they got right now, and that coach strikes me as a guy that's a better coordinator than he is a coach in general. But that might not stop them. That might stop Russell from going there versus looking to go to more of an offensive-centric team, especially because Denver's not necessarily that bigger market overall that he might be looking for to really increase his standing, his legacy, and all that. But they would be a team trying. I think they'd be in on the action with it. They certainly would be calling us. Colin says, I don't want OBJ. He'll just complain about targets. Probably so. If he's already complaining there, he's probably going to complain here. Colin says Tyler and DK are better than him. They are. I agree. Andy Bain says OBJ on Seattle would be cool. It'd be cool for the 3 wide receiver set packages we'd be able to try it out, wouldn't it? Say nothing of when we go spread with D. Eskridge in there and he gets back. Brian Koski, you should be able to score 5 touchdowns per game if you're able to pack and carry, laughing out loud. 200 plus yards per game. That's a lot of blood. Lots of cops. JDM, it's a miracle from God. Russell's faith speeds up his recovery. Maybe. Might just. Brian Koski, number 32, Jim Brown, just give me the damn ball. Just give me the ball classic. Oh, it's an awesome bit by Richard Pryor. It's definitely worth checking out. Anthony Bain, Russ with Denver's defense. Judy Sutton is elite. Yeah, he'd have some guys to throw to, Anthony. There's no doubt about that. So they would have a stacked team. It'd be a team that would fit into that. Is the team already built for me to arrive? A fairly decent offensive line there as well. So they'd have that. They'd have some stuff with that. The thing, though, Noah Fant, tight end, I think. But the question would come back into it is, he wants to kind of cook, right? He wants to throw the football. If he's got a defensive-minded coach, that's not going to allow him to do that. Or maybe the defensive-minded coach would and be like, all right, you guys bring in your offense to go crazy and I'll just do my defensive stuff. That'd be an interesting flip of that coin because it usually goes in the opposite direction where it's an offensive-minded coach and he just brings in the defensive guy to just handle all that stuff. MSR Rook Odell has to go through waivers first. Maybe the Seahawks get him. They are 10th. True, and some of this can be the player also dictating a little bit of this MSR Rook, so the player can say, look, if you do claim me on waivers, I'm not going to your team. If you're the Bengals doing it, well, not Bengals, but if you're the Lions and you make a claim on me, I'm not coming there, so don't make a claim on me. But you're right. He does have to clear waivers first. So some team could still snag him up from that. We are 10th. Good to know. We are 10th in that positioning. I'm behind on some of the chat here, so sorry about the super chat. Megan says, sorry I'm late. What's up, Megan? Gakaraja. Sorry I'm late. Didn't get the notification. You know you love Coach Carroll as much as I do when I ordered 18 packets of original Bubble Yum. you do have to love yourself some Coach Carroll to get that. So, hey, bubble yum's good. I'll give you that. Bubble yum is good. You lose the flavor after about 20 chews. So that's probably why you need the packets, is because you're just constantly re-putting new stuff in there at that point. But sorry to get the notification on that, Megan. So I usually try to do Wednesdays and Sundays, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. I'm going to be going live on those days, pretty much just rock, sock, barrel, all that stuff. So if you can always kind of find me around that time. But thank you, Megan, the $5 donation. Appreciate you, madam. Randall with a $5 donation. What's up, Randall? Randall has another comparison. So we already had a Don Shula comparison to Pete. We've got a little bit of a Tom Landry for Pete Carroll. I like it. Randall. Again, another one that's a very interesting one. And Tom Landry kind of bursts on the scene, trying to modernize the NFL offense a little bit at his time. That's what they built out that Cowboy team to do when they were at their best. But then it started to get a little stale as he got near the end of his time, and they needed to rebuild that thing down to scratch and go from the bottom up. And that's why you had Troy Aikman's first bad year there with Jimmy Johnson, where I think they won one football game, and that's what it took. But they were able to turn it around very quickly from there, weren't they, Randall? That Cowboy team. But I like it, man. Another very good comparison on your part there, Randall. Thank you so much. Megan coming with another super chat. She's thank you, Megan. Talking to Charles Riley, says, yep, 4 to 5 packets a game according to his answers to my many questions in the Seahawks mailbag. Yeah, I'm guessing Coach Carroll goes through a lot of those packets. It tastes good, but man, chew 20, it just turns into like a cow chewing its chud. Just there's no flavor to it anymore. It starts to dry out. You gotta go to the new. I wonder if he just spits it all into a pile too. So like his shoes are just filled with bubble yum underneath the soles of his shoes. He walks along the locker room, making that noise every time he steps. Megan with another $5 donation. Man, Megan, you came come in late, but you're starting out hot. I dig that about you. Megan says, got myself my very own DK Funko Pop for $20 today. Happy with that, and will neither confirm nor deny I got Jamal Adams Funko in the same transaction. Nice. Hey, the more Seahawks swag, the better, as you can tell from my background here, Megan. So I'm a big proponent of Seahawks swag in any way, shape, or form. So DK Funko Pop, I love it. I gotta look that up, Megan. I gotta see if I can get myself some of that stuff. Megan coming with another $5 donation, says, convinced me that Russ will be throwing the same coming back from the injury as he did pre-injury. You know what I think about it? Well, I think that they cut, unbeknownst to many of us, the whole pin being pulled out is really actually just subterfuge for the true story, which is that Megan Russ's finger's been cut off. It's been literally amputated. And now a little bit like Luke Skywalker, but instead the whole hand, he just had his finger roboticized. Okay, so now he's got a roboticized finger on his throwing hand, which doesn't matter now about pain and all that because they've connected everything to the main flesh of his hand, and so it's all irrelevant. He'll wear a glove to cover it up until they can get the fleshy exterior coated over the top of it. But from the time being right now, it looks like a Terminator T-100, you know what I mean, when you take off the skin. That's what his finger looks like right now. I don't think he will. I think, Megan, more of what I base my prediction on with Russ is him being so headstrong, him being a guy who historically, when he has had injuries in the past, it has caused him to not even miss a game, not even miss a snap. He gets right back on the football field. So when you get him onto a position where you're having him held off the football field and all of it being happening because of a finger, I think that he's a tough enough guy who's going to be able to kind of force his way through with that. I don't think, Megan, he's going to be at 100%. I don't think he's going to be at his best. But he's going to try to gut it through. I have no doubt about that. And I'd be shocked to see him not come back for the Green Bay game because that's his mentality on things, you know. Charles Riley responding to Megan, did you have to give up to $1.30 and a Bradley McDougall autographed 8x10 to get the Jamal Adams bobblehead? I see what you did there, Charles. I see what you did there. Well, no, they're actually just kicking the Jamal Adams bobblehead as a kicker for the DK as the DK Deco Funko Pop. So it was a throw in at that point. They were on a they had extras in the warehouse. They were sitting on a couple boxes. But thank you for your donations, Charles, Megan. You're very kind. I do appreciate it. Watching VisQuest, I wonder how that turncoat Josh Gordon is doing. I haven't been able to check because of that knife in my back. Well, yeah, I saw Josh. Patrick Mahomes trying to throw him a ball the other game earlier in the week, and Mahomes did this little jump pass move where he jumps up and tries to throw the ball, and it goes right between Josh Gordon's hands. It's kind of tough because Mahomes is really throwing it in hard, and he's kind of doing this weird jump move with it, but Josh didn't make the catch, so karma's a bitch. Cron says, I think most teams in the league will take a non-injury prone, good teammate, and amazing player in Tyler Lockett over OBJ. One play and a stat padding defined his whole career. Well said. I think Tyler will end up having the better overall career. I agree with you there. I think OBJ's probably topped out for the most part as far as being a prime target in this league and being an upper-level receiver in this league, if he ever really had a run of being considered that. So, whereas Tyler probably has at least 2 to 3 more years of really good upper-level production. Tyler will just be consistently really very good through his whole career. And that's nothing to shake a stick at. That'll get him darn near to 10,000 yards probably receiving, but I don't think Odell gets anywhere near 10,000 yards receiving. Lance Graham, was it weird they let DK and Marshawn Lattimore pick on each other, then they find them the next day? No, not really, Lance. I mean, there's some of that stuff that goes on in football at times like that, back and forth, and neither player was really doing anything above the line past what Lattimore got flagged for, really, in my opinion. They're playing hard, and there was some post-snap stuff going on, and the NFL is going to hit them afterwards, but the NFL likes that stuff as much as anything. They know that's good football. They know that's not good football. It's good TV. It's exciting TV for people to watch that stuff. So they'll slap them on the hands and make it look like they're shaking a finger at him, like, don't you do that again, but maybe if you do, it'll be okay. But at the end of the day, they're okay with it. It's good TV. That's fun football to me. Watch VisQuest. The cat behind the framed Largent jersey is a little stressful. Yeah, that's what they get. When I'm on my stream, I'm telling you guys, it's the Pavlonian thing. They just start, oh, God, are you going to be on this for hours? What is this, 3 hours today? Is it 7 hours today? Are you ever coming back to us today? They get very needy once the camera turns on. B-Russ, looks like we made the right decision on Josh Gordon. 11 yards in 3 games, but hey, maybe he just doesn't have the chemistry with Mahomes and would have fit well with Russell. Hard to say. I know he did throw with Russell quite a bit, and they had at least that chemistry of having the time of even before Josh Gordon came here, Russell talked about throwing with him and having that time. So hard to say on that. It is tough for a receiver to come onto a team late in the year like that and have a lot of impact, though we did see even a couple of years ago when Josh came in the gate here, we felt his impact right out the chute. Would have been nice to be able to get Josh in here, man. It really would have been nice to get him in here, but he was trying to go to the best spot, and understandable why he thought at the time maybe the Chiefs would be that place. We'll see. I think it'll still turn out to be a pretty good move for the Chiefs on that. I think he'll give them some production before the end of the year comes. Food Gamer says, John Snyder said in the radio podcast before the Seahawks and Jags game where he said James Robinson was going to sign with us, but he picked the Jags. I know he regrets that decision. Maybe so. We had Chris Carson at the time, though, Food Gamer, so he's probably, when you're an undrafted rookie free agent, you've got to go to a place that you're going to have a true chance. You can't go to a place that's got a stacked backfield because you could end up on the street and never given another chance in the NFL, even if you have that talent to be able to play in the league. So you've got to go to a place that you're going to be given a shot. At that point in time, the Jaguars had moved on from Leonard Fournette. Their running back room was not certain at all. Makes sense that James went to a spot where he's going to get some touches and chances. It's paid off for him well, I think, overall. Would have been nice to have him, don't get me wrong, but I can't fault James on that. He was all right there. Anthony Bain, OBJ is a head case just like AB was. Remind me how that worked out for Tom Brady again. Well, Anthony, he won a Super Bowl with Antonio Brown last year, and Antonio Brown helped them out. He was a welcome addition to that football team. So, while Tom Brady only got one game out of him in New England when Brown was there initially, Brown came to them last year. They outbid us for Brown, and it helped them go win a Super Bowl. So I don't know if that's the best example as to signing a head case going wrong. And again, too, on this, Anthony, my 4 pillars of signing a head case are pillars for one reason and one reason only. because I can get all those pillars mean the same thing. Am I giving a multi-year deal? Am I giving up draft picks? Am I giving a lot of bonus money? All of those pillars of thinking and considering on a problem player are all boiled down to the same thing. I can get out at any point in time without any loss. That's the point of the pillars. So when you talk about a guy being a head case like OBJ, I don't disagree with you. But what I'm saying is you bring a guy like that in and he turns into a head case and you put him out on the street. You do it like you did with Aldon Smith. As Aldon Smith was, look, head case, problem child, long history of having those issues. And you brought him in well aware that that was what you were dealing with. And you didn't give him a lot of money. And you didn't give him multiple years. And you didn't sign him you didn't have to trade draft capital to pick him up. And when it went wrong, when it started to go sideways with Aldon, guess what? You released him at a minimal loss. The same thing would happen if you brought in Odell Beckham Jr. So that's the part where I can't get worried about the head case part. You just kick him to the curb at that point. Anthony says if Seattle doesn't grab OBJ, he gets released. He will end up on Tampa, Rams, or Green Bay. Mark my words. I could see him with Green Bay. I could see that, Anthony. I could absolutely see that. I have a hard time seeing, and the Rams I could see because he wants to go to LA. And so even though their receiving core is really deep, the LA part would pull him to them. I think the Chargers would make some sense in that as well, Anthony. I don't know about Tampa Bay. With Tampa Bay already having a 3-stack deep of receivers, I don't know if that would draw him in very much. That'd be probably pretty hard for him to be sold on them. But the other ones I'm with, I could see it. And Anthony, I don't think it'd be too many weapons for Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay would definitely be interested, but does Odell want to go to that team to be a 4th-string target when his dad's already posting Instagram videos of him not getting targeted in Green Bay or in Cleveland? That's just how I'm putting that together myself. Anthony saying also Seattle missed a chance to bolster the dismal pass rush by adding Vaughn or Melvin. Vaughn was acquired by the Rams, and Broncos are paying 99% of Vaughn's salary. Maybe, Anthony, the thing with it, though, is I wouldn't have wanted to give up a 2nd or 3rd round pick for a half season of Von Miller. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think that would have been too much to give up. And we're not in the same position that the Rams are from a win-loss record to be in that all-in mode like that as far as sacrificing the future. Melvin Gordon's a little bit like Von Miller. Those guys have played the majority of their careers as stand-up outside 3-4 linebackers. How do they transition as down 4-3 defensive ends now? And a guy in Melvin Gordon who's, has been winding down recently pretty considerably. So I don't know if I would have been on either of those two guys in that way. I would have taken Vaughn for like a 4th, but I'm not giving up a 2nd and a 3rd rounder for him for a half season of play for a guy that's old and somewhat injury prone at this point. No way. Megan Gok Roger, thank you for another $5 donation, Megan. You're awesome, and I appreciate you. Headstrong is all well and fine as far as Russell Wilson is concerned, but God help us if he re-injures it. Then what? I think from Russell, here, let me answer this, Megan, as if I'm Russell Wilson, okay? Because I think I have a Russell Wilson's answer. If I sit out, Megan, with my 87% healed finger, and Geno Smith goes out there and loses us the next 3 games, and I wait to come back to where I'm at 95% healed 3 weeks from now, we may not be in a position for me, even as a miracle worker, to get us back into the playoffs. To get us back in the playoffs, Megan, I got to start doing work right now on this 86% healed finger. I think that would be his response back to you on that, Megan. Was the way he's looking at it is that it's irrelevant at that point. Yeah, I might injure myself, but by waiting for it to get to the point where I can't re-injure myself at the 95% range, which even at that point would be probably, can't say for sure you won't re-injure it, Russ. It'd be at that stage, even at that point of things. I think he just looks at it like this is about trying to still do what we can. And it's not a perfect answer, but it's the answer to try to reclaim back this season if there is any hope for that. Thank you, Megan, for the $5 donation. You're awesome. And Charles coming with another $5 donation. Charles, you and Megan are just, and I love you guys. You're awesome. Charles says, can we sign OBJ's dad to make films of times Russ was constrained by Pete's offense? How many minutes would that film be? It would be a 10-part series. It'd be a 10-part series with, about the timeline of the series roots. Something like that is an equivalent, And instead of it being Toby getting whipped going, well, what's your name? What's your name? It'd be, Carol whipping Russell saying, what are we going to do? And Russell saying, pass the ball. And he keeps whipping. He says, what are we going to do? Pass the ball. What are we going to do? We'll run. We'll run. Coach Carroll, God. That'd be what you get from OBJ's dad. That'd be the equivalent on that one. Thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you guys. You're very kind. Up Your A says, looking like Deshaun Watson could be traded for Saquon in the offseason. I think Saquon's a free agent this offseason. If I'm thinking correctly, I might be off on that. But no, Deshaun's going to go somewhere, but he's going to go for draft picks. Maybe not a lot of draft picks, but for some draft picks. Jason says Broncos also received second and third round picks. And you're responding, I think, a little bit to Anthony on this one, Jason. I bet they would pay his contract. Also, Von Miller isn't the same player. Yeah, we didn't need as much to pay the contract as the Rams did, who had no cap space. So they needed the Broncos to pay some of Von's remaining money on his deal this year. We wouldn't have had to do that. Maybe that would have removed down the value somewhat. But instead of a second and a third, now it only costs a second round pick. And again, a second round pick for half a season to play for a player is just like, oosh. It is a big risk on the Rams' part. This is an all or nothing deal. And if it doesn't work out, they've got a lot of stuff to kind of try to make do with. They don't have a lot of money now next offseason. And then they have but 2 or 3 draft picks. That is not a position you want to be in going into in an offseason. You don't want to be in either of those lanes. But like us last offseason, we went into it 3 picks. But then we also had substantial amount of money to spend. John Robinson, what's up, John? He's going to prison, being Henry Ruggs, for 3 to 5 years. He'll plead guilty to involuntary manslaughter unless they want to make an example out of him. I don't know. I think he's going to get a little bit harsher than that, because this isn't just a typical involuntary manslaughter. You drop something out your window and it hits somebody down on a sidewalk. You're doing 156 miles an hour drunk with a loaded weapon in the car. That's probably going to draw out a little bit more, I'd say. A little bit more. Anthony Bain, Von Miller at 75% is better than every D lineman we have, just saying. Not better than Darrell Taylor. I don't know that Von Miller at this point is better than Darrell Taylor. Maybe he still is. Maybe. But no, Anthony, I don't disagree with you in that Von Miller would have been a welcome addition to the football club. I would have been happy to go out there and get him. But there becomes a cost where you're not a team that's even at the front of this division. You're not second place in this division. How can you be already having given up your first round pick in this future draft? How could you look at yourself and go, we're in a contender status to give up our first 3 picks in the next upcoming draft, especially with all the question marks we have coming into this offseason? Where does Carroll stand? Where does Russell Wilson stand? What is this team going to do as far as changes and adjustments? And they're going to need some flexibility if they are going to want to make any of those changes and adjustments. It's just too big of a cost to go there at that point for them. Jason says, so you would have traded a second and third round pick? Oh, you're talking to Anthony Bain. Sorry, Jason. I see you're responding to Anthony, so. Jaboy Michael says, boys, Odell is expected to be released soon, and we are 10th in the waiver wire, but I'm pretty sure only 2 teams can afford it, and then us, but we're the only team that could actually finish good. Well, you'll wonder too, is if not Odell Beckham's representatives will reach out to teams out there on the waiver wire below us. This happened a couple of years ago with Josh Gordon, actually, when Josh Gordon got released by the New England Patriots. His representatives reached out to all those other teams and said, please do not claim me. I will not come in. I'm going to want to go to Seattle. He specifically wanted to come at that time to Seattle. So that could be the way this plays out as well. If Odell does have us targeted as a team he'd like to go to and prefer, then that might end up making a lot of sense if it goes that way. I'm not going to predict it, but I'm just saying I could see it going down like that. Megan says, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you, Russ, are saying. And thank you for the $5 donation, Megan. You, again, are just awesome. But as one who has done it, and maybe it's my anxiety talking, but I hope we get to the playoffs. It's not worth it. I think it's hard to tell an athlete like this to not go out there and gut it out if they think they can gut it out. And it's hard to tell an athlete that this finger is going to hold you off the football field. And I think you're right, Megan, to believe that he's not going to be in a state of 100% and that finger is going to impair him as he tries to throw the football. I 100% think that's going to be the way it goes. But I think that he trusts he's better than a backup Geno Smith out there at his 86% of his finger being healed. So I'm it's rightful to have some anxiety out there with it, but Russ is going to take that risk, Megan. I guarantee you. When you had a high ankle sprain like you did before and you went back out on the football field, if you go out and you go play on a high ankle sprain, it's basically a fractured leg. There's a great chance you go out there and increase the fracture in your leg by taking the wrong kind of blow, the wrong turn of the leg, the wrong, somebody lands on it weird, a little extra, and now it goes from fractured to full on broken in two. That didn't stop Russell last time. And that was his leg. This is his finger. Charles Riley with the $10 donation says, at Megan Gock Roger, I love how you guys give me donations as you're responding to each other. Says Megan Rock Roger, don't forget that Russ has a couple of trainers from the so-called Gold's Gym. They might as well be doctors from what I gather. He's in good hands for his finger. I sense your sarcasm, Charles, and I love that about you, man. Thank you for the $10 donation. Russ is definitely surrounded by some medical people. John Robinson mentioned something I've been meaning to mention on this chat as well. Creed Humphrey has the highest rookie PFF grade ever since they began tracking the PFF stats. Creed Humphrey has the highest rookie PFF ever. Just let that one, try not to get depressed by that one. As I was mentioning on my Twitter when I posted that, John, it's just getting sad now. It's just getting sad now as far as the Creed Humphrey stuff goes. Robert, my brother Pennington says, have you discussed picking up OBJ on the waivers, or is he cooked in your opinion? Robert, and good to see you, my brother. I do think that he's a little bit of a lesser player of what he was in his prime of the Giants. He's probably about 88% of what he was in his first couple of years with the Giants as far as explosiveness, speed, and what he can get done on a football field. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little, maybe right there. We sit 10th on the waiver wire, Robert. So we are in a position to be able to jump up ahead of other contending teams to grab him by our positioning, which we don't normally get to be in. So that's a nice spot to be in, Rob. But is he going to want to come here and be the third, fourth guy on this roster? Unsure. Seattle's got the money to do it. They certainly could use, I think, some help in the receiving core because we say nothing if we get an injury somewhere. Something happens to DK, something happens to Tyler. And you're trotting out there, DK Swain, where you're trotting out there Swain and Eskridge as your starters at that point. That offense is probably going to be kind of limited. So getting a little bit of help there couldn't hurt, especially if you're going to need to throw a little bit more as we go through here with the running game being stifled as it's been recently. So I do think he's not full cooked, Rob. He's medium rare at this point, but I think he would help your receiving room. He'd be an upgrade. B-Mac, what's up, B-Mac? Good to see you, my guy. Almost all the first string running backs are injured across the league. Maybe we should just rotate the running backs a little bit more. Yeah, it's a position that just gets beat all to hell, B-Mac, and we've seen it here, say nothing for the league, we've seen it here in Seattle for years now where the running back room just gets kind of decimated over the course of a year. I've long asked and said, and I know that it sounds like a joke, I don't really mean it joking, and I know he's probably not in shape, but I mean, I'd be making the call out to Marshawn right now myself. Marshawn, just get yourself in shape. We need you for 4 or 5 weeks at the end of the year. I know it's crazy. I know it doesn't make sense. I know he's probably been just chilling for a year and a half and he's out of shape and all that, but God, he's the last guy that at least remain upright of running backs on a roster, I know it doesn't look like Carson's next getting any better. Doesn't look like Rashad Penny's getting any faster again. Alex Collins has been beat up in his limited action. And while Dallas and Homer have looked all right, I don't think any of us want to rely on them when it counts the most, Charles Riley says Brando was mustache PI. That is handsome like Tom Selleck, but drove a Fiero instead of a Ferrari. I'll take that, Charles. I'll take it. We can't all drive a Ferrari, but we can wear ourselves a beautiful mustache. GoX05 says if OBJ gets let go, we better jump on that. I hope so, man. If you're going to be that quiet in the trade deadline, the least you can do is be aggressive in other places, right? So I'd be on it. I'd be okay with it. Again, I apply my 4 pillars of a situation to it, and I think that wins me over. And how's it going, Randall? Sorry I'm a little late on responding to you on that, but it's good to see you, my guy. Randall says, so at this point, it's 50-50 Rodgers playing the next game. Sure, we can't go 8-1 or 7-2 down the stretch. We took our hits at the beginning of the year. Other teams are going to take theirs towards the end. I absolutely do think that it's a possibility you can get to a 7-2 down the stretch, Randall. And being able to put this in as a win instead of almost a certain loss with Rodgers playing would help that. You've got to beat some tough wins you got to beat some tough teams down that stretch to do that, Randall. You don't have like the easiest schedule in football to get that 7-2 done. But you don't have to be perfect. You're getting your best player back. You're relatively healthy as a football team versus you look at a year ago, you were the 5th most injured team in the NFL. The year before that, you were the most injured team in the NFL. I don't think we're on that same kind of pace. So there's a little bit of room for potential optimism here, and things have broken in our favor on kind of a couple of teams we need to have go right with us, Randall, being the Vikings. Danielle Hunter's gone down to a torn pectoral muscle. They've lost some tough games here recently as well in addition to that. And then, of course, the Saints have lost Jameis Winston. We hear today Michael Thomas injured his other ankle. He's not coming back this year. That certainly helps our position. Hawks are the ace. Do you think Russ could make it into the MVP conversation if we come back and make the playoffs and do well? No, you can't be out for 3-4 games in a season like this, especially with some of the pace some of these frontline quarterbacks are putting up. If you look at Lamar, Kyler, Matt, all of them are on the pretty prolific pace. If Russ is only going to end up throwing for 4,000 yards and 32 touchdowns, even if he's done a lot from an efficiency standpoint to get there, you got to put up the totality of the numbers. So it just won't be enough to get him into that discussion, unfortunately. Randall says, Gerald Everett missed 2 weeks with the Rona. I'm personally don't care about people's vac status, but the NFL does. I'm not certain he plays 10 days after the positive test. I could be wrong on this, Randall, and frankly, the rules have confused the hell out of me and how they've got this set up. But as I understand it, the NFL was supposed to make this very hard on players if they weren't vaxxed to get back on the field. So Rodgers coming back in 2 weeks seems a little bit off of what I've heard with that as far as their tack they were taking with that. We'll see, but I would think he would be out a couple weeks. Somebody else in the chat was saying, Randall, that he was only going to be out this week and that he was due to come back next week. So I don't know. We'll see where there's still a little bit of a question mark on the situation. John Robinson, you don't think they'll hold Russ if they don't get the right compensation? No, John, I don't think they're going to hold on to Russ because I think they did the hold on to Russ move this season. I think when Russ submitted that list of 4 teams, we didn't hear about the conversations going on behind closed doors. But I think the conversation between the representatives of Russell's people and Seattle was basically along the lines of, okay, we've had about enough here. Start looking at getting us out of here. And Seattle went out there and they trolled the NFL, not trolled like TRL, but TRAWLED, trolled. They basically looked out and said, okay, what's the NFL going to offer us with these 4 teams you put on a list? And the 4 teams on the list, like one of the teams called back, meaning Chicago, said, we want him. And then the offer they got was not good, John. So they come back to Russell. They say, look, we got a piss poor offer and we're going to have to eat $39 million of dead money to move off from you this year. We're not doing that. You have to wait at least 1 more year for us to do something like that. But I would all but guarantee you they told him if it's a year from now and you're feeling the same way, we will at that point in time be willing to eat that dead money. And I don't think that John I don't think they're going to hold him to a hardline approach on this, being that he's close enough at that point to the end of the contract that while it's still significant dead money, it's not so much dead money. You just absolutely can't cross that bridge like last year at the damn near $40 million money mark. Cowboys are number 1, just like every woman awesome, bro. I slip a joke in from time to time. Randall says, I disagree on the Russ trade. If he demands the trade, then they're going to get a bounty for him. I'm 90% sure this is Pete's last year. Oh, no, I think, Randall, I do think they'll get a return on him in a trade this year. I think it's probably better than maybe even than the offer they got from Chicago last year. I think there wasn't as many teams looking for quarterbacks last offseason as there will this offseason, especially teams that would be attractive to Russell Wilson as a place to go. So, no, I think you would get a good offer for him. I do. Oh, Randall says the team isn't going to just do him a solid and trade him. Well, this is the part where Randall, I could be wrong. I make my predictions. You know this on the channel, and this is And looking at the situation and how it's long played out, I'm venturing to guess the fact that Russell came to the offseason, front office last offseason. Let's just walk through this process, Randall. We know he was disgruntled last offseason. We know there was conversations between him and Coach Carroll and how that whole dynamic was working out last offseason, right? And we know he submitted the list of 4 teams, and he said, "I'm done with this. I'm about ready to be out of here." Do we think that after holding him to the line last year and saying we're not going to trade him, they're going to do that again now a second year? It gets harder every year you're trying to do that, much less the first year you do it. And now you're going to force him to play through a whole nother season next year, knowing he's disgruntled and unhappy. And then what happens if he starts to make that unhappiness known? Where I've told them I want out of here. It starts to get ugly really quickly when you start going down that road of hardlining it. It isn't necessarily a useful method to keeping a player. And if Russ wants to go, I think they're going to move him. And it's not about having him do a solid. It's about not doing wrong by a guy who's been proven right on some of his, some of what's the word I'm looking for? A little bit of his questioning of the organization's moves and their direction of things. DK Funko Pop, Megan, that's awesome. Jim Boy Michael, DK ran a 4.33, so he's a 0.10 seconds faster than Odell Beckham, while being like 4 inches taller, 25 pounds heavier. Randall says, I bet OBJ's 3-cone was ridiculous. That's true. Odell did get him on the 3-cone. You can't deny that. Megan says, DK playing as he is at the moment reminds me of why he's one of my fave Hawk players. Mine too. Somebody's asked me recently who's my favorite Hawk player playing right now, and it might be DK. John Robinson says, I think DK is right. He's never got thrown a high ball really except a couple times. All his 50-50 balls seem to be at his chest where a defensive back can make a play. Russ needs to throw it up. I agree. I think they need to do more of that stuff. Part of this, John's a little bit built into me saying he needs to be targeted 8 to 12 times a game. There's got to be some scripted throws in there where you just give him a chance to go up there, be it back shoulder him, be it on a fade ball. Just give him a chance to go up one-on-one, especially because he's literally been the best player in the NFL in one-on-one coverage this season. When targeted, he's got the highest passer rater in the league is on DK when he's targeted in one-on-one coverage. So every time you see him in one-on-one coverage, you should be attacking the hell out of that, whether you're Russell Wilson or Geno Smith. Randall says Arizona isn't going to win the division. That team's about to take a nosedive. Well, Randall, there's been some folks out there that think they're going to backtrack here, that it's just a matter of time before they end up falling in the can and doing the inevitable, so to speak. But I do like how they're playing. I've watched a lot of their games this year. The J.J. Watt hurts. I love the Zach Ertz move, though, adding to that offense, and I think really that team's going to go as far as really what the offense takes them as much as what the defense gets done. But you could be proven right on that. I could see it going that way. They're very top. They're like the Rams, John. They're top heavy. And I've said you remove a couple of those key parts and pieces from those teams are a much different state. And, you take J.J. Watt, DeAndre Hopkins, Chandler Jones out of the mix. Where's that Cardinal team? It's not really competing, is it? Charles Riley says OBJ on Buffalo would be fun. Josh Allen can hit that fool. That would be a great place for him. That would be a good landing spot. Opposite Diggs. Yeah, those would be two interesting receivers to kind of play off each other. Randall says teams getting hot at the end of the year. Seahawks 2012. Yeah, they got really hot at the end of that season. They put up a couple of 50 burgers at the end of that year as they were getting better and better. It used to be more of what Pete Carroll teams you'd see every year. Didn't matter kind of whether it was Legion of Boom or beyond there. They always seemed to get a little bit better as the year went along. And it seemed purposeful. It's been not as much the case, I'd say, recently, Randall, across the board, but it is in general a rule of thumb with Coach Carroll. Randall says Zona, mobile quarterback with a sprained ankle, 2 top-end wide receiver with a bum hammy, not much of a running game. Rams' best team in the division right now. I can't give it to the Rams at this point quite yet, Randall. I mean, the Cardinals beat the Rams. I believe they beat them in L.A., so it's hard for me to put the Rams ahead of them at this point. We'll monitor the sprained ankle and the hammy on the wide receiver. I think it does hurt them a little bit, but Von Miller also helps out the Rams quite a bit, right? So to your point, maybe that move puts them over the top because they didn't have Von Miller when they played Arizona last. We'll see though. That's again just my point. They lose 3 guys. They're they're cooked, be it the Rams or the Cardinals. The Rams lose Jalen Ramsey, Cooper Kupp, Darrell Henderson. That team, you'd be surprised. I think that team's kind of in the can. Randall says, I've had a premonition of OBJ in a Hawks uniform for a few years. Oh, Randall, you will forever be the prophet, man, if that's proven true here. Jake Mason, who was a better receiver in their prime, Doug Baldwin or Tyler Lockett? Doug Baldwin. Baldwin was more consistent, more clutch. When you needed a catch, you could go to Doug Baldwin. Tyler Lockett's a little more boom or bust sometimes week in and week out, and his productivity level goes. They're very close though, Jake. So it's not an easy one to put one above the other. I think they're very, very close as far as their top end primes go. Very tough question. Randall says, where are you at with John Schneider long-term once Pete leaves? Part of solution or part of the problem? Randall, I hate to be on the fence on this particular answer, but I have to be a little bit in the respect of I don't know how much say John Schneider has had in the drafting process. When I look at the contracts that have been given out and the way they've structured contracts, I can't really admonish him for that. When I look at the trades that they've made, even the Jamal Adams trade, I can't necessarily admonish him for that because it might have been, Coach Carroll who pushed that trade. There's a lot of indications that probably was Coach Carroll pushing for that trade then. And so this really is more reliant on that committee that sits sort of advising Jody Allen on the situation of where the Seahawks are and what they know about the background and what is Schneider's. Who has he been responsible? Was it Schneider on the LJ Collier move? Was it Schneider on Jordan Brooks? What is it that's been Pete? What is it that's been John Schneider? And some of the basis of that answer would guide whether or not, if Pete moved on, I'd want to keep Schneider or not. I'd lean to probably Randall keeping Schneider because my instinct on this is that probably Coach Carroll has come in and overruled quite a bit during his tenure. Moves that maybe Schneider wouldn't necessarily want to sign off on his own if he was just given full control. That's a guess on my part, but that's where I think it would probably go. Megan says, Brando, I'm firmly in the DK camp and have been since day one. I'm glad you agree with me on this, Megan. At least we're riding together on this one. We got a couple of people in here, but I'm going to be fighting this fight. Randall says, OBJ prime is who Corn Robinson could have been. I always thought, to me, Corn Robinson had all of the elements of a player who could have been a Jerry Rice type as far as his talent level goes. So I think he was beyond OBJ, whereas Corn had more size than OBJ did. Like, Corn was like a legit 6'1". I mean, he was just like Jerry Rice as far as just that, his ability to move on the football field, the speed that sneaks up on you, the ability after the catch. When his hands were really good, he could be great with his hands. They just weren't consistent, but he could make every catch when he was really rolling. I thought Corn just more of a freaky talent than OBJ coming out. I don't hate the comparison, but man, Corn was kind of next level, man. Big Country says, I'll take any coach over Norton. I would too, man. Randall, Eddie Murphy initiating prior talking about Bill Cosby, as the kids say, laughing out loud. Oh yeah, where Eddie calls Richard and about Bill Cosby admonishing him for swearing, and Richard tells Eddie, says, "Do people laugh when you tell your jokes?" And he says, "Yes." "Do you get paid for it?" "Yes." Well, tell Bill I said, go have a Coke and a smile and shut the fuck up. Good. It's a good bit. Your boy Michael, who's guarding Odell? DK and Tyler, and I feel with a QB like Russ, Odell can go back to how he was, and Russ won't be like Baker and miss a whole wide open Odell. I think he's a better quarterback than Baker, so he's gonna see Odell open when he's open. And I agree with you. I like the thought process of having 3 lethal wide receivers out on the outside rather than just having 2, and especially understanding that we're seeing more of DK Metcalf being double teamed. Oh, you're going to double team DK Metcalf and leave single coverage with Tyler and Odell on the field? It opens the door to more spread concepts, more 4 wide receiver sets, even with a guy like Eskridge in there. It moves his Swain down into the 4th, 5th wide receiver position role where he's very strong and as a 5th wide receiver. I don't think he's as well suited as a number 3. I like it from that standpoint. Randall says, had a team traded for OBJ, they have to pay him the remaining salary, but if he's cut, the signing team negotiates a new deal. This works a little bit different than that, Randall. So the way it would work is that he's cut right now, so whoever team signs him right now would be on the hook for his base salary remaining right now if they pluck him off the waiver wire. If he clears waivers, then you can sign him to whatever deal you want, whatever low-end deal you want. But he has to get all the way through waivers at that point. Every team would have to have a chance at him, and I would imagine that there would be some team, even though there's not a lot of teams, a lot of cap space left at this point to pluck him up, because I think you are on the hook for like $4 or $5 million or something like that through the rest of the season, I believe. I may be off of that number. I'm pulling that out my butt. But you're on a number like that for the remaining portion of the season to sign him, to claim him on waivers. So that would be how it would have to go. Amanda Gray, I love football. Well, I love the fact you're watching this channel right now, Amanda. So thank you for hopping in. A says, keep the beard, bruh. I'll be bringing the beard back. Well, the beard will be making a return. I just had to air out the face a little bit. I've been rocking the beard for like a year or something. So just need to get some good fresh air on it. Emmett Brown. People are too emotionally invested to see DK's future play out. Ask any Cowboy or Philly fan about T.O. and you'll get a different opinion than other NFL fans. The NFL fan perception of DK is bad. I mean, I'm not emotionally invested in his future on it. I don't, personally, I can't say I'm emotionally there, Emmett. I just look at him being, again, he's put up the best production of any Seahawks wide receiver we've had in 3 years. Is it all about production? No. He's also been available every single game. He also run blocks really well. Does he occasionally do something boneheaded to draw a flag? I guess, but he's been a pretty good citizen off the football field too. You know, I mean, I don't know. I just don't understand on a team. I guess the thing with me, Emmett, that I don't get is that we're a team with very few assets, with very few good assets going forward. So we're going to dump one of our most valuable assets. That doesn't seem like really good team building, especially an asset that still is very young, that still seems to have upside beyond what he showed you on the football field, which has been pretty darn good. I don't get the T.O. comparisons either. I think that that's a little bit of a laissez-faire comparison to make in pointing DK to T.O. T.O. destroyed 2 different locker rooms. DK has not even approached destroying any locker rooms. But T.O. destroyed the San Francisco 49er locker room by saying that his quarterback was gay, right? That caused some problems. Has DK done anything close to that range of things? You know, and then did the very same thing over in Philadelphia. And again, there were players that will tell you that T.O. did that in those places. So I don't know, man. Maybe you end up being proven right on this, Emmett, but I take that chance at this point. I take the chance at this point. And it's not emotionality, but based off of production you've gotten off the football field. And that I don't want to lose that production and have to find another place to replace that production when I already need to find pass rushers, when I already need to find linebackers, when I already need to find corners, when I already need to go find a free safety, when I already need to go find a left tackle, when I already need to go find a right tackle, when I already need to go find a center. You know, I already need to go find all those other positions. Now I want to add in a frontline receiver on top of it. For what? Because we think maybe he could become a diva. Randall, pizza, juicy fruit kind of guy. No, he's a bubble yum. I thought he's a bubble yum guy. Emmett Brown, DK's a hell of a talent, but this will end bad, like Sherm Earl level bad. Again, maybe, I don't know, man. Again, I think you're basing a little bit of that, Emmett, on a guess that doesn't have a lot of substantial backing to it. You know, him drawing a few penalty flags on the field for boneheadedness, him having a moment in the Rams game where he is asking about being targeted, obviously, when they're not targeting him at times through whole football games. I don't know if that's an equivalent, but we'll see. We'll see. Emmett 21, the plan for this rebuild is get Lincoln Riley for head coach, get Brian Flores as defensive coordinator, trade Wilson, cut Bobby, Dunlap, Ugo, Blair, Carson, and get Marlon Mack, extend DK, and maybe extend Diggs. I don't know, Emmett. I can't spend that much money on 2 safeties in this day and age, the money you're going to have to spend on Diggs to keep him and Adams, who you already have a market-setting deal at the strong safety position. But I'm okay with most of what you said there. I don't know what Marlon Mack's got left as a running back or why you'd want to spend money on him necessarily rather than go get a young guy. But I'm okay with your head coach and your defensive coordinator. I love that. Duron Evers, we would never trade Russ. Well, Duron, do you think with the $13 million of cap space that they're sitting on right now, that there may be some small indication in here that they are having a little bit of openingness to trade Russ? And if not, what do you think that they're saving that $13 million for? Emmett, if not extending Diggs is a good thing, then sign Devin McCourty for a year. Maybe a possibility. I don't know if he's going to leave the East Coast. B-Mac says, I wish they would rotate the running backs. They did a little bit of that this last game, B-Mac. A little bit. Random McDaniel says, whose career is a faster nosedive? Whose careers had a faster nosedive? OBJ or Michael Thomas? Boy, Randall, it feels more like Michael Thomas. Here's a guy at a prolific pace where, you write him down for 150 catches a season, and then now he just can't get him back on the football field, and it's all gone to hell. And in some respects, gone to hell within his control. At least with OBJ, he'll get back out on the field and show you flashes of what used to be. But Michael Thomas just is like, I heard today, Randall, that Michael Thomas is Keyshawn Johnson's nephew. And some of this started to make a little bit more sense, if you know what I mean, for why this has played out, how it's played out. Emmett says, and for Major League Baseball, looking for agency or the draft, there's a bunch in both categories. There is. Agreed. Random McDaniel says, bigger risk, 2020 AB or 2021 OBJ? OBJ will be the bigger risk because you probably have to claim him on waivers, Randall, so you have a little bit more of a base salary that you're paying than what you would have paid to Antonio Brown, but they're not far off. It's a matter of $1 million or $2 million at most difference, at most. So not a substantial difference between the two of them. Both you can basically cut at any given time without any real true deep loss to you because you're not on the hook for their full salary throughout the year. You're paying them basically game by game at that point. Emmett says, I'm glad we didn't blow any more draft capital this deadline, but I really wish we would have been sellers, at least cut some worthless players, Collier, Penny, to hell with validating draft position. I would be okay with Collier. I'm with you, Emmett, on getting rid of Collier in the respect of I would normally be open to doing it. The problem is the situation they've placed themselves in, Emmett, and this is one of the bads of drafting a first-round player that's so bad like he is that if keeping him on the roster right now costs you $2.5 million against your cap, moving him off the roster will cost you an additional $1.5 million on top of that $2.5 million. So you have to essentially pay $4 million just to get rid of him right now. That's the crappy part with Collier's contract. So, Emmett, you're just going to have to wait till June 1st with him to where now instead of paying that $4 million, you now actually save $1 million with a post-June 1st designation. With Rashad Penny, man, the running back room is light, lean. There's not a lot of other good running backs out there. I don't think he's anything special or anything all good, but there's not a lot to be saved by moving off him, and there certainly was no suitors for either of those two players in the trade market, Emmett. They just don't have any value out there. I don't think any player is going to give you much going forward with it. I'm okay with them being not buyers or sellers at the deadline like you. I agree with you there. I do wish they had used that money this offseason, though, and understanding that this was going to be the territory that they landed at, being that there wasn't a lot of teams in seller mode at the trade deadline this year, and use up those assets at another time, in my opinion, especially in the make or break year that we've landed in. Megan says, was anyone else surprised with the lack of movement by the Hawks at the trade deadline, or was it just me? I was surprised, Megan. I didn't expect them to make a big splash move, but I expected some kind of move to help the team, even if it was just an under-the-radar whatever signing. So, yeah, I didn't expect them to sit on $13.3 million at this point in time of the year. That part's caught me a little off guard. Charles Riley, thank you for the $10 donation. Man, you guys are very kind, Charles. That's like your $450 on the stream here. I appreciate you, buddy. Says, why does anybody give an F about an MVP for Russ? If he does that, if he does, that's one thing. But if fans are worried about it, it's beyond pathetic. Maybe we'll get some Pro Bowlers. Even alternates are great. Yeah, the MVP doesn't do a lot for me either. Russell's looking at the MVP or considering it or worrying about it for his legacy's sake. I don't like that either because it doesn't have anything to do with winning football games at the end of the day. It's an award that's an individual award and very much a team sport, and one of the biggest team sports there is. There's 55 guys on a roster in the NFL. There's 13 guys on an NBA roster. 25 on on a Major League Baseball roster. It's just a different sport to look at players individually and give them awards. So it doesn't do a whole lot for me either in that respect of things. But thank you, Charles, for the $10 donation. I appreciate you on that. And yeah, you can definitely getting Pro Bowlers and alternates is great. Is a much better thing. Stack up 3-4 Pro Bowlers or 1 MVP. You're probably taking the 4 Pro Bowlers, right? Big Back, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, sir. He says, Lynch would be my first choice too, but what about Todd Gurley? Thank you for the Big Mac for the $5 donation. My feeling on Todd Gurley is that in looking at his situation fairly well in depth over the last year and a half, he seems to be at a bone-on-bone place with that knee that he had torn an ACL back going all the way into college at Georgia. What this does is it doesn't let him train as hard as he would normally be able to train to get the body up to that prime place you need to be at to be able to compete in the NFL. You've got to sort of like massage your practice schedule, and this limits your ability to be at your most explosive, your most fast, your most refined state of things. I think this is why Todd hasn't been signed off the street. I think teams kind of recognize he's just kind of done at this point in time, where with Lynch, he doesn't have bone on bone. He's never really suffered the major lower leg injury throughout any time in his career. He knows the offense backwards and forwards. He's got rapport with Russell Wilson. He knows what he needs to do behind this offensive line and what Coach Carroll's going to want out of him as a running back. So I just think it'd fit a little bit better. He may not be in any kind of shape to get out there, but my goodness, even just from a health standpoint, at least he'd get out there, And certainly we know about at least Marshawn too. He doesn't need it blocked up 100% for him to be successful either. He can get the tough yards in there. Charles Riley, another $5 donation. Charles, my God, you're up by $50 today. I appreciate you, sir. You are awesome. Thank you so much. He says, faster nosedive, Michael Thomas or Philip Michael Thomas from Miami Vice. It's a 50-50. Yeah, tough, right? He certainly have those. You got the Hall and Oates, right? And he was the Oates on that Hall, I guess, where just not a lot of play for Philip Michael Thomas. And with a cool name like that, too, that should have played in the 80s. That should have got him a couple of rolls on his own with that. But, yeah, he didn't come out of Vice getting a leg forward despite having so much run on that show. I'm going to go with Michael Thomas, because at least Michael Thomas was on the ascent towards somewhat of, not greatness, but being one of the better receivers of the modern era here before he just fell off a cliff. Whereas Philip Michael Thomas was a side player in one of the better shows of all time. So you always kind of knew where he was going to be. I'll go 75-25 on that one, Charles. 75-25. Anderson, thank you for becoming a member, Anderson. You are awesome for doing so. All of my new members, Anderson, please take a look at your community section. You'll find me doing posts under there. I'm doing weekly, bi-weekly articles under there for my members. Just did one on Bobby Wagner and the Seahawks rebuild. So, Anderson, please do go over there and check that out. But thank you for signing up to become a member. I appreciate you. We had a couple new members here on the stream today, so thank you for that. Deron Ever says, I was surprised that we didn't trade for a defensive line guy or a cornerback or an offensive lineman. Deron, I'm with you. I thought we would have made some move. Again, I wasn't expecting a splash, but you have a decent amount of draft picks, including we have 2 fourth-rounders in this upcoming draft. You have $13.3 million. You'd expect them to at least use that somehow, some way, but they just decided not to, I guess. Emmett says, I don't like OBJ and think he shrinks under pressure, but I'd sign him just because he's friends with Russ. Russell Wilson, happiness is paramount. Great point, Emmett. Great point. And that does factor in. If a little bit of Russell's happiness is brought in by you spending $3-4 million on Odell, and you help out the wide receiver crew as well on top of that, it's kind of a win-win-win situation, isn't it? So I'm glad you're on that stage of things with it, Emmett. I am. Rodney, how are you, Brandon? Rodney, I'm doing awesome, my brother. Hope you're doing well. Says, anyways, knowing Pete, he will go pick up Deshaun Jackson instead of OBJ or anyone else. Maybe. I think the thing that'll hold that back from happening, Rodney, is I don't think that Deshaun Jackson is going to want to come here. I think he's wanting to get touches, and I don't think he wants to get put on a team where he's going to be basically the 4th wide receiver just to begin things, and there's not a good pathway to him getting up above that to get more touches, whereas I think OBJ just wants to get the hell out of Cleveland. And who wouldn't want to get the hell out of Cleveland, right? Understandable. Emmett says, here's a question for you. Would you take less compensation for Russell to send him to the AFC or take a max comp deal to an NFC contender? Great question. I take the most. I never understand quite as much, Emmett. We've got to move this player to the AFC, get him out of the NFC. If you really don't think Russell Wilson's good enough to lead your team to a Super Bowl, well then, where I stand on this, Emmett, is all right. Well then, have the stones to back up what your methodology is. And if you think Russell isn't good enough to be here as a Super Bowl contender, then move him to the place that you get the best returns on that, be it in the NFC or AFC. Because from your standpoint, right, it's irrelevant. Not your standpoint, Emmett, of course, but the organization's standpoint, the Seahawks organization standpoint, to them it's irrelevant because they don't think Russell can get them to a Super Bowl. That's why you're moving off from him in the first place, really, at that point. In your decision-making and not using your $13.3 million of cap space this year, and you're not converting his base to bonus, you basically have made that statement. So I would move him to whoever gives the most. Random McDaniel says Stallworth did 30 days when he hit the pedestrian at 6 a.m. It's a good point, Randall. Very good point. It may be a situation where it's, maybe that's a closer comparison to what we see with Ruggs. I do think, if I remember with the Stallworth thing, there was a little bit more of a, it wasn't him going 160 miles an hour with a loaded gun. And, this was a little more, I think this was a little more worse than that one was. I think the speeds that he was going was a little slower, though he was drunk. That part was part of it at that time. John Robinson says Ruggs is rich with a good lawyer that always buys a deal for a way lesser charge. Sadly, they probably will find. I mean, that's money talks in our legal system, doesn't it? So that's very true. Deron Everest, but he can't be given a 5th-year option and get franchise tagged. I think you're talking about Saquon Barkley. I think they had to already have decided on that. So it's my understanding that they would have already have had to apply the 5th-year option, and I don't think that they applied the 5th-year option, being the Giants did to Saquon's deal. And Anthony says Saquon and Carson would be cool if Saquon is a free agent. Saquon probably the most talented running back we had since BM. Since BM. Who's BM? You threw me with that one, Anthony Bain. I'm missing it here. Who's BM? Deron Everest, but I would totally trade for Saquon given his low price due to his recent injuries. Yeah, the injuries sure scare me off, and he's a boom or bust running back. Like, he's your guy that he's going to give you a 50-yarder or it's going to be a negative 2-yard play. And they'll give you like 3 plays where you get negative 2 yards, 1 yard, 2 yards, and then he gives you a 40-yarder. And there's some value to that in offense in general, but that's not what we've tended to look at for the running back situation. We want more of the grinders, more of the 3 yards in a cloud of dust type dudes. Megan says, done that with a dislocated and broken ankle, which I walked on for 8 weeks thinking it was sprained. Yeah, I've sprained my ankle pretty bad. It's hard if your ankle's sprained getting over that. It does affect you. And Drop Top Submarine, why did you shave the mustache? It looked cool. I had enough people that were mentioning pedos and pornos. Pedos and pornos, there was enough references in my comment section. I had to let go of the stash. There's enough anti-stashers out there, but I'm going to go back to the beard here, I think. Deron Evers says, nah, Marshawn is definitely retired. He probably is. It's probably a pipe dream on my part. Anthony says, the fantasy doctors on YT, Dr. Mitch Morse, said Carson is 1 hit away from being done because of his neck. Yes. Yeah, well, I do think this is his last year in Seattle. I don't think he's here after this. Jaboy Michael says, we can tell we want another wide receiver, showing that we were in the talks for Julio. Well, I think part of the reason we didn't go for Julio is that they thought they were truly going to get D. Eskridge out on the football field. And I think the fact that Eskridge hasn't been on the football field and now he's had multiple injuries, you would hope with new information maybe changes the front office off their spot on that a little bit, especially considering, again, you don't have a lot of assets out there on the open market to improve your team in other places. There is no center. There is no pass rush. There are no corners out there to get. But there might be a wide receiver who can help your receiving core. And again, if you've got the money to spend and you've got a way to upgrade your football team at this point in time in the season, and it's not a big risk to do so, I think you do it. Diehard Hawks fans, sup champ? What's the chances that Carroll is setting up for a dramatic exit? It's possible, Diehard. It's possible. He just signed a contract extension last year, mid-year. That's pretty soon for me to be thinking that he's really considering retiring. I was almost hopeful on my part that he would be. It's possible, but I just don't think it's likely he's leaning in that direction. Much more likely that he's looking at, we'll get this fixed this offseason and I'll take another run at it next year. Emmett Brown says that Creed PFF stat is nuts. That was my dude this year, but I would have guessed Quentin Nelson was the highest rated rookie ever. It's cool though. We got Poo-Poo Eskridge. It's Poo-Poo Atwell, Emmett. It's Poo-Poo Atwell. Yeah, that one, it keeps hurting, Emmett. The Creed, every week with the PFF stats, it just hurts a little bit more with the Creed Humphrey pick. And just bonzo that they didn't do it. And there were so many of us from so many walks of Seahawks life that were proponents of the Creed Humphrey pick. I know that it's groupthink and all that stuff, but, when everyone's telling you this is the pick, and you're just so smart, you're going to go way over in the opposite direction. That was a weird one. Anthony says Russ would need to throw 5 touchdowns a game to win MVP at this point with 350 yards a game. Yeah, I don't even know if that'd be enough. But yeah, I guess maybe that'd be 45 touchdowns or something once he came back alone. So that'd probably be enough. Emmett, there's good and bad news about trading Russ this offseason. Good, this draft class isn't loaded with star power names. Bad, Rodgers might be a bidding detractor if they're both out there. Well, as well do, Emmett, maybe not a competition, but you got Deshaun Watson out there. So when do you ever have this many really good quarterbacks, that's talented out there and available on the open market? That might hurt. That might hurt trying to offload Russell to get the right assets back that you want to get. It's good this draft class isn't loaded with star power names. Oh, I see what you're saying by that. It's not loaded with star power quarterback names. So rather than the teams thinking like maybe last year who would have been in on Russ, but they're looking at last year and they're going, hey, no, we got Trevor Lawrence, we got Trey Lance, we got Mac Jones, we got Justin Fields. And so they're thinking, why trade for Russ at that point? Whereas this year, there's not those same kind of quarterback talented guys out there to do that. Makes sense. You're right on that. Danny Ray McAllister, Lamar and Tyreek. Wiki Games, I agree. I have a strong feeling Arizona is going to fall. I feel like every game I watch them, there is more and more flaws. I would love for Seattle to win the division, but I do not see LA falling off. No, I think that Von Miller deal definitely helps kind of almost put them over the top a bit, buttresses them up against potential injury. And, that's something could come up. You lose Leonard Floyd and you got just Aaron Donald, they would have been in trouble, but they don't land in that spot anymore necessarily. I think this definitely does keep them at a consistent status, and they're doing it at the same point in time that your Arizona Cardinals get a little lighter in their wallet, right? J.J. Watt's dropping out. So it could go that way. And look, Cardinals are historically somewhat famous for having second half fall-offs. I mean, they are. But I have liked how they've looked so far and what they've shown me on the football field. While I agree with you, they have some holes. They definitely have places you can get at them, but they've also looked really solid across the board where they don't have any glaring deficiencies either. Anthony says, damn, now I think it was bad of a matchup or Seahawks for Seattle, Von Floyd. I couldn't quite make that out, Anthony. Wiggy says, and also I still believe in this team. Not a lot of people believed in Tampa last year. They also went 3-5, but they were ugly for a lot of that year. And what happened? Tampa Bay got hot and won the Super Bowl. I've been mentioning Wiggy Games. It's a lot about getting hot at the right moment in the NFL as to what determines championships. Certainly having a great record, certainly being a dominant football team throughout the course of the majority of the football season helps that as well. But at the end of the day, it sometimes is about who is the hottest team at the right time of year. And it's one thing to say we want to be hot at the right time of year. It's sometimes a process that you don't always control. And teams can tend to sometimes peak early and not be able to tap back into that same peak as the year goes along. I can't make quite the same prediction that we got that turnaround in this like Tampa Bay did last year, because to Anthony's point below you on that, Tampa Bay had a monster defense, and you knew Tom was trying to get in there and acclimate to a new offense without any of the offseason to kind of get acclimated. So it was a little bit of a different situation at play in general, but I see where you're coming from with it, and you're right, there is a chance here. Wiki says the teams that get hot at the right time with the win the Super Bowl, I feel like this is Seattle's time to get hot. Defense looks like a solid defense moving forward, and the offense is about to get healthy. True. Very true. And I hope you're right, Wiggy. I do hope you're right. I think the defense has gotten a little solid against some weaker opponents recently. You got to acknowledge that a bit. And, I know the Rams' first half was good, but The Steelers, the Saints, the Jaguars, these are not juggernaut offenses that you've been going up against the last 3 weeks. Wiggy Game says, people don't understand how much Dwayne Eskridge affects this offense. With Eskridge, we can run a lot of misdirection type stuff by using the fly sweep. He can do screens. He opens up the playbook. I agree. We do not have another player beyond D. Eskridge on this roster that can do the things that he can do. He is very unique in that realm. I'd argue, Wiggy, we should have had a backup for him, that we shouldn't be having to rely on him wholly. And the one thing that I worry about with him, Wiggy, is he's already had 2 injuries with us, and he's played about 6 snaps for us. So I don't know what we can really hope for as far as him staying healthy and upright as we move forward. But when he's in, he's absolutely awesome. Very, very close in some of his skill set to what you got from a guy like Percy Harvin. Not as much the pass catcher of Percy, but some of the offshoot stuff you need a wide receiver to do. Emmett Brown says, I'll tell you where I am with Schneider. Do we know how much move draft control he has? No. But the fact that John hasn't left Peter and is okay with being under PC is telling. John Schneider is fat and content. I don't know if that's the case, Emmett. I mean, we had a little bit of back and forth on this before. When you have a family and you're married in a place, wanting to uproot and go move across the country is probably not always the funnest thing. And again, you're not necessarily going to go to as good an organization, or at least from an ownership down, and the support that's there is what Schneider has here. He may as well have been understanding that it was only a matter of time before Carroll moved on to where he's going to get that full control. There's a lot of stuff at play with that isn't as just, to me, as simple as, well, he remained here while Pete's here, so he was stupid for doing so and he should have gone. Like, yeah, he had maybe an opportunity to flirt with going to like Detroit last season. Do you want to leave Seattle for Detroit and after to try to put that all together, right? I mean, it's, not every situation just leaving Seattle meant it was going to be an open door of success or an open door of great opportunity for him at that point. He may have looked at it like, look, there's certain detriments to me being here with Carroll and having Carroll override me, but then there's some, the available jobs that are out here have just as many equal, if not more, detriments to them, just in different ways. Cowboys are number 1. I'll trade you Dak and Kellen Moore for Russ. Come on, Brandon. I don't know, man. Dak can't stay healthy now. Cowboys are number 1. I was all backing him up here with you on the chat, trying to talk you up on Dak, and he just, every time he turns around, he's getting kind of like dinged up now. Can't quite stay out there on that field. I like your Kellen Moore. How about you give us Kellen Moore? I'll throw you like a 5th rounder for Kellen Moore for our next head coach or offensive coordinator. One of those two. One of the two. One of the two. Wiggy Games, you can work around that by using Quick Game. That's what Pittsburgh was trying to do against Seattle, against the soft zone coverage team, and Seattle did good. You're responding to somebody else, sorry. Emmett, I use TL because he was actually a good citizen in his younger years in San Francisco, and yes, he's a young asset that we should flip to rebuild. I've seen the Lions and Falcons with the stud wide receivers and nothing else. And some of this comes into play about Emmett with potentially moving DKS to do with a little bit of future of Russell Wilson. I don't know if I'd say good in his younger years with San Francisco, I guess, but again, he ended up pushing his way out of San Francisco. I don't know that we've seen enough in DK to know that he's willing to go to that realm of things like where T.O. went in San Francisco. Again, maybe, but I think they're 2 different type of guys with 2 different, if we're going to talk about issues, 2 different levels of problems of issues. Just because the Lions and Falcons weren't able to do a lot to build around their team, around the great wide receivers they had, doesn't mean that to me is a rule of thumb that you shouldn't try to build around wide receivers. In fact, Emmett, analytics are telling us that getting good wide receivers, as many as you can, is actually the smart way to roster build. So I wouldn't do it myself, but you're not alone, Emmett. There are folks that are out on DK. It's part of why I tried to present a little bit of showing why I think I'm trying to get folks to reconsider that stance a little bit. Anthony Bain says Wagner's overpaid. Who pays $18 million a year for a linebacker that doesn't rush the passer? Plus, a linebacker is the second most replaceable position in football after running back. It's a little bit, obviously, you signed him because of a legacy situation here to a degree, Wagner. To a degree, Anthony, I don't think you signed Bobby to the deal you did if he hadn't played here through the time he played. And being that the time you signed him, he was coming off of a defensive player of the year type season. So it was going to be hard at that point to move off of him or not sign him to a new deal at that time period. I do think at this offseason they do move off of him, Anthony. They can save about $17 million by trading or releasing Bobby, and I think that they probably end up doing that. Charles Riley with another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. He says, Brando, you answered correct with Michael Thomas. While leaving, I'll say that I've never known Russ to be friends with OBJ or his dad. Hashtag Miami Vice. Have a good one there, Charles. I hadn't heard that either. I heard that they get along. I think they've got along a little bit. I don't know if they've thrown with each other like we had heard with Josh Gordon before, but I could see Russ being okay with OBJ. I could see it. But thank you, Charles, for all the donations on the chat today. You were awesome for doing so. Megan also has been awesome in donations. She came with another $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. This is another question about the draft. What happens if another team takes a player that you want before you get to pick? Sorry if that's a dumb question. What happens if another team takes a player that you want before you get to pick? Well, I mean, the Seattle Seahawks did this supposedly in this last draft with D. Eskridge. Supposedly the Rams wanted to take D. Eskridge. The Rams were selecting behind us in the second round of this last draft, and we took D. Eskridge ahead of them. They had their heart set on that player, and then they ended up taking a guy I call Poo-Poo Atwell. He's actually called Tutu Atwell, who has not been able to get on the football field for the Rams, partly because they've had a deep wide receiver core, partly because I think he is not a good wide receiver, and they ended up sort of squinting their eyes trying to grab for the second player behind Eskridge because they had their heart set on drafting a wide receiver. What ends up happening here, Megan, when you have your heart set on a player like that is you end up getting your heart broken in the respect of not only do you miss out on the player, but then you end up reaching for a player who you're over-selecting. You're going way beyond to go grab that guy at that point. And Seattle did this recently, Megan, with L.J. Collier. You had a draft that year that was as deep a draft as we've ever seen for defensive ends, defensive linemen. And what you saw is that teams recognized that in the first round, in that there was, I think, something like 15, 16 defensive linemen and defensive end pass rushers taken in that first round, which is absolutely unusual in the last 30 years of drafting in the sport. Well, Seattle then got to the end of that first round. They saw all those guys taken off the board that they liked a lot and had thought would be available, because we'll never see 15 defensive linemen taken in the first round, right? Right? Well, no, you did. And then they got desperate because they desperately needed pass rush help. They thought there'd be a quality guy there. There wasn't. They had to then reach for L.J. Collier. So when you get caught up like that on a position, I'd even go beyond just a player, Megan, but on a position like that, saying we got to draft for this position, you get into the worst place that you can get in a draft, and that is picking for need rather than picking for BPA, best player available. That's how you want to draft. The good teams out there, the great teams out there, the historical teams that are able to stay good for multiple years on through, like your Saints, like your Ravens, it's because they draft in that way. They take the best player available. They're not out there reaching for guys. And that's a place that we frankly have gotten a little bit too often caught up into reaching a little too much, in my opinion. Randall McDaniel says, I'm on the fence with Schneider too. Yeah, Randall, I just don't know, man. I wish I could give an answer to say I'm one way or the other, but sometimes you can't make a decision unless you have all the facts and all the information. And right now we have about 30% of the information we need with Schneider to make a determination, in my opinion, on that. Anthony Baines, Adams is overpaid right now, but I see Derwin James as other safeties knocking him out of the top 5. Yeah. And the thing that I've always presented upon this is kind of the important part in regards to Jamal Adams is to remember that you concentrate really on just the first 3 years of his contract. The first 3 years of his contract, Jamal Adams makes he's going to hit our cap this year at $5.5 million. Then next year he hits us at like $8 million. And then the year after that, I think he gets you up to $15 million. After that third year, you can get out from under his contract. So for Jamal Adams, in the 4 years of the prime of his career, you will have had him then. He'll cost you approximately 4 years and about $34 million, which I guess, I guess that's overpayment at that point. But I think too many people, Anthony, get caught on that $17.5 million on average per year. That's not the real dollar figure. That's not the real amount he'll cost. So I don't know if he's really that crazily overpaid as some people might think he is. But yeah, Derwin James is going to get big money after this year. No doubt about it. And he'll definitely eclipse, he probably will push into the $20 million range per year if he can stay healthy. Wiggy Games, the middle linebacker is meant to stop the run up the middle and be able to stop passes over the middle, not to be a defensive end, Anthony. I mean, and Bobby's been, to your point on this, Wiggy Games, Bobby's been very good. He's been great. I mean, he's on pace for damn near 200 tackles from the middle linebacker position. Your job as a middle linebacker is to get tackles. He's doing that better than anybody else in the NFL. So to say he's overpaid for that, I don't know if I can say that necessarily. Has Bobby Wagner been the problem for us on defense? I think at times, more often than not, it's been the other linebacker positions that have been bigger issues than him. He's going to get another All-Pro this year. He's vaulting up the list of all-time middle linebackers. I mean, as I kind of start to think about this a little bit, no, actuality, he's not overpaid. You're still going to move off from him after this year, but I wouldn't put Bobby in the space of being overpaid. He's giving you production on the field. He's giving you 14, 15, 20 tackles a game. And as far as replaceable, Anthony, I mean, I'd point to a team like the Packers, who for years have had issues with getting good middle linebackers in there on their teams, and having it be an open door where they've looked at it as a replaceable position and they've paid the price for that. A lot of times in stopping the run, a lot of times in stopping the run in the playoffs. Like a couple of years ago where the 49ers came into Green Bay and basically ran it down their throat. What did Garoppolo have, like 9 attempts in that football game in totality? Because they were so good at running the ball. And that had a lot to do with their middle linebacker play. So it's like, devalue it at the cost where it comes up at the wrong time. Emmett says, if the Saints can field a team this year after being $90 million over the cap, all without trading big names, then I'm past done giving a crap about the cap. Chickens never come home to roost. A little bit. I mean, look, the Saints lost a couple of guys this offseason to a degree. They didn't lose as many as I thought they would lose, but they also took that $90 million and they basically split it between these two off seasons. They split it between this offseason and next offseason. So they're going to be feeling this hit for a couple of years, which will impact them and their ability to be able to continue to add on to this football team. I do think that the cap is still legitimate. There's ways of augmenting it, getting around it. There's creative ways of doing it. It's not hard cap. It's not, you only have this much money to spend. You can definitely move things around. But if you sacrifice yourself to some degree, you've got to pay that price also on the other end of it. Anderson, and thank you, Anderson, again for becoming a member. You're awesome for doing so. He says, hey, man, been meaning to become a member for a while. Glad I can support my favorite Hawks YouTuber. Oh, man, very kind of you to say. Thank you for saying that. You're very kind on that. If not my favorite in general. Oh, brother, I appreciate you, my guy. Thank you so much. He says, thanks for bringing us the content we need. Appreciate you. Well, I appreciate you for becoming a member, Anderson, and for saying those kind words, man. Thank you so much. I love doing this. You know I love doing this, so it's my favorite thing to do by far in this world is get on here and talk Seahawks football with you guys and do this as much as possible. So thank you for that, man. You're helping me get a little closer step forward here to being able to do this full time when you become a member like you are. So thank you for that. As well as if you do like what you're listening to on this live stream, or if you're listening to this on replay, do please hit that like button for me, please. I know it does seem like a small, weird little thing for me to ask you to do, but it does help this channel out considerably by you doing so. I think Anthony too, Anthony, you're having a debate with Wiggy Games about a middle linebacker. I would argue too that the middle linebacker position is a different position as far as its importance on whether or not you run a 3-4 defense or a 4-3 defense. In a 3-4 defense, you're going to essentially have two middle Mike linebackers. And so having a dominating one is maybe a little bit less important or not as important as having outside 3-4 linebackers that can rush the passer. When you have a 4-3 team, then the middle linebacker's importance goes up quite a bit. So the teams that you mentioned, like Dallas, Rams, Steelers, New England, all 3-4 teams, right? So yeah, they're top defenses without a middle linebacker, but they're also top defenses running that 3-4 scheme I'm talking about. Seahawks, Pete and John should be fired for even thinking about moving Russ. Agreed. This is a fireable offense if this is where you're going, and it's especially a fireable offense if not, we woke up yesterday and Russell Wilson wanted to leave town. No, you had a whole year head start to try to fix this. And rather than fix it, rather than do everything you could fix it, you instead planned for his exit. To me, if you have a normal owner who cares, if Paul Allen's alive, that would be a fireable offense. Wiki Games says Dallas equals Parsons, Steelers equal Bush, New England equals Hightower. That's a great point, Wiki. Bush is a pretty good middle linebacker there, Anthony. And even though, again, I'm to my point, I still stand on my point with the 3-4. Bush was taken, I believe, in the top 5 of the draft. They may not be paying him big money yet, but they will be probably. And Steelers don't pay a lot of people. Emmett Brown says, fantastic answer, Nest. Don't overthink a Russ trade. Just get all you can get. Yeah, right, Emmett. Thank you. Glad you agree with me on this. And try and trust your philosophy, right, Emmett? So if your philosophy, even though I think you and I both disagree, of like, well, we can be better without Russ here. Okay, you got the stones to think that way. Then trust in that process. Don't send them out to Siberia. Right? Don't take them to the Alaska station, like what they'd say in an 80s movie, right? When a CIA agent in a movie would get in trouble, they'd say, or you're going to get you out in that Alaskan post. We'll get you out in that Anchorage post. You don't send them out to Miami. Get them as far away as you possibly can geographically. Get the best you can, because you obviously think he's limited. You obviously think he can't get you Super Bowls. You know me, Emmett. I'm a be a principled person kind of thing. If you're principled on it, then be on your principles. Prove it out. Otherwise, maybe you don't totally trust your thought process that he can't go out there and win it. And if that's the case, you keep him and you build around him. Randall, if we were open to trade Russ, then I'd be open to trading DK for 2 number 1s and a player. OBJ got a 1, 3, and a young first-round safety. If that went down, we could have 3 first-round picks for 2 straight years. We could. It's hard for me to do that kind of move, Randall. And again, for my reasons, as I've said, when I look forward on this team and I look at the players that I can look at going forward on this team, no matter what happens, be it a rebuild, a restructure, Russ moving, Russ staying, whatever it is that goes on. When I look forward over the next 3-4 years of guys that I know are going to be here, I can look at it and feel solidly about DK and Darrell Taylor. Beyond that, who's here? Maybe Damian Lewis, maybe Tyler. That's it. That's all you got going in the next 2 or 3 years. You have a very few known parts, known quantities. And he's so young and he's been so good. And it's so hard to find this type of player. Hard for me to move off from him. I get that you get good assets from him. You would. I don't know if you get 2 firsts. Maybe you would. They do have to, whoever does trade for him, Randall, does have to pay him at that point. And a guy like Amari Cooper a couple years ago only got 1 first-round pick. So I think you're more in the lens of probably getting something close to what OBJ got, being a first, a third, and a player. But if that's the case, that ain't enough for me. It would have to be a beginning ground of 2 first-round picks for DK at that point. I don't know if you'd get that. Mike P, how you doing, Mike P? Good to see you on in here. Mike P says Ruggs is gone for 3 years. No prosecutor can keep his job with anything else. Could get political. 20 years is the max. That's the part that I've been looking at with it. Somebody was pointing to the Stallworth situation. Randall was pointing to the Stallworth situation and just the 6 months he ended up serving. But this feels like this is going to be a little different. This hits different. I think the prosecution had said something like they had never seen a case this bad as far as a drunk driving accident and how fast he was going, the loaded gun, the full meal deal of the experience being it was on a side road, not even on a freeway. I think he's going to get hit pretty hard on this one. But again, too, you got good lawyers and you got money. You can get a lot done in this day and age in the judicial system. So it's also kind of a little bit early, but 3 years sounds about right. Sounds right. Mike P says, what about Aaron Rodgers? Does he play against Seahawks? Seems as COVID could cause problems for him beyond one missed game. The thing that I had understood and heard is that what was driving a lot of the players to get vaxxed prior to the year was that the protocols were supposed to be so hard on those who did not. I mean that if you did not get vaxxed and then you did suffer from the vid, that you were going to hurt your team so badly by that being the reality of how it played out. And I don't know I've heard some back and forth on exactly how the rules of this go, but my understanding of it would be that if it's by the if it's by the rule of the law that's been written, that he essentially should miss 2 games. It is Aaron Rodgers though, right, Mike P? And we do know that, the NFL is going to at times come down on certain players and other players on certain levels of hardness. Are they going to want to have him sitting out for multiple games, one of the faces of their league, as he's in the midst of having a really great season? Maybe it's just the conspiracy part of me, but I feel like Goodell comes in and makes that call, and he ends up being like, "Oh, just give him 1 game, and then we'll just raise up the carpet and get the broom and sweep everything else underneath that." That's more of where I see it going. But you would think it should, if it's really going to play to where they put these rules and what they said they were going to do for these players if they didn't go get vaxxed for the season. Charles says, even in our courts of law that let Robert Durst walk free for years for murder again. Yeah, you can, it's possible. There's no guarantee he gets a guaranteed sentence on this. It could go awry. It's still so early in the process, we just don't know yet. Man, though, to only serve like a couple of years when you hit and killed somebody and you're drunk and 150 miles an hour. I don't care what, say nothing of the gun, just that alone. Like, really? In our society, that only gets you a couple of years? Sure seems like it should be worse than that. Big Mac says, "Go Hawks, click that like." Thank you for mentioning that. Please do hit that like button. I don't know about the Dak and Kellen for Russ thing. Cowboys are number 1. I think you're trying to sell me some broken parts here. I think you got, I still can't believe you're on board. Dak, man, he's balled out this year. Cowboys are number 1. You got to tell me what's it going to take for you to get proven down to Dak? Like if he gets you to a conference championship this year, would you be like, okay, I'm finally sold on him? Would that get you in? Is there anything he can do to get you sold on him in the long term? Emmett says, Emmett says, "I used T.O. because he was actually a good citizen in his younger years, and he's a good young asset that we should flip for rebuild." I'm sorry. I think I read that already. My bad. I don't know what you read it. Seahawks, what's your thoughts on DK? Have 4 ways. I don't speak to another man's love life. And I think he's but I'll say this, young men are going to be young men, and everyone's got to sow their oats. It's a very important lesson for men in life. Sow your oats young so that you don't then sow them later. Because that's how you get to midlife crises, is you get a whole bunch of dudes that got married at 21, 22. They never went out and lived any life. And now they're having this midlife crisis, and then it gets them in trouble. So you gotta get that stuff all through your system. Then you get it out of your system. Then you can be a nice, committed man, good married man. And Andrew says, "How long the Hawks keep paying Wagner? $18 million a year. Is Cody Barton ever going to get a chance to prove himself as a starter?" I think after this season, it's going to be done with Bobby at $18 million a year. They can get out from under the contract significantly at that point. You move Jordan Brooks into the middle. You drafted Jordan Brooks to be your middle in waiting. I don't think Cody Barton's probably taking over that middle linebacker role, though. They're going to get Jordan Brooks in there first and foremost. I don't know what the future holds for Cody Barton, but Seattle's going to need to address the linebacker position this offseason in addition to that. But yeah, you save $17 million, you're probably just going to make that move. Mike P says, "Could they just move Pete upstairs? Just give him a dignified exit?" They could, Mike. You saw this with Bill Walsh in San Francisco, where even when he moved off the field as a coach, he was still in there as an advisor. He wasn't a full-on general manager anymore like that, but they did utilize him as a source. When they looked at quarterbacks, they brought him in. You absolutely could do something like that here, Mike. But of course, this is really relying on what Pete's willing and wants to do, because Coach Carroll sits above everybody else in this organization. There's really nobody there to tap him on the shoulder and say, "Why don't you just head upstairs and call it a day and get a new coach out here?" He's got to make that decision himself. And I don't know if he really would make that choice. I tend to lean in the direction of thinking you're going to kind of have to, I've related this to like, Mike, when you hear a player say, you're going to have to tear the jersey off me to get me off the football field. I feel like you're going to have to rip his whistle off to get him off the coaching sidelines. And I just don't know if that's graceful, dignified exit is included in that. Juno White, I'm 2 hours behind on the stream, so probably totally off topic, alive, but I keep wondering, what if the reason that the front office hasn't moved on from Russell last season is due to not having a viable suitors? I would offer this to you, Juno, is that if they really wanted to move on from him last offseason, they had a viable suitor, and we knew enough about this deal in the background to get some of the details. The Chicago Bears offered 3 first-round picks, Akeem Hicks, and I believe Kyle Fuller for Russell Wilson. Now, was that short of what you'd want as far as an offering goes, being that you had to eat the $39 million dead money, and I think that's what really held up that deal from happening? Was there a lot of other suitors beyond that? No. Had Russell submitted a list of 4 teams he was willing to go to, and that was only like one or two of those teams was even a viable option? Yes. But no, I think they had a possibility of moving him last year. They just wanted a certain amount of value for him to move on from him because that dead money hit. What the indications are now as we go forward, is that you're keeping the $13.3 million of cap space you're sitting on right now, as it would look or appear to be able to better digest the $26 million of dead money hit it would take to move off from him this offseason. So that means you're going from last offseason $39 million to this offseason you're down to $13 million. That's the holdup in my opinion, or what was holding it up last offseason. Wiggy says if we were trying to replace Bobby, we would have gotten rid of him this offseason and kept KJ. Also, just because they're similar doesn't mean he said they are replacing him. I think they were looking to move on Wiggy from KJ regardless. I don't think they saw KJ as a middle linebacker. He'd filled in at that position at times in recent years, but they wouldn't try to run with him as a starter at the middle. Especially with Jordan Brooks still here, because it's the Jordan Brooks presence that's the key on this. Jordan Brooks is a middle linebacker in college. He's a middle linebacker at his natural position. You're playing him out of position right now through his first couple of years of his career. Do you want to do that for a third season next season for a guy that was a first-round pick? I would tend to think that the front office would not want to do that, and that they drafted him with the thought process of 2 years into Jordan Brooks' career. They move on from Bobby. They've got a cheap rookie contract of Jordan Brooks then at the middle linebacker. They then move those increased assets or increased capital space, the increased space under the cap to then go out and use that in then other areas. We'll see if I'm right on this, but that is my prediction on it and where it's going. Juno says, assuming moving on from Russ is what they're thinking, ATM, what if none of the teams on Russell Wilson's list were willing to give up what the Hawks were asking for? My contention on this, Juno, is I don't think that the Seahawks are going to hold the line on Russell Wilson like they did this last offseason. I think while that $39 million dead money ended up proving to be too much, the $13 million will be enough for them to be willing to offload him and not get quite the return in draft capital that they would like, being that they don't have the addition of it. So last offseason, let me put it to you like this, Juno. If last offseason the Seattle Seahawks were only eating $13 million of dead money hit, I think that they would have taken the Chicago Bears deal. Okay? So the 3 first-round picks, Akeem Hicks, Kyle Fuller, they take that deal probably, or something close to that deal, if that's not $39 million of dead money. At $13 million of dead money, the price goes down for Russell significantly. Now it's probably just 3 first-round picks, and that's just about it. That'd be my guess. And again, I'm guessing here. Anthony Bain says, laughing out loud, Brooks was drafted to replace Bobby, bruh. This was stated multiple times last year before the season. Hell, it was discussed on this channel. Yep, that's where it's going. And as Wiggy says, I love the Hawks Nest, but he's in the front office. That part is true. I make guesses, but I don't know for sure. B. Russ, did anyone see the foursome rumor about DK and some girls? Laughing out loud. If you aren't a star wide receiver in this league having foursomes, you're doing something wrong. Okay? I'd be more surprised if you're not doing that, more than that you're doing that. Hey, more power to him. Cowboys are number 1. Damn, a 5th for our offensive coordinator. That's cool. It's an offensive coordinator. Cowboys number 1. This isn't the coach I'm trading for. This ain't Gruden going to Tampa Bay back in '99. Yeah, this is a great offensive coordinator, okay? A great offensive coordinator. I can acknowledge that, but I can't full on give you the all the money there for the coordinator who's unproven as a coach. UE2K says Seahawks fans are delusional. This team has no shot to win anything this year. At most, we could claw our way into the 7th seed. We should solely be focused on keeping Russ long-term, whatever it takes. Agreed with you, E2K. Agreed with you. I'll tell you what, though, I'm sure you'll agree with this on me on UE2K. That $13 million of money that you're sitting on is not a good indicator for Russ's future, is it? Emmett, probably a bad sign that we think Lynch could just come on in and run plays, especially since we're supposed to be in the middle of a scheme change. Is the Shane Waldron experiment over? No, and it would be more driven, Emmett, by the thought process that the running back position gets decimated as it's been decimated in the past, / you don't have a lot of talent there. It's more of to me, Emmett, an indication of the lack of talent at the position than it is the scheme. While Marshawn would have to come in and learn the scheme to a degree, I guess, you're just trying to find somebody that can do the job and carry the rock. Is the Waldron experiment over? No. Am I not super impressed as of yet by Waldron, especially when Wilson was in the offense? Not really. You slid back into some of your old functionality, into your old same habits, offensively speaking. Now, is that Coach Carroll coming in, Emmett? You know this. This is the big exercise. I don't know. On that's the big question at play on that. But no, I don't think the Waldron experiment's over. But I get it's the running back room getting so taken down yearly to this spot is just getting really frustrating year after year. Mike P says, when the dust settles, can you see John Gruden as a college coach? Dude has coaching in his blood. I think he does it regardless of level. SEC is less than the ACC, etc. I think he's made a lot of money in coaching and in announcing. He's getting older. The thing about the coaches that go back from the NFL and then go back to college is it's the recruiting stuff that's the big hard thing that they talk about, and that it's like a whole second job to go out there and recruit. And, now you got in the recruiting game, the money aspect brought into it and how that all factors in. It's got to add an extra layer of complexity to the whole process, even beyond just trying to sell a young kid on your college. No, I think that Gruden at this point is probably done. If there's any way or path back for him into football at this point, it's probably going to be with him going back into the analyst booth and doing like a Monday night gig type thing. But I don't know on that. Sam Dog Davis, can you come into my Red Zone stream this Sunday? I could possibly, Sam Dog. The only thing, like we talked about before on this, is I don't have Red Zone. So I wouldn't be able to see what you guys are seeing because I don't have it. I don't have the Red Zone. But we can figure out a way with that. Anthony Bain, DK is tied to Russ. If Russ leaves, DK will want out most likely. Maybe, Anthony. I tend to think a little bit of money talks. I mean, if you're throwing DK Metcalf $28 million a year, I think that's not necessarily going to tie him as intrinsically to Russ. UGK says Gruden's done as a football coach or any other public celebrity. It'll be years until he's not radioactive, and even then it will require a full apology tour. Well said. Very well said. Anthony Bain says Rams not even upset about not taking Eskridge at this point. Yeah, and that's with Poo-Poo Atwell not doing all that great, but they're not crying about it. They're doing all right. Emmett Brown says, for the record, I'm out on Carson Strong. That kid throws a ton of flat-footed passes, and his lower body mechanics are horrid. Let me see. I've been putting my notes down on Emmett on the quarterbacks in this draft. Let me see what I got with him. I do remember looking at him. I liked him on the initial impression. I got to do a deep dive on him because I'm just starting to... I thought I had my notes on the guy, and I can't find my notes on him. That sucks. I liked his delivery, real smooth delivery. Nothing jumped out. It's kind of it's the overall thing you see with a lot of these guys is, there's just not a huge wow factor on one or two given traits. There's a lot of things they'll do good, but nothing that they do great. And it's really like if I'm dropping a quarterback in the first round, I want to see some great traits. He's got a big arm, fast release, good size, okay mobility. He had something weird with the knee brace. He looks like an old torn ACL injury or something going on there. He does throw a big, nice, beautiful deep ball, rainbow style, all kind of like a Russell Wilson a little bit. But nothing jumped out as far as doesn't have upper level power. It's got a good big arm, but good arm for college. I don't know if it would be an upper level arm in the NFL. Accuracy is good. I don't know if it's amazing. Solid down the stretch. You know, he just kind of fits into that same, it's like Sam Howell. I'd put Tyler Slough in that place. I'd probably put Kenny Pickett in there. Who's the other guy I was looking at here just a little bit ago as well? There's a couple of guys. There's like a stack of 5 or 6 quarterbacks that all look like the same quarterback in this draft class. It's very weird. And again, just not any of that wow factor you normally look for in these guys coming out. It's like, you know, I didn't like Wilson last year, but you could see the wow factor in him. I like Justin Fields, and you could see the wow factor in him with Ohio State. Trey Lance popped off the tape out of college. Trevor Lawrence is damn near generational type quarterback talent. You know, this class is, Emmett, is, I'm sure you'll agree, is just so much different. It's like night and day looking at these guys versus last year. Mike P says, what's your take on Mike White? Ever do a draft review on him? I never did a draft review on Mike White. No. I admittedly, when I try to do my draft reviews and look at the guys for the draft, I'm looking at who Seattle will be looking at. And quarterbacks were always a place I didn't look towards closely, Mike, because even when you look in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round for quarterbacks, Seattle's really not all that likely to target a guy just because they've been so reliant on Russell Wilson remaining upright and trusting his Iron Man streak that has been continuing forevermore up until this season. So I didn't take a look at him. You know, he took based on what I heard from the game versus Wilson and the success he had with New York versus what Wilson had, it was that he was taking what the defense was really giving him. And where Wilson was trying to push throws he shouldn't be trying to push down the football field, say nothing for pushing those throws down the football field as a rookie, that Mike White just came in there and just sort of took what the defense was giving him a little bit. But I don't think the Jets have their future quarterback in Mike White either necessarily. Solid performance on his part, but Bengals have given up their share of yards at times defensively. They'll be good on some defensive games, but when it goes bad for the Bengals defensively, it goes real bad. Huey says, we have more than enough information on Schneider. This is his mess. If his true actions were being hamstringed by Pete, he's had ample opportunities to leave and go somewhere else to enact his vision. And you're not the only one to present this, Huey, so you're not alone in this stance on saying that. I tend to disagree with that a little bit. It's easy to be saying from a standpoint of within this guy should have just moved on. It's another thing when you've got young family, when you've got kids, when you've got your wife and you're embedded in the community and you got your friends nearby, you got all that you have within a community, just to say we're going to leave all of that for this part of my job I like all this other stuff within my job, but then there's this one part of my job I don't like. Is that enough for you to be drawn to having to then leave all of that for that? I think that it's a little bit more built into the decision than that, and it's a little more complicated than that. I don't think just by him staying, that means it's indicative of it being his mess. Coach Carroll outranks John Schneider and has done so since day one. I don't know how you can measure our general manager and hold his feet to the fire when he, at no given point throughout his tenure here, has been given the one thing every single other general manager is given in the league, and that is the ultimate power over player personnel. That's the thing that's been missing from day one. So that's the part to me that when you talk about making a certain decision on him, that's the part that makes it harder for me to do when he's not been given the most important key attribute of the job that every other general manager is given. Luke 99, late to the party. Brandon, you should have kept the stash. We're getting some people loving the stash. I'm surprised. I was traumatizing some folks, so I just decided to shave it, but maybe I'll bring it back. Cowboys aren't. I would draft Mike White if I could. Am I on a different Mike White? I guess I'm about the quarterback, right? The Western Kentucky. I didn't look on anything with Western Kentucky quarterbacks. I'll get pretty deep into my draft process if I'm getting to Western Kentucky quarterbacks. Luke99 just read an article that popped up on Google that was discussing a possible trade to the Eagles involving Russ. What do you think? The Eagles have got the most draft capital to throw our way. Russ also has a no trade clause. Russ does want to go to an offensive-minded coach. They would have that theoretically. Russ would want to go to a big market. Philadelphia is a big market. He does hail from locally over there, I think, in West Virginia, so that's not far down the road from Philly. There's some of that makes sense. Some of that makes a lot of sense, and the draft capital is not to be undersold. But I think that beyond the draft capital that the Eagles have to offer, it's a little bit about also where Russ would want to go. But feasible. Luke 99, absolutely feasible as a trade destination. UGK says teams can survive cap woes when the roster has plenty of talent and especially a talented unit. Saints have that. Seahawks do not. It's very true. Very well said. Anthony Bain, Emmett says, if I could get 2 wishes for this team's offseason, it'd be to fire Pete and acquire nothing but players in the trenches, offense and defensive hogs. Emmett, I'm with you 100% on that. Sign me up, buddy. Sign me up. I'm all over that, especially offensive line, Emmett. If I have to choose between the other, even beyond that, I'd go offensive line. You know, sure, I'd love to add some more guys on the defensive line too, but give me the offensive line. Give me the upper level offensive line, especially if in your scenario we're keeping Russell Wilson. Let's give him that for the first time in his career. Megan says, Brandon, from what I know about Paul Allen, he would never have let it come to this and would have done something about the Russell Wilson situation long before this. Yeah, I think that would have been the situation would have gone to a head last offseason, and it would have been done. Something would have been done one way or the other. Be it, I think probably likely Carroll stays at that point and they probably trade Russ and Allen forces the hand of the front office to do that. I don't think that he would have let it sit in this sort of purgatory that we stand right now with the situation. Or sent him to Siberia. Yeah, I don't think he would have sent him to Siberia, be it Paul Allen, but I think he would have accommodated his trade request. U2K says Russ would never agree to a trade to the Eagles. They have nothing to offer him. Saints, Browns, Steelers, Dolphins are most realistic options. I do think the Giants have a little bit of a point in there too, Huey. Giants still remain my front runner above all else. I don't know if you want to go to the Browns necessarily. I know they got a good offensive lineman, great defense, but again, does Cleveland get the most out of what he wants to do? I don't know if he'd do that. But I think there's going to be a few teams in play for this. So I don't think it's a matter of just 1 or 2 teams. There's going to be, I think, a good collection of teams in kicking the tires on the Russell Wilson car. UGK says Ruggs is going to get a 5 to 7 year sentence. Will serve 3 to 4. Sounds about right. Emmett says if Pete survives another year, do you think we'd pump money back into the O-line if Russ was moved and we get that cap money free? Or would he just buy more defensive players? I think it would be split up, Emmett. I think they would put a better offensive line together than what Russ has had here recently when Russ leaves, wouldn't that be ironic and not in a good way? But I do think he would put some more money back into the defensive side of the ball, especially if, as I'm anticipating Emmett, they move off of Bobby, you will see more money put into the defensive side of the ball at that point. More pass rushers, maybe a linebacker signed. I don't know about a corner, but you certainly would see it at that point in time. More put back into the defensive side of the ball. He wants to put the majority of his resources into the defensive side of the ball. You just know he does. Daniel W. says, can you guys lie about Aaron Rodgers saying he was vaccinated? Stop reading headlines. He never lied. He told Green Bay plus NFL he wasn't. NFL knew he wasn't 100%. 200 characters. I can't explain. Look it up. He said he was immunized, petitioned to the NFL to let him have vaccination status. They declined. He never lied. Stop saying Aaron Rodgers lied for the 20th time. I'm not even a fan, but don't repeat false. Well, maybe it's not a lie, but certainly telling reporters that you're immunized is a play on words, and it's him dancing around the thought of telling him that he wasn't vaxxed. I don't care one way or another with the Daniel. It doesn't matter to me. So I have no dog in this fight. I just don't even care. I don't. But he was certainly playing around with his words a little bit and how he was phrasing that with people and immunized, vaccinated. It was playing a little bit loose and fast, as proven by your own statement on there. He literally positions the NFL to be vax status to be recognized as immune status. So, he kind of recognized he's playing with words a little bit there, but I don't care. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. Megan Gok Rogers says, heading out, gang. Been a pleasure as always. Thank you, Megan, for the $2 donation on your way out the door. And thank you for always being so kind on the chat and donating so much to the channel as you do. I do really appreciate it. You're awesome for doing so. And I hope you have a good rest of your day here. Emmett, here's another question. Say we keep Pete and move Russ. Would Peter keep Waldron? If Shane was hired to somewhat appease Russ, do you think Pete likes that style? That's a good question. That's a good question, Emmett. I would tend to think that he would probably keep Waldron because now you're talking about Pete having like his 5th offensive coordinator in like 11 years. It starts to turn into the Spinal Tap drummer at one point or another. So I think he's probably at least would keep him for one more year. I do believe that. I don't know if he would then the thing with that though, Emmett, is even if he kept Waldron, would he let Waldron run his offense, unmolested? No. He would still come in there and have his hands all over the offense, even if he let Waldron remain. Cowboys are number 1 says, no, he's going to be your head coach. Ha ha. Don't try to sell us just on the offensive coordinator, but then the next thing he's your head coach. That's funny though. But in reality, I think Jerry sees KM as the heir to McCarthy. If he was smart, Cowboys are number 1. If he's smart, your offensive coordinator should be your head coach. The Cowboys this year in many respects have been as good as they are despite Mike McCarthy, not because of Mike McCarthy. And I hated that hire at the time. If you've got the guy within the ranks who can do it, you're not going to get it from the outside in because there's just that reputation out there from folks that they've got owners running as general managers. And that's not going to get you the creme de la creme as far as head coaching talent is concerned. You got one in-house who's talented, who can get the job done, who has the rapport with your most important player already. If I'm the Cowboys this offseason, even if they win that division, I make that move. Mike McCarthy, in my opinion, is not going to win you a Super Bowl unless it's just that Dan Quinn's able to get so much out of that defense. He's just able to just tap into it so well and make all the right moves defensively as he's been able to do kind of up until this point. But fair enough. We'll maybe give you a little more than a 5th. I'll give you a 2nd. Cowboys are number 1. But I got to rebuild this thing already. I'm down a 1st-round pick this year with the Adams trade. I can't be throwing you a lot of assets for an offensive coordinator to be head coach who's unproven as a head coach, Sam Dog, the Infamous, just wants you to hang and chat for a bit. That's all. I'm down to do that, Sam Dog. Sure, man. Hit me up on Twitter. We'll figure out a time frame that could work. So I'm all good with it. AI says the next draft is weak. That seems to be the common consensus. I'm a little hesitant to fully buy into that narrative yet. My reasoning being is that last year you had so many guys opt out for an extra year in college football. You're going to have double the amount of players that are going to declare for this upcoming draft versus last year's draft. For me to think that means this year's draft is much weaker, much less talented than what we had even in the last year's draft, it seems on the face of it a stretch. I'm not saying it's not true, just on the face of it to me, I just can't quite understand where people come from on that. I think a little bit of people's AI assessment on that has to do with the quarterback class specifically, and it being as weak as it is, and that quarterback classes can sometimes drive whole classes and what people think about the quality of whole draft classes because of it. But I'm just getting into the draft. I'm just getting into these prospects a little bit. So I'm going to get a little bit of a better idea on that, about why people are kind of coming to this stance on it. I mean, some of these guys I've looked at, I've liked right out the gate. So I don't know. Go Hawks 05. I'm not a fan of this draft, but Matt Corral intrigues me. So here's my Matt Corral. I have him as a slower, more accurate Johnny Manziel. Rather than a circular deliver, he brings the ball straight up from his shoulder, quickens his release, which dampens his power. So he's got it's almost like a guy that I feel like was at one point another guy that threw sidearm that they forced to throw over the top, and it sped up his delivery, but he's lost a lot of power with that over the top delivery. And then when he wants to go back to the sidearm is when he wants to tap back into his power, which being a guy that's not super tall or big is going to get a lot of balls knocked down at the line of scrimmage at the next level. He's not really as mobile as I'd like him to be for being as slight as he is. That's worrisome to me. But he's got a good quick release, no doubt about it. As good a quick release as you're going to find in this draft. He can be running full speed and throw it off his back foot, throw it from any kind of angle. No problems there. He does have a tendency on his deep balls for that thing to float up there, man. It takes a while for him to throw 50 yards. It's going to take you a sundial for that ball to get there with Matt Corral. He's got some wild throws this year, no doubt about it. He's had some awesome games this year, no doubt about it. And they play against a pretty tough level of competition there where he's operating at it from. But he's not sold me as a quarterback yet. There's a lot of people like him, but he hasn't quite sold me quite yet on it. MSR Rook and the rest of the MSR Rook, Carson Strong is a way less athletic Josh Allen. And did you check out the running back I told you about from Cincinnati, Jerome Ford? I did check out Jerome Ford. I know I put my notes on this. There we go. I got my notes on Jerome Ford. So we got Jerome Ford. He's 5'11", 220 Rook. So obviously when you look at him right out the gate, he is a guy that would fit into the Coach Carroll mold of what he likes. It's that Marshawn Lynch mold that I think Coach Carroll's been fascinated with since you had beast mode in here. Certainly Jerome Ford fits into that mark. This kid was a transfer from Alabama, so he's got the pedigree going back to high school of being an upper level talent. I feel like he combines really well good power with also being a great straight line speed type of guy. He's a guy that pushes into that 4.4 range of things. I think another guy, MSR Rook, you had me look at, somebody else did, a Tank Bigsby out of Auburn, who's a year behind this kid. He's only it's going to be he's still got another year of development. But what you see in the difference of these guys on that is, he's got a little bit more of that extra gear of speed. He's got what looks like more of the closer to the 4.4 realm, whereas Tank's more in that 4.5-ish kind of stance of things. And then you combine that with actually good power between the tackles as well. That's the thing that I think jumps out with me on Jerome Ford above all else. He's got some effective jukes, which are good. He can break some tackles in phone booths. He's got a little bit of that. There's no part of his game with that, which is like, he's just breaking tackles right and left like Javonte Williams last year, for instance. But he's good at it. Again, ideal size, that 5'11", 220 is like that's the money range you like to be in running backs for a size speed quotient. As far as that goes, it's kind of the perfect blend, if you will. His pass pro is just okay, a lackluster effort at some points and times for me a bit. And it might be just for me, MS Rook, that it's him wearing the number 24, but he strikes me as sort of a lesser Nick Chubb. So he looks like a guy that'd be like to me, like a late second, early third round Nick Chubb. Whereas Nick Chubb's a back end of the first round, really early second round running back. So there's kind of that difference of talent in what I saw between the two guys. But he has a very similar style to Chubb and how he runs. Not quite the vision of Chubb, but very much the speed size quotient, the keeping your feet, the fighting through tacklers, they're running strong. I saw a lot of that in his game. And great suggestion, Rook. So keep them coming, man. When you got any of those suggestions, keep throwing them out for me. I love it. U2K says another indictment of Schneider is the offseason running back moves and depending on broken running backs. 6th round pick Khalil Herbert looks pretty good, doesn't he? Not drafting a serviceable running back this year was criminal. I agree, and it's I will give you that is a little bit of an on Schneider approach to things because they had already set up a little bit of the model with this where you guys were saying after Marshawn left that you wanted to go cheaper at the running back position. You seemingly had a yearly situation that would happen where you'd be in the 5th, 6th, 7th round and you draft a running back at that point. Some of this was a little based on UE that you just had only 3 draft picks coming into this draft. But again, that is on Schneider. He's the one who traded out those draft picks that left you in the situation to only have 3 picks. So I'll give you that. That's a valid criticism of John. Emmett says, when the Hawks are ready to make a play for our next quarterback, what would you like? A pocket guy with a cannon or a blow your doors off athlete a la Lamar? Some of that, Emmett, breaks down to what you're trying to do with the next quarterback you draft, because there's 2 different methodologies of approach here. There is the Lamar Jackson Baltimore Raven approach, and look, the Baltimore Ravens are at a point now where they're going to give Lamar a contract extension. I would argue that a little bit of that is being done begrudgingly. The Cowboys are number 1, would probably back me up on this as well, is that the Cowboys were trying to do this with Dak Prescott as well. Get the most out of a rookie quarterback, and then just try to build a big enough a team around him to get back to the Super Bowl. So why this would impact the type of quarterback I select is if I'm selecting a quarterback that I'm going to drain up through the first 4 years of his NFL pro career that I'm not thinking about his long-term future, well, then I do maybe lean to more of a Lamar type over the pocket cannon guy. Where I will go with this as an answer to give you a little more certainty with this, Emmett, is that I drove forward with us wanting to get an offensive-minded head coach as the next head coach. That guy I would like to have built within him concepts that are built for attacking down the field while building in certain concepts that you see within Sean McVay's attack. So the fly sweep game, the bubble screen game in particular, along with some of the flood concepts we see built into Sean McVay's systems. Those things would help you out in your short passing attack to counterbalance some of the deep passing attack. But that would then require me to have a guy more maybe of a pocket guy with the cannon arm at that point to get it done. I'm still going to run the football. That's going to help more to me a little bit of the pocket guy than it's necessarily going to help the Lamar guy, though it helps Lamar too, the Lamar type dude. But probably more of the pocket guy that with a little bit more of the cannon than the athlete type. I think there's just too much of a downside on the athlete type at this point. I'd like to get a guy that can be the cannon arm with just enough athleticism, not where he's a complete statue like Jacob Eason, but where he can move around a little bit with the cannon rocket arm. Lance Graham, glad we have a bye week this week. Me too, Lance, and glad we beat the Jacksonville Jaguars, so we're not chewing on a loss for 2 straight weeks before we have to play Green Bay and Lambeau. Lance says, what do you think about happened with Henry Ruggs? Well, I think, you're in Vegas. This is one of the worries about being in Vegas is that there's a lot of temptation in Las Vegas, and you're on a bye week if you're the Raiders. You're out there having fun. You're a little bit off schedule with things. You get a little bit, a little bit too much liquor, and then you go crazy with it. The guy's not ever had a past history of being a problem with the law or having an issue as a driver, being intoxicated as a driver. This is the first time this has happened, but man, did he go big to go bad here? It ain't just a matter of you're drunk and you hit a guy and you were doing 45 and a 25. I mean, you're on side streets doing 150 miles an hour with a loaded weapon in your car. It's about as stupid a move as you can see an athlete doing in recent years, and that's saying something because there are some boneheaded moves. There's been some boneheaded situations we've seen out there. But he's probably going to end up getting a couple years in jail from this, and it's most likely going to mean the end of his pro career, I'd say. I don't know if you get a second chance on something like this coming back. That's going to be a tough sell job to a fan base, signing a guy like that. Not to mention how much would he have left after a couple years if he does end up having to serve it in prison. Emmett says, if we do acquire one, if not more first-round picks this year, I still hate the idea of trading back, unless we're trading for a first in 2023. Bad class or not, don't worsen our odds by going backwards. Well, agreed. 100% agreed. At this point, that's part of the reason why, Emmett, I want to wait on getting the quarterback is it's about picking for best player available. And that means picking where you stand pat. You have 2 fourth-rounders. You got all of your other picks to the back of this draft. If you made that kind of trade, pick the best player available on the board. Start stacking up talented players on this football team. You're not 1 or 2 players away at that point. You need to stack up a myriad of guys to get it right. So I agree. Emmett says, I want Hutchinson of Michigan. I like him too, Emmett. Boy, doesn't he pop off the tape with his ability to his bend, with his hand usage. Oh, he's great. I love him. And Lindstrom is an awesome center too, far and away the best center in the draft. If ever there's a center, Emmett, that could draw a team to pick in the top 15, which is usually the no-go spot for centers in the NFL to be picked. You're looking at, if you're the top end center in the draft, it's like you're being picked in the 20s of the first round, no doubt about it. But he is the one guy who might be able to break that rule of thumb. Just uber talented kid, deserves to be picked. If we're just saying deserves to be picked in the top 15 of this upcoming draft. But I like both of those guys, Emmett, and both absolutely first rounders. Lance Graham says Aaron Rodgers looks like a hippie. He needs a haircut and get rid of the man bun. Oh, he's John Wick. Didn't you hear? That's his John Wick look. He's been working on for a year and a half, as one does, as a grown man does. TJ, people told me I'm stupid to think Trevor Lawrence wasn't going to be good because I said I like Zach Wilson more. Well, I'm not looking so bad now. Yes, I know Zach Wilson isn't good either. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if Lawrence has looked bad necessarily, TJ. The thing about where you're going to as a rookie quarterback and being positioned to have to get on the football field immediately and start is that you're not getting any time to develop. And you're going to a really bad football team. And when Lawrence goes to the very worst football team in the entire NFL, they're that way for a reason. It means he doesn't have a lot of help out in front of him. He doesn't have a lot of good wide receivers. Marvin Jones is his best wide receiver. You can make the argument that's Maybe only the Jets have a worse, or the Jets or the Dolphins have a worse number one wide receiver than that. And Marvin's fine, but he's just not a number one. He's grossly misrolled in that position of things. So I think Trevor Lawrence is going to end up being a pretty good quarterback in this league. Some of it's going to be based upon how the Jaguars build around him, and they've not done the best job so far. Some of this has a little bit to do with TJ. Thing that I harp on, and especially this is important as we look forward with Russell and how we attack our situation moving forward, which is that you get the cart before the horse at times with teams. You get teams that will get the quarterback first and then go get the offensive line. And this goes bad very often. In fact, you can see it going bad ahead of time. And that the teams that go the opposite route, build the line first, then get the quarterback, are the teams that get the immediate returns of success from those young quarterbacks. That's the pathway to go down. U2K says no such thing as a weak draft. Literally dozens of NFL stars are drafted every year. No players just as obvious as other years. Weak years usually means a good player for defensive players. MSU Walker, running back, I believe, right, Huey, if I'm not wrong on that. And he was looking good last week. Boy, he was lighting it up, just about single-handedly taking that game over against Michigan. And yeah, I don't buy into it either, Huey. I mean, I can maybe be sold onto it to a degree, but knowing that stat about last year, and that I think you had over the last 10 years, you had the fewest number of guys declare for last year's draft because they were given an extra year due to the COVID protocols. Because some whole college programs just shut down last year, they were given that extra season to play out this year. Now, granted, you'll get some older prospects because of that, but that should better impact the draft from a talent standpoint. Their age has no impact on the fact that there still would be good players that can play in the NFL if they are that talented to play that way. So I'm with you, Ely. I'm not buying in quite yet to that narrative things. In Utero says 2013 was a weak draft. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. I guess it was a bad draft. Yeah, that was a bad draft. The top 10 in 2013 was Eric Fisher. He was pretty good. Luke Jokel, no. Deion Jordan, no. Lane Johnson's been really good. So Fisher and Johnson have been multiple time, I think, all pros, both of those guys. Ezekiel Ansah, but he was also 39 years old when he was drafted. Barkevius Mingo, nope. Jonathan Cooper, nope. Tavon Austin, nope. D. Milner, nope. Yeah, that was a pretty bad draft. Chance Warmack, TJ Fluker, DJ Hayden, Sheldon Richardson, Star Lutulele, Kenny Vaccaro, EJ Manuel, Jarvis Jones, Eric Reed, Justin Pugh, Kyle Long, Tyler Eifert. Yeah, that wasn't the best draft. 2013 was not the strongest of the strong. Brian Meyer says no weak drafts, just weak positions in a particular year. So I'm glad, Brian, you and Huey are in agreement with me on that. I don't buy this one's weak. I think it can be weak in just different ways. You can be weak with the quarterbacks. You can be weak on the top end. But there's always going to be good players for teams to draft right in a draft. Cowboys are number one. I forgot about the Adams move. Makes sense. You need your draft choice. Imagine Jerry holds on to McCarthy and KM Nolan gets head coaches next year. We might have to win this year. Dak's cap hit doubles to $34 million in 2022. You're okay. You guys are actually in a really okay situation at this point. Cowboys are number one as far as your cap goes, especially as you consider it over recent years. And that's despite now having put Dak on the big money deal. The place that I point to is you just have less of the bad money deals. You're out from under Jalen Smith's deal. Good. Yeah, that was a horrible deal. The moment you signed it, the quicker that you could get out from under that deal, the better. Then when you look at the other guy that's kind of carrying the big money, which is going to be Lawrence, you guys could probably end up trading Lawrence this offseason if you really wanted to recoup some of that draft capital back. And between those two guys' contract, that's basically equivalent to Dak Prescott's salary. And right now you're dominating without both of those two guys this year right now. I think that bodes well for you going forward. Even though, again, it is hard once you start paying your quarterback. We can attest to that here in Seattle. It gets tough. I forgot MSR Rook. I didn't check him out. I'm sorry. So seven banks. So sorry, man. I totally forgot to check him out for Ohio State. He's on my list now. I thought I'd written him down, but I didn't see him when I was looking through my names on scouting him. I will take a look on seven banks. I'll take a look on him, man. I forgot on that one. TJ Wilburn says David Carr for the Texans was sacked 70-something times. Damn, I would be pissed too. Yeah, when a quarterback gets hit that many times, and there's been a lot of, he's of course the poster boy for bringing a quarterback in, drafting him number 1 overall, and having just a god awful line around him that just gets him killed. And it got him killed. You end up taking that many hits over the course of time. And what happens in quarterbacks is that it's a little bit of a punch drunk situation where even if they're super tough, even if they get up from every kind of hit, there's this natural tendency now to where you'll see these guys start to, they'll anticipate rush that's not there. They start seeing the ghost. They start backtracking on every throw and throwing off their back foot because they're anticipating getting hit on every snap, because guess what? They tend to get hit on every single snap. I think that's a big push, a big part of that factor in there, a little bit. And that's why you want to avoid above all else is beyond the risk of seriously getting your guy injured and hurt for the long term. You seriously injure and hurt him up in the head for the long term. You keep him off with that. D-Nugget with $2. Hook up Brando with some small time cheese. I appreciate any cheese you send my way, D-Nugget. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Charles Riley, I missed your $10 donation, but you said, I think Paul Allen would have let Russ go as Brando suggested. Paul is a gentleman and respects the work he did against all odds, including unappreciative fans. For those who don't appreciate Russell Wilson 3, F you. Yeah, F you for not appreciating him, because if you're in your lack of appreciation for Russell Wilson, a lot of people have told me be careful about what you wish for with Coach Carroll. You just might get it. Well, be careful what you wish for with Russell Wilson, because you just might get it, and that we have to sit through another 30, 40 years of having no good quarterback play, of not having a Hall of Fame quarterback coming through here, of always constantly be looking for the next one. Is it this guy? Is it that guy? Oh, that's a bust. Oh, that's a bust. So it sucks when you do arrive at this point where you let one out the door, and it's telling that when you look at NFL history over the last 40 years, how many Hall of Fame quarterbacks have been moved in their prime? How many? Not a one up until this point. Not a one. Every one of them is pretty far beyond their prime when you finally did move them. Everyone that was a Hall of Famer that got moved later in their career was broken down and carried a bunch of injuries they were carrying with them, like a Montana with his back going to the Chiefs. So I appreciate Charles. I agree. I think Paul would have let Russ go at that point. He wouldn't have held the line on this. I almost all but guarantee it. But thank you so much for all the donations you do on the channel, Charles. I do really appreciate it. He says 2013 had plenty of Hall of Fame players. I'm not sure what you would make a bad draft. And I was pointing at really the top end of it. You had a little bit more value, I guess, as you go on through. You're right. Into the second round, you did have some good picks in there. I don't know. Again, it all depends on your draft. I think there are some weaker years than there's stronger years. 2013 had some, I do remember it not being a great year as far as there being as many standouts, it felt like. And beyond those high-end guys in the Hall of Fame type potentials you talked about, there were also some ones that are just like, Hugh Thornton, Jordan Hill, Corey Lemonnier, Brennan Williams, Kayvon Webster, Deron Harmon, Stedman Bailey, Will Davis, Brandon Williams, he's been all right. Sam Montgomery, Niles Davis, Xavier Gooden, Matt Barkley in the fourth, Nico Johnson, Akeem Spence, Ace Sanders, Josh Boyes, Alex Okafor, Jelani Jenkins, Duke Williams, Deion Sims. There's some bad names there. Margus Hunt, Vance McDonald, Arthur Brown, DJ Swearinger, Monte Ball, Aaron Dobson, Robert Alford, Christian Michael. Thank you, D-Nugget, for mentioning that. Please do hit the like if you're listening to this either live or on replay. Helps out the channel quite a bit by doing so, and I do really appreciate it. Seahawks Gaming says, Von Miller's a free agent after this year. You can't pay Stafford, Ramsey, Donald, and Von. No, you can't. They have a second and third round pick for a half a season of Von Miller, which is part of the reason why I don't like the move from the standpoint I wouldn't want to see the Seahawks come anywhere close to that kind of deal. That's not smart move. Obviously, the Rams are going all in. Every last chip is being moved to the center of the table this year. There is no tomorrow, a little bit by their standpoint of things. Will they eventually have to pay the piper in some way, form on this? Yeah, eventually you will. But it's an aggressive move, and if it works out, if he's the piece that puts them over the top, it's going to look brilliant. If they fall short of even getting to the Super Bowl at this point, it's an absolutely horrific move for them because they're down now their first, their second, their third. I think they're down their fourth round pick. They've got like 3 selections for the upcoming draft. D-Nugget says, just came over from the Real Hawk Talk, but this is home. That's right, D-Nugget. You know you're home over here. You can go visit other places, other people's house, but you always got to come home here, okay? Always got to come home. E2K, 2013 was like 11 years ago. Average NFL career is like 4 years. Plenty of stars every year. Well said, UE2K. I agree with you. I think it was a little lighter draft. I think there are some variances in certain drafts by talent-wise, but I don't think there's some draft that's a complete, there aren't any good players in this draft. It's just horrible all the way down. You know. Anmal, hey, yo, what's good? What's good, Anmal? Good to see you on here. In utero, 2013 was 8 years ago, and by standards, it was historically bad. It just feels, it feels always. And Malpada, I will gladly take OBJ, laughing out loud. Could be our big trade deadline move, although it won't be a trade. Hey, I'm okay with it. And I think most people on this are on board with it for the most part. I've presented that it fits my 4 pillars of taking on a problem child in the NFL. I have 4 pillars of taking on a problem child in the NFL. Number 1, do I have to give up draft capital? Number 2, do I have to sign him for multiple years? Number 3, do I have to sign him for big money? Number 4, do I have to give him a lot of bonus money? If all 4 of those factors, and it takes all 4 of those factors to be met for me, to be that no, the answer is no all the way down the line, then I take the risk on that player. D-Nugget, yes, sir, you're welcome. You always shout out your peeps. Absolutely, D-Nugget. One of my OGs. And Malpada, whoa, you shaved your beard, laughing out loud. Yeah, I'm going to be bringing the beard back. I think the fresh face brand doesn't go over as well. Not for sale, $13 million in cap space, and we did absolutely nothing. Yeah, not for sale. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating for me. And again, because you're saving that cap space for really potentially the eventuality of moving on from Russ, which makes it even more infuriating. You don't take advantage of all the money you have to spend this year for a go-for-it season like it is right now to save for the eventuality of moving on from a guy. So you weren't really all in on this season then. You were kind of half in on this season. You know, you're like the guy at the hot tub just dangling his legs into the hot tub. You didn't want to go all the way in. You just wanted to warm up your legs a little bit. And that's, I'm not happy with that. TJ says, I would be pissed if Russ left and he throws for like 10 yards and 600 yards on us. Oh, like 600 yards. That would suck. Emmett, you looked at any vet quarterbacks you'd want to hold down for the fort for a year while we rebuild? Hopefully cheap, smart, capable. Certainly would take a long look if Teddy Bridgewater's let go. I'll look at Teddy Bridgewater. I don't love Teddy Bridgewater, but this is as you know, Emmett, this is a hold the clipboard, but you're out on the field kind of season for whoever we bring in. I haven't taken a look at a lot of guys necessarily as of yet that would fit that spot for us. You know, you got the name, the Teddy Bridgewater name, the Sam Darnold's names. Those are guys who are going to probably be available. Tyrod Taylor, I know he gets injured a lot, small guy, but when he gets in there, he plays pretty good as a backup dude. I'm going through the list in my mind here of any other guys potentially that I'm forgetting. Boy, nobody else is standing out off the top of my head, Emmett. But I'll look a little deeper into it. Especially if it looks like we are going this way, which it's starting to look more and more like we might. I got to start doing some more deeper dives into this of what quarterbacks are a possibility. Especially with the predilection of our front office, loving the Charlie Fries, Tavares Jackson types. Cowboys are number 1. Brandon, thanks again. Good stuff. I appreciate you, Cowboys are number 1, man. Thanks for hopping on in here. UE2K, just because GMs get their top picks wrong doesn't make it a bad year. Picking Penny instead of Chubb isn't a poor reflection on Penny. It's on the general manager who picked him. Very well said. Very well said, and I agree. DJ said 2013 first round, most of them played for us. Dam, Ziggy, Chance, Fluker, Dion, Jordan, etc. Yeah, we even had Chance do it. I think you mentioned it in there. We had Chance Warmack in there. Yeah, I think we had there's a couple in there. Eddie Lacy paid for us. There's another one in there. Barkevius Mingo. Yeah, there was one point we had a very deep fascination with the 2013 first round draft class. And we were laughing at it in Seahawks fandom for a while because we went, you guys do realize that was not the best first round draft class in the last 10 years. This is not the first round draft class to become obsessed with. This is the one you don't try to target these guys. Clara! How you doing, Clara B. Calf? It's good to see you, Clara. Hope everything's going good from New York. Says, hello, Brandon. So what is your thoughts on Aaron Rodgers, who we play in a week, and Russell Wilson? Clean face, nice. I had to air out the face a little bit, Claire. It's been a while with the beard, so I had to get a little bit of air in there. It would look like to me that Aaron Rodgers shouldn't be playing if what we're supposed to hear about these protocols is correct, Claire, which is that this offseason it was said that a lot of the reason why you were getting teams that were getting 99% of the players vaxxed had to do with the fact that the NFL had put such mandates in place for those folks that weren't, that if they ended up getting vid, that they were going to be penalized heavily by it, be it that they were going to be forced to be away from their team for an inordinate amount of time. I don't know if that's going to be the case with a guy like Rodgers, because he's kind of a face of the NFL type quarterback. Are they going to break some rules for him? Potentially, to allow him to back out on there. But I'm going to count on right now. He probably ends up playing. He probably misses one game. I do think we're going to get Russell Wilson back by our next game, Claire. He's already got the pin out of his finger. He was throwing today on his Instagram. I think you're going to have to, I think it would take a stable of horses holding him back to keep him off of the football field next Sunday. I do think he will be playing 100%. Lance Graham, seen Russell got the pins taken out of his fingers, Lance, and he's throwing. So I think that's a big indicator. The second he starts throwing, that means the finger's at least good enough that it's not in a lot of pain, or they don't think there's going to be a lot of swelling by him throwing. That to me tells me he's on the road. In utero says it will cost a team $4.5 million to claim OBJ. He will most likely go unclaimed, agreed, and become a free agent. What team would he want to go to? Well, you'd think off the jump that it would be theoretically a contending team, right? In utero. I think somebody mentioned the Buffalo Bills, which would seem to me to make a lot of sense as a place to go to. Obviously, I think Seattle would be in contention for him, being that we have some money, we have some cap space. I don't expect him to get a big amount of money, but it may be a 1-year, $3 million deal. Even a small contract like that, there's not 32 NFL teams out there that have the money to spend that kind of money on him, even at that range of things. So that's going to remove quite a bit of those top-end teams that might be in the market looking at him. So I do think Buffalo's a team that stands out. Seattle's a team that definitely stands out. I don't see any other team in our division being a team that looks at him. I think New Orleans Saints would make a lot of sense. They need, with Michael Thomas being gone for the year now, they certainly would be jumping on that, though. Again, they don't have any cap space to really spend, so they don't have the money to even make anything happen with him, even on really a 1-year, $3 million deal, quite frankly. Beyond that, maybe the Raiders. Maybe the Raiders with Ruggs being out, they jump into the fray on that. The Chargers are a team that I think would make some sense. I think there'll be some competition here for his services just a little bit. Not everybody, but there'll be probably good 5-6 teams that would be kicking the tires, especially to get out from under the base salary, as you mentioned, that has to clear through, allowing him to be a full-on free agent. And Malpada, I'm really concerned about this upcoming Packers game since our season basically depends on it. In my opinion, it's very similar to the Bills game last year where we basically knew we were going to lose. I agree with you. Like last year in Buffalo, this is a game you route to being a loss more likely than a win. I don't think, though, this is our whole season on this game, man, Malpada. I think you've got to go 7-2 down the stretch to get yourself to 10-7 to then make the back door of the playoffs. That's feasible to get done. Is it realistic? Maybe not realistic, but feasible. It's absolutely feasible, especially when you consider Anmol on the back end of your schedule. You're playing Chicago Bears, Detroit Lions, the Houston Texans. Really, the key comes down to on this, where the true key for me lies, if we're really looking at playoffs as a possibility, is you going 3 out of 4 in your remaining division games. That's the hill to climb. That's really the hill to climb. You got to play the Cardinals twice, the Rams once, and the 49ers at home. Get that done. 3 out of 4 on that, you're probably going to playoffs. Lance Graham, it's like the Blazers could have had Jordan, but we picked Sam Bowie. Exactly. Because you had Clyde Drexler, but sometimes when you're looking at a great talent, you got to just take the best player available on the board, not think about what you already have. Just take the best player available. Good things happen when you do that. In Euro says, John Clayton has said the 2013 draft class flamed out of the NFL at a historic rate. I'll shut up about this now. No, it's a good debate. That's what we like. I like debate on the channel here. So it's good to have him back and forth on this. I do think it's one of the weaker drafts, but I know he's You also believes that these general managers need to get their work done. That's what they're getting paid the big bucks to do. D-Nugget, Russ's recent posts are so inspirational at this point. I'm a Russ fan and a Hawks fan for life, even if he moves. We are blessed to have him here. Good dude. Absolutely a good dude. I agree. I love Russ Wilson, man. Well said. Emmett says, Night Nest. Have a good night, Emmett Brown. Good to have you on in here. I'll be doing a bunch of scouting this year and free agent acquisition projections. It should be a fun offseason, regardless of who is in power, regardless of who in power, struggle stays. Please, God, be Russ. Well, I echo your sentiments. Please, God, Russ, stay. I hope he does not move on, Emmett. I'm with you, man, 100% on that one. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm going to be starting to dive in with you on this. This week kind of started to unpackage these prospects. I'm going to be doing more on my Seahawks scouting channel with looking at these prospects here. I'll be doing a video this week, actually, on some of these guys, including Jerome Ford, who Rook mentioned. So, we'll be diving into these guys. We'll be getting deep into this. We actually have some draft picks this year. I know we're missing our first rounder, but we might have a decent amount of picks to actually really get excited about this particular draft and all the potential guys you could be adding. So, and I do think there's going to be some good guys. In each cases, OBJ would probably pick the Bucks or the Chiefs like everyone else. Damn it. Hope he would choose the Seahawks, but doubtful considering our issues. I could see him being a Raider. Raiders make a lot of sense to me on that one, Huey. The Bucks and the Chiefs are the hard one for me to see. With Josh Gordon having gone already, the Chiefs, it's like that sort of filled that open vacant spot that was there. And then with the Bucks, you have Mike Evans, you have Godwin, you have Antonio Brown. They have a couple other guys around that too as well. It's no straightforward path for them to get on the football field with either of those two teams necessarily. Raiders, though, make sense. There's other teams that do make more sense than Seattle, but I do hope Seattle would be in on that deal. AJ Brody. What's up, AJ? Who should I try to get for Damian Harris? He has a very hard schedule. Boy, what could you get for Damian Harris? I don't know. That's kind of a low end on the running back room. And there's not a lot of other guys out. It depends on what's available and out in your league right now. So, I mean, he's averaging 4.4 yards a carry, 6 touchdowns. I guess what's the running back out there, a receiver out there that you're trading for? You know, I got to know the names you're looking at to know who you should move for. And I wouldn't, just because he has a hard schedule, I wouldn't let that be a detriment. The Patriots have a good offensive line. Their quarterback's getting the job done, that rookie is, as far as pass goes, so teams can't just concentrate on the run. They're very creative in their running game. I don't know if I'd necessarily lean away from trading him. Luke just bought my 10-year-old Madden 25 for $99 at GameStop the year after Russ's rookie season. $99? Oh, 99 cents. I'm struggling to read right now, Luke. After Russ's rookie year, what a team. Could you imagine that D? Keep the 2013 offensive line, Lynch, and this year's wide receivers with Baldwin. That'd be pretty unstoppable offense if you had that, my guy. No doubt about it. That'd be a good Madden game to get, too. That's when still Madden was, like, functional at that point, right? Like, the dynasty was still workable, feasible. TJ said the 2011 draft was the best draft in a long time, maybe even the best of all time. I don't know. It's hard to say. There's been some really great drafts, so it'd be hard to put on 2011 necessarily. I'd have to look through all the I'd have to look through. I know there's some really good ones in the 80s too. You know it. Washington Fish Quest, another great show, Brandon. Thank you, Washington Fish Quest. I appreciate you on that, and thank you for your donations and being a member of the channel and all you do to support the channel. D-Nugget says, nice, all the OGs in the chat. That's right. Our OGs hang out here, man. We got our old school folks in here. I love it. TJ says, Gordon with the Chiefs pissed me off after everything he said about, he loves it here. What a snake. Yeah, that hurt when he went to the Chiefs over Seattle. That really hurt. That one stung a little bit. I'm not going to lie, DJ. That one did sting just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. Clara says, do you ever think Henry Ruggs plays football ever again? My indication on this would be no, Clara. We know already when you are sitting out a year in football, when this has happened to football players in recent history, let's take a Le'Veon Bell, who doesn't get the contract he wants with the Steelers, sits out a year to then come back and play for the Jets. These guys look way different a year out of an NFL football program, out of the training program and all the stuff you got to go through within that to stay in great shape. Now you get a guy who most likely is going to be 3 years in jail, that far removed from personal trainers and private gyms and all that other stuff. And he basically is going to do wind sprints and body lifting weights in prison. You got to figure he gets out in 3 years from now, even still being, if that's the case, a relatively young cat, that it's going to be really hard to get his body back into a state of being ready to be able to go again. Now, he's a really talented guy, absolutely a burner. But then you also carry in the fact that he murdered someone. Is there going to be an NFL team that's going to give him a chance to play at that point? I know that there's somebody in the chat to be like, this is the NFL. Somebody's going to give him a shot. But it might just be one of those things where nobody does. I mean, has there been a player that's killed somebody and then gotten back out onto the football field? Yes. Stallworth is the example that we can present, who at the time I think he was playing for the Patriots, hit a guy as he was drunk driving, and then was able to get back in the league, I think, later on at some point. But it was a hard road for him to get there, and it's no guarantee that it's a different environment now than when Stallworth did. It's a lot more of a punitive environment on the players for stepping out of line. I don't know if there's a guarantee within that he's going to be able to get back out there. I think it's going to be hard for him to pull it off. D-Nuggets says NFL draft films on YouTube about some great draft year video documentaries. They do, man. I check it. Always fun watching those. Anmal Powdis is off topic, but school really sucks when your parents expect you to get a 4.0. That would suck, Anmal. I stayed at like a 3.0 through high school, and it was nice because I could just hit the cruise control button and just, there we go. Not too much homework, not too committed, just kind of, I'm not on the bottom rung, just kind of riding through. Hang on there, Anmal. It's the good news is it doesn't last forever. So you study hard now, you'll be through the thick of it eventually, hopefully sooner or later. And of course, unless they're expecting you to be a doctor or something and you got to go for 10 more years of school. UE2K says, I don't blame Gordon. He's got to go where he can shine. KC is in need of a number 2 wide receiver, so easy call. Besides Seattle, not the best city to maintain sobriety, especially Mary Jane sobriety. That's very true. Well said, UE2K. And yeah, that's the point that I probably should give him some consideration on, is that he's going to come here. He's going to be the number 3, number 4 guy. And it's not the same situation of when Garden came here a couple of years ago, where DK wasn't quite as well established as he is now. And you had kind of only a Tyler Lockett, and Doug Baldwin had just moved on. So, and it's got to be said, Gordon's got to make hay while the sun shines right now. You know, he's got not many opportunities left. He's getting older. He's not going to stay the talent that he's been for very much longer, and so he's got to get his chances. It's well said. Luke 99 sitting in the parking lot. I guess it's time to start. Good night, y'all. God bless and go Hawks. God bless, go Hawks, Luke 99. I appreciate you hanging on in there in the parking lot for me. I know it's getting cold, but I appreciate you. TJ says, did Ruggs kill someone? He did kill someone, TJ. Car accident, is going 150, drunk as hell, and he slammed into the back of her. It sounded like a brutal way to go, too, where there's fires and flames. And D-Nugget, I had a 3.1 GPA, see 3.0. You know, that's right where I was at, too. Lance Graham, this channel is awesome. I am not subscribed. Well, come on, subscribe, Lance. You get a nice little notification pop up when you do it. Come on, aboard. I don't care. You know what? I don't care, Lance. However you watch it, subscribed, unsubscribed, I just appreciate you watching. So thank you for doing that. Washington Visquest, anyone who leaves Seattle voluntarily is automatically bad. Like Snake Harrison leaving to Green Bay. Was happy they didn't make it to the Super Bowl. Harrison did go to Green Bay for a little bit of time, didn't he? Yeah, nobody should voluntarily leave Seattle. That's right. I'm with you, Washington Visquest. I'm with you. Adrian D, on top of that sentence, he can get more time for the dog that died in the fire too. Can he? Is the dog going to cost him another year in jail? Yeesh. D-Nugget, 156 miles an hour. Yeah, that's fast, especially when you're drunk. And I've not been a guy the proponent of saying if you're drunk, but if you're going to drink, wouldn't you, if you're going to get to that stage where you're that drunk, aren't you going to get a stage at least you're trying to like maintain, you know? You're fully to such a confident state in your drunkenness there that you're gonna go 10 times what the speed limit is. Crazy, just insane. U2K says Ruggs crashed his Corvette into the rear of a RAV4 at 156 miles, killing the driver and her dog. Yeah, brutal, just brutal. All right, well, we are 5 hours here into the stream. I have caught on up to the comments section, so we were going to go ahead and wrap this up. Of course, just again, reminder for you guys on this stream is brought to you by Manscaped.com. They are proud sponsors of this show, our first sponsors, and so we are showing them the love Manscaped, of course, is the top of the line as far as your Manscaped needs. Go over there today to manscaped.com, save yourself on any of their products, and they have a wide variety of products. Save yourself 20% off. Get yourself free shipping, worldwide free shipping from them when you use my code NEST, N-E-S-T, NEST. You'll also be helping out the show, and it is appreciated very much. So thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring the show. I also want to thank out the members of this channel. I've been forgetting to give you guys a shout out. Our memberships are growing. If you want to become a member of this channel, I am starting to do more and more articles, specific articles for just our members of the channel right now. But I do want to thank a few of these people here just off the top. We've got Seahawks Brendan Nelson, Washington Fishquest, Andrew Logan, Jeffrey A. Thistle, Jordan Chivas, Michael Venzar, Chris Goes, Vector7, Groundhawks 83, Cassie Family, Eric Cotter, Eric 99, Megan Gock, Roger, Robert Jimenez, Thomas Cox, Robin Hayhurst, Big Mac, V Tiger, Jason McEward, Versace, Big Boy, Python, Robert, my blood, Pennington, Leland Kimball, Go Hawks 2021, Roxanne Rowe, Phil Freeman, Ryan B, Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother, Barry Soitoro, Spencer Smith, Tim Schumi, Joey Mendez, Preston Morrow, my two-time, why? Because he's done a member of this channel twice, Doyle Robertson, Nolan R. Vance, Charles Riley, Matthias 23451, and my patrons, of course, my valued patrons, Devin Martzall, Carmen D. Costanzo, James Tomlinson, Gary Schneider, and Emmanuel Mendahane. We are growing and growing and growing with our memberships and our patrons. As you guys become members, as you become patrons, you get me closer and closer to doing this full time. I'm telling you, there's going to be one day I'm going to wake up with this, folks, and I'm going to just say, to hell with it. We're going to do this every day. I'm going to give you guys at least an hour every day on this channel. It's getting closer, and it's getting closer because of the support you guys bring, because of subscribing, hitting that like button, becoming a member, becoming a Patreon, however you support the channel, it's helping, and I really thank you all for that support. It's been just tremendous lately. We're having a great year, our best year ever here in 3 years of the Hawks Nest, and it is because of you guys and your support in that realm, so thank you so much for that. Thank you to all the folks, as always, who donate on the channel. I've got the most donators per subs of anybody on YouTube, I swear to God, and I dig that about all of you for doing that, so thank you to all of you for doing that in that respect. I will be back on Sunday, probably just talking some Seahawks. I don't know if I'm going on late, might go on early, might surprise you guys on a Saturday. I don't know. I'll just kind of pop up in whenever. So we'll be back on, though, on Sunday just to discuss some stuff, see what's going on with our team. Maybe we're talking about an Odell Beckham being released and signed by our Seahawks. I don't know. Guy can hope. Guy can pray. Guy can get on his knees and ask the good Lord above, please, Lord, bring Odell in here. Bring Odell in here, please. It would be appreciated. D-Nugget says, okay, code Nest. Nice. Got the ball shaver already. Thank you, D-Nugget, for using the ball shaver. I appreciate it. I really, really, really do. Well, folks, we're on off season, so it sometimes can get easy to forget. We got to go into Lambeau, and that's looking dark next week. But even in those times, I still don't want you guys to ever forget. Don't you ever forget, keep your eye on the ball. Even for you that are looking into this off season, even for you that are worried about Russell Wilson moving on. We are in the here and we are in the now. We are in this moment. And this moment, there is still a chance. Yeah, okay, we got to climb Mount Everest half naked without any oxygen. Okay. Doesn't mean we can't do it. Okay, there'll be some frostbite on those toes. Doesn't mean we can't do it. Okay, we're not going to be able to breathe halfway up. Doesn't mean we can't do it. So even in these moments where we're walking butt-ass naked up Mount Everest, even in these moments, don't you ever forget now. Never forget. Go Hawks.